CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30-plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
There is a better way to get you and your company in the hands of potential clients 24/7. This is IntelliCard, today's digital business card. It is the ultimate sales, branding, and marketing tool. With IntelliCard, all of your information is in one place, making it easier to share and recall. IntelliCard is different. You get all of this in a highly secure web-based solution designed to get you results.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to CTR Media Network Podcasters Live Stream. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey hosting this amazing resource for all of you. We want you to tune in, check out our website at ctrmedianetwork.com. But we want to also give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, which is the amazing Terry Coleman, CEO of Global Key Capital. If you are in the market looking for that investment property or that dream home, give Global Key Capital a call. Or just simply go to their website at globalkeycapital.com. Thank you for your support. We also have an amazing opportunity provided to us by Facebook. So you see us streaming all this amazing content, and this is all of our amazing podcasters. Well, some of our podcasters right here. You can support our broadcasting by sending us stars. Yes, you can start as low as 99 cents to support us with bringing you more content. So we thank you for all the support. Don't forget to like, follow, share, and subscribe to our platform. And also just support. We have so many great things going on, and we're going to be sharing with you very soon about some more things that's actually taking place. So we're going to have another commercial, and then we're going to get started with our regular broadcasting. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hey, I'm telling you, y'all go to somebody, and then everybody would say, okay, well, this happened to somebody, so they're going to do that to somebody else. The things that happened to me, I never wanted to inflict upon anybody. As a matter of fact, it made me want to protect other people as much, even more. Baby, let me tell you something. When I let that go, I felt like a release. I was like, oh, and then the weight just kept falling off. But then I got to a point where I was like, oh, I don't even know who I was, because I was like, I went from being so gaining so much weight I didn't realize who I was to losing so much weight I didn't even look like myself anymore. So, but there's always that balance, and I say that all to say we have to make sure that our mind is strong. Our hearts are filled with peace, positivity, and thoughts of prosperity, because no matter if you have $1 in your pocket or $100 million in your pocket, that does not make you happy. What's going to make you happy is a peace of mind and love, period. That's God is love. The world is supposed to be about humanity. And that's one of the reasons why I was let's say, like, when you just attracted to somebody, attracted to, that energy of love and humanity that Joy speaks about. I don't remember how. I think we met on Burns Junk Closet, which is now Elevate with Burn. Hey, Elevate with Burn. But anyway, I love a good theme song. Okay. But anyway, I said, I tell myself, I say, anything that happens, you get a good 3 days. You get 3 days to go ahead and feel sorry for yourself, whatever. Then you got to move on. I had a pastor one time to say, okay, when does that excuse expire? Because I'm going to let you have that time. You tell me when that excuse expires. and then we're gonna move on from whatever that is. Okay, you may revisit that situation, but you can't stay there. You can't live in that space of hurt, that space of whatever it is, and but because you have to allow your flower to blossom. You know what I'm saying? You have to, because that's the part of being on the earth. We have to be able to help one another. Because I was like caught up in the point where I thought once I had kids, because I had reached out to so many other people that there would be a support that really wasn't there. My cousin was there, and then that was pretty, it just wasn't there like I was expecting. Like I didn't have my first child. I was almost a week from turning 38 years old, but everybody that I had been there, baby showers, wedding, this kind of birthday, da 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 da. Where is everybody? Whoa. Where y'all at? But that's not how the life, where you cannot do things and expect something in return. Now, I didn't do those things at that time expecting something in return. But I realized who my friends were. I had I had my fave five, and I'm telling you, if I had the flu, they was there. I had I had whatever. One time I went blind, y'all. Literally, I couldn't see a doggone thing, and my girls came through, so I knew who my peoples are, for real, for real. And y'all know, one busy mama. It's just something that just magnetized. Like, that's my girl, like, for real, for real. And boss lady Denise, because it's something that just says they got a good heart. And like one busy mama, something happened. I was like, man, how can I help? I just felt like, well, how can I help? I think she was sick or something. I was like, can I send some food? I'm thinking in my head, I'm walking around here trying to think, how can I help? And that's how I know my that is a real, true, genuine friendship. And it's something that I cherish. But anyway, I think I'm about talking enough. But I always want to help motivate and encourage anybody that I possibly can, but while keeping myself rooted and grounded. One of my affirmations that I say each and every day: I am powerful, rooted and strong. I am powerful, rooted and strong. I am powerful, rooted and strong. I might as well make another song out of that. But because we have to realize that what the words that we speak, the what we watch, what we listen to, like I used to listen to a whole bunch of ratchet rap music. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. And I would feel like, and I would be wanting to fight, and I would be quick tempered, I would quick to pop off, and like somebody cut me off in traffic, I'm cussing and fussing, but they ain't even thinking about me. They're not thinking about me. You know what I'm saying? So I just be like, you know what? I am, baby, gone now. Now I'll be like, oh, hey, if you need to get around me, go ahead. Let me slow down for you. So most of the time, that's how I am, because I just want love. I just want to love the world, and for us to empower ourselves and to elevate from whatever emotions and things that we have gone through or may go through. Because let me tell you, some people wake up and say, I can't do it no more. Well, yes, you can. If you woke up, you have a purpose, and God has a plan for your life. We just have to realize what that is, and then be ready to take steps toward making something happen each and every day. Take a step. What I say, we in our morning workout, we say, we're not giving up. But we're gonna work toward our goals, dreams, and aspirations, baby. Go do something toward your goals, your dreams, your aspirations. Whether you 1 or 101, we all have a purpose and a plan for our lives, and we gotta continue to make it do what it do in 2022 and beyond. Because this is just the beginning, baby. This is just the beginning. So that's what I have. Never give up. Never give up. I'm telling you, because if I had given up based on the things that I went through when I was 12 years old, when I was 12 years old, my sister was 16. She had her first child. And I just wanted to, what is this talking about? Because back then people didn't talk about that kind of stuff. So you just had to learn through experience of just trying to ask your dumb other 12-year-olds, because it wasn't talked about. You don't talk about that kind of stuff. So just then I was like, oh, okay, what's up? But anyway, y'all, like I said, never give up, because my mom said, you need to go to college, you need to get a good education, but then nobody have a pathway on how to do it. How do I do this? How do I fill out this application? This is just steadily just going back, trying to feel your way through life. And that's why I say I talk to my children about everything. Hey, what's up? What's this? You know what this body part is? You know what this body? They may try to call it this. You may call it, but hey, No, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like you never give up on yourself. You never give up on your goals, your dreams, your aspirations. You may say, I want to be a truck driver. Well, go ahead, shoot. Hey, go ahead. Whatever you want to be. You want to be the president of the United States. It ain't too late. Okay, just go ahead, and you may not, like they say, you may reach for the stars, reach for the moon, but you grab a star. Something, whatever the case may be. you can't you can't lose by trying. And if you fail, like I started this 90-day reset recently, y'all. And I said, I'm going to do these 9 things. They're right, 9 things. And I failed twice so far. But I said, I'm starting back on Monday. Baby, I'm never going to get up on myself. And I'm never giving up on my my people. Whatever you all are trying to do, I'm with you. I'm support you. Just, hey, I'm here. So that's what I say. Never give up on yourself, your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, whatever they may be.
Yes, that was good. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. You didn't have to stop, okay? Because you just never know who may need to hear what you're saying. And when you're in the flow of it, nothing is in vain. Not one little piece of your vocals are in vain. So I appreciate you. I'm going to bring you back up at the end.
Okay.
But thank you so much for saying yes and being here. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, because I was sitting there like, yeah. So I appreciate you.
Okay.
So guys, that was Wellness with Frugal Mama. Please again consider joining her channel, subscribing if you haven't already done so. She does wonderful workouts. So if you can catch her live, you can catch her live. If you can catch a replay, then you can catch a replay. But there's simple exercises, anybody can do them. And again, she says she does couponing, and a lot of her videos have the information about couponing. And I'll be sitting there like, dang, man, I wish I could get into that. So thank you so much, Wellness with Frugal Mama. And the next person that's going to come up this evening is I Am Tracy Lee. Again, met her a couple years ago. You guys have seen her on Hello World. She's been interviewed by me, and she's just amazing. So I'm not even going to say anything more. I'm just going to bring I Am Tracy Lee up and let her empower and encourage and inspire you. So thank you so much, guys, for being here again. And here is I Am Tracy Lee.
I'm muted. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me? Okie doke. So we're going to start over. I start off by saying thanks so much for having me, Joy. It is always a pleasure to be here. Really inspired and encouraged by the sister who, Wellness Frugal Mama, who just went. We have some things in common. My personal struggle has been with my weight. And, this topic is very fitting for not just the weight, but for the purpose why I too started my YouTube channel. I started my new YouTube channel back in 2017. And my reason was, it was, not to make any coin. My reason for starting the channel was so that it was like my own little personal therapy session. YouTube for me back in 2017 when I started, was just me sharing my heart and not knowing that it would literally open the door to being a blessing to other people who were struggling and going through some of the same challenges that I was facing at that time. Fast forward, I wasn't really active on YouTube in 2017, but every now and again, I would come and have a conversation with the camera, as a way of therapy for me. And so fast forward to 2018, I started. Can you guys hear? Okay, cool. I started a lock journey. I, cut all my natural hair down to probably an inch, and two-strand twisted my locks. And I started the journey here. And that was simply to journal the journey so that I could go back and look at, my process, look at the growth and things of that nature. And so, you know, that too turned out to be pretty interesting because that channel, because of the lock content and the natural hair content, began to grow tremendously. And again, I wasn't there for the purpose of making any coin. I was there just to share a journey. I could relate to the sister who spoke before me. My circle, I don't have a circle. I will be 54 years wise in January of 2023. So, you grow and you learn. And, I have a dot. I have people that, not really in a close circle with me, but you go through life learning who's going to be standing when you're going through. You can have everybody in your corner when all is well for you. But as soon as the challenges begin to come, that's when you begin to find out who's for you and who's really not. And it's okay too, because I know you guys have heard the saying, some people come into your life for a reason, some people a season, and some people a lifetime. And so we just have to learn to appreciate when the season is over. We need to learn to appreciate it. And so as of late, I have not been really consistent with my channel. And, I have a whole lot of things going on, but it is my desire to continue to build and not give up. The foundation that's previously been laid. And so I feel like, I'm a pretty good candidate to come and share with people who may feel like, I don't feel real creative. I don't feel the way that I did when I started. I don't feel, I don't feel like posting. I don't feel like uploading. I don't feel like soliciting friends, soliciting subscribers, soliciting people that are going to genuinely and organically support me, And so that's the place that I've been in. I've been in that place of really trying to reinvent, myself as far as creativity goes. You guys can see my hair has grown tremendously. And so my lock videos have become far and in between because it's not really much that I need to do with this real easy, low maintenance hairstyle to be able to come and give people advice in that area. So I started to include and incorporate some other things that I like to do. And, wellness is definitely one of them. And so back in 2018, I also started a keto and intermittent fasting journey. I lost 39 pounds real fast, right? But I learned something in that process of going through. I've been intermittent fasting now for about 4 or 5 years. And so that is still an intricate part of my life and of my journey. But I've kind of dropped off on the keto. I've picked up strength training. I'm learning so much. But with regards to you being a content creator on YouTube and feeling like you don't have anything else to give, and I know I'm not just talking to myself. I know, we all hit that place where it's just like, I just don't feel like I want to do this anymore. What helped me, and I'm, tonight prayerfully, it will help encourage somebody else too to pick the baton back up. If you're passionate about why you started the YouTube channel, is that I went back and I remember my why. I remember why I started. Initially, I started for myself as I began to see that what I had to share and offer was a blessing to other people. The subscribers became my why. Wanting to pour into somebody who otherwise can't afford a loctician or can't afford to keep the upkeep on their hair was my why. I started to remember that, people that I talked to when I shared about, first came on with my therapy sessions and shared about the death of my mother and how I had a real hard time struggling and going through the process of grieving her and getting my life back on track. It was for those people who didn't have a voice and didn't have anybody to talk to. I remembered my why. And you know what? One of the things that I realized that it doesn't matter how many times you feel like I don't feel like doing this today, I guarantee you, as you begin to remember your why, you're going to get back up again. In life, we realize that a lot of the things that we are challenged with is not really about us. When we come to the other side of that challenge, and there's somebody who enters into our life, probably on the workplace or via YouTube, they're dealing and they're challenged with the thing that we dealt with already, then you understand that your purpose and your reason for having to go through it was for that person. Everything that we deal with and go through in life and are challenged with in life is for somebody else. I'm telling you, what I learned in my 53 years here on this earth is that it's not about us, and that when we begin to give up on ourselves, we give up on everything and everybody that's connected to us. And so it is imperative that you don't give up. It is imperative that you hold on, and it is imperative that you remember your why. You know, sometimes we want to look outside of ourselves. We want the pat on the back, we want the validation, we want people to take our hand and walk us through, but there's some paths and some valleys that we go through in life where we can only travel that path alone, and the lessons that we learn on the other side of it are very, very powerful. And so if you ask the most successful person in the world how they become successful, they're going to tell you, because of all the times that I failed, that I chose not to give up. Giving up is a choice. Giving up is you coming to the conscious decision that I'm not going to do this anymore. And so me personally, it's a personal thing. It is for me, and I'm just sharing about me. You know, I can't talk about anybody else, but hopefully somebody can relate. I like to make sure that I finish what I start. You know, a lot of times that's what we do. We go through life and we pick up this and we pick up that. Remember when I said that giving up is a habit? And so as you learn a thing, the same way that brushing your teeth is a habit, washing your face is a habit, these things become natural. Giving up will become ultimately natural for you. And that's not something that you want to take on as a personality trait in your life, as being somebody that give up as soon as the wind begin to blow, as soon as the storms begin to rise. Because another thing that I found out in my short life is that it's just before, you know, when things get the heaviest, is that on the other side of that is your breakthrough. Sometimes we're right here. We're right here at the cusp of what we were been hoping for. We're right here at the cusp of waking up the next day, and you didn't had a viral video. One of your videos then went viral. Right there at the cusp of throwing in the towel when things get heaviest, and we just give up. And so I'm not in the business of practicing giving up. I'm not in the business of practicing throwing in the towel. I'm not in the business of speaking things that I don't want to see come to fruition in my life, because, and the sister said it too, what we begin to speak, we begin to see. And so if I have to see it, we have to have some type of vision. I'm sure those of you guys who create every single day, upload every single day, or get in your little creativity space and begin to write out some of the things that you want to bring to your channel, that you want to bring to your business, that you want to bring to your business, that you want to bring, ideas that you want to bring to your family with your children. I know that when you get in those creative spaces, it's in those times that sometimes we can hit a roadblock. Sometimes we can feel like I don't have anything else to give, but it's in those times that you have to remember your why. And again, I'm stressing that because I want to let somebody know today that I don't care where you are right now, you can finish strong. I don't care if you've already laid down the baton, you can pick it back up again. It is how many days? We got a few more days left here. In I believe it's 69 more days left in 2022, and somebody that gave up already, like we've already reached the end. No, it's not the end yet. And so you have 69 days to get it together. You have 69 days to pick that thing back up again. You have 69 days to convince yourself to remember your why, or to remind yourself to remember your why. We are in a time right now of instant gratification, right? We're in a age of people wanting microwave results. And I found out that when you get something quick like that, it doesn't last. But when you work hard for something, you have a level of appreciation, you have an attitude of gratitude, you care for it in a way that you wouldn't care for it if it came instantly. And so there's a reason and a purpose for everything. And if you got a pulse, if you're breathing, if you're on this live tonight, if you are typing in the chat tonight, that means you got a pulse. And if you have a pulse, you have a purpose. Everybody with a pulse have a purpose. There is no such thing as instant microwave success. But I'm gonna tell you, you are right there, and at the place that you need to be. We have to look at things in a different light. And I say this often. You guys who follow me may have heard me say it before. I love the analogy of the glass half full and the glass half empty, because the reality is that it is still half full. And so that is the part that we have to make the decision to focus on. We could give audiences all day long on the part that's half empty. We could talk about it. And listen, words have energy. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. So what you talking about all day long is what you are created in your life, what you are created in your space. And so I'm challenging you, everybody under the sound of my voice, to begin to speak what you want to see, begin to say what you want to see, begin to put decrees in the atmosphere. Affirmations are very powerful. Again, it's words. You have the power to give life, and you have the power to give death. And so the things that you complain about, those are the things that you are invited into your life. The people that you talk about in a negative way, that's the stuff that you're invited into your life. Shift the trajectory of the way that you talk, the way that you think, and the way that you see yourself in these next 69 days, and you can have what you say. You have to see it to see it. You have to see it to see it. And so I want to just share with you guys just something encouraging for you to, and I like to do like a little sticky note ministry. I tell people I have a sticky note ministry. That means that I got sticky notes, reminders all over the place. So when distraction comes to try to get my focus, I am constantly reminded of where I'm going. I might not be where I want to be, but I'm on my way somewhere. And this is not the time to throw in the towel, and this is not the time to quit. Figure out what you lack. Do self-inventory on the place that you are in now. A lot of times we don't like to have that one-on-one confrontation with ourselves. You know what I'm talking about? We don't like to do that mirror, have that mirror time with ourselves, to look within ourselves, because a lot of times we are our biggest critics. We are the ones that's holding our own selves back. We are the ones that's in our own way. It's not the people that's talking. The people that's talking, if you got that, if you have people that's talking, those are your promoters, right? You heard the phrase, your haters get you greater. And so again, we're going to look at the half full, a part of the glass, and we're going to just say how we see it, how we see it. If we get wind that there's backroom conversations going on, then we are excited about that, because that's free promotion, right? That's us looking at the glass half full. That's people that you will probably have never known who you were had not the person had your name in their mouths. That's us looking at the glass half full, right? And so we want to look at it half full. Be patient with yourself. These are things that you can go ahead and put down on your sticky note, because you're going to need to be reminded. Something's going to show up in your life that's going to make you question if you're doing the right thing for yourself, or if you're doing the right thing, or should you give up on everything that you put your heart, blood work, sweat, and tears into, as it relates to, I don't know how many content creators we have here, but as it relates to, if you're a content creator, your YouTube channel, you done grew it all this time, you done networked, you got all of these people who's expecting you to show up, and you're feeling some type of way. I want you to know that you're not here for you. You're here for those people who literally you've drawn into your sphere of influence. And I'm encouraging you not to quit. Even for people who are in businesses, there's a lot of small businesses right now struggling. We know why. If you're in business, you know why. But if you hold on, I promise you, you're going to be on the other side where you're going to be grateful and thankful with an attitude of gratitude that you did not give up and that you did not throw in the towel. So be patient with yourself. Celebrate every small victory, every small win. Not looking, it may not be something great, it may not be something big, but it may be something that you've never experienced before. Start putting your focus on the things, the steps that you are making, even if you don't reach the full goal in the time that you set. You have to learn to celebrate the place that you are in, and that's what you have to do. So be proud for every single small victory and every single small win. Remember why you started again. Remember your why, and remember how much you want it. The question is just going to roll back to how bad do you want it. Know that you will grow as a person just from going through it. Trials, tribulations, challenges are all designed to get you to the best version of yourself, right? It's designed to get you to be the best you that you can possibly be. It is designed to build and create character in you. It is designed to build you and cause you to be somebody who has integrity, somebody who does things in excellence. And so learn to embrace these times that you are challenged and that you are tried in the fire. Listen, anytime you put something in fire, it's not going to come out the same way, right? How many of you guys like to eat cake batter? Right? If I mean, personally, if you like cake, how many of you guys like cake? By show of ones in the chat. How many of you guys like cake? You ain't got to say what kind of cake, but how many of you guys like cake? All right. Okay. So how you like your cake? You like your cake before it's went through the fire, or do you like your cake in a bowl as a batter? Because I want you to understand, you love cake batter. Okay, well, you like cake batter. I like my cake done. And so I'm going to use that as an example that sometimes the best things have to go through the fire. The best things are forged in fire. And when you come out of it, it's real, real good, baby. I'm not trying to sit there with no spoon and eat no cake batter, sis. That's not going down. But I want you to understand that as it is with the cake, so it is with your life, that every trial and every fiery situation that you deal with, every challenge that you're faced with, all the opposition that comes to hit your life is designed so that you can come out on the other side better and not bitter. And so know that you will grow as a person just from going through it. Learn to be grateful for the things that you have now, the successes that you have now, the goals that you have accomplished now, while you are still struggling to get to the place that you desire to be. Have an attitude of gratitude. Learn to be resilient. Opposition is going to come. One thing I learned, that Tracy, when you are on the right track, things are going to hit your life to try to get you off track. Stay the course. When you listen, ain't nothing hitting your life, that's when you need to worry. Ain't nobody talking about you, that's when you need to worry. And you ain't going through nothing, that's when you need to worry. But if all hell is breaking loose in your life, you are in the right place at the right time. Stay the course. Remember that you have choices. You can choose to forge ahead. You can choose to not give up. You can choose to just press forward, or you can choose to give up. And remember, the choices that you make become habitual things that become natural things that are a part of your life. And so choosing to press forward becomes a natural thing if it's something that's habitual. It's something that's practiced. It's something that's done every day, which is why I have the sticky notes, because sometimes I got to remind my own self to stay the course. And so remember that you have choices, right? Find support, like-minded people who will support you in your vision, who will celebrate with you every victory, who will help to lift you up when you are weak, who will come to encourage you and be a cheerleader for you when you are going through it. Find that type of support from other people. What we tend to do, we tend to isolate ourselves. We tend to lock ourselves up, right? And in this isolated, locked up place, we are in torment, because not only are we reminding ourselves of how much of a failure we are, all the outside voices and things that we are thinking in our head that people already think about us is also reminding us of that too. So resist the temptation to isolate yourself and find the support that you need. Find support from like-minded people who are also on their way somewhere. And again, number 12, and this is my final thought, because again, like I told you guys, I have it all over the place, right? Have motivational reminders everywhere. Have motivational reminders everywhere, so that when you're going through a funk, you can remind yourself that, listen, I can finish strong. I'm encouraging you not to give up, to hold on to your dreams, hold on to your visions, hold on to the things that you're passionate about. Again, if you have a pulse, you have a purpose, and your purpose is your passion. And I am encouraging you to just literally stay the course. Do not give up. You can. 62 days left, right? It's 62 days left. It's 69 days left in 2021, and you can finish strong. I'm done, sis.
That's all I got to say. Yo, so y'all, that was Iron Tracy Lee. We're gonna have her come back up again soon. Thank you so much, y'all. When you're one accord, you know what I mean? Like, I don't talk to Iron Tracy Lee every day, but I guarantee you that we are on one accord, because what I have to talk about is the power of the tongue. And in not giving up, it has a lot to do with what we say. So start practicing, today, right now, or whenever, because right now is usually the best time, because you kind of shock yourself into doing something that you might say, okay, I'll start tomorrow, or let me go to the bathroom, let me take a shower, let me do my routine. And then all of a sudden, that thing that you wanted to do turns into a couple years later and you still haven't touched it. So right now, whatever you have not done that you need to do, that you've been wanting to do, start speaking to yourself kindly. That's one of the points that I wanted to make. How we view ourselves will be how others view us, right? Because we end up attracting the kind of people that we have in our environments, whether we know it or not. Now it's time to be strategic. You got your information about having sticky notes all over the place. There's no reason why we can't be inspired at some point in the day by ourselves doing and putting in the work. But inside of all of us, inside of me, inside of you, we do need to start speaking kindly to ourselves. Take everybody else out the picture and start speaking kindly to yourself. Start saying kind words to yourself, like, I love you. You are necessary. You are needed. You are loved. How many of you can say honestly to yourself that you are loved? Not that you're loved, but you are loved. That you are the kind of person, a human being that God, your maker, creator, whoever you believe in, created to be loved. Right? Look at yourself and understand that you are loved. Even though I can speak for myself, even though sometimes things go through my mind about certain individuals that, may not be so kind, but it doesn't take away the fact that I am loved. I'm not going to hold myself hostage for maybe having an off moment about a situation that I reacted to quickly instead of slowing down, remembering that I am loved. And remembering that my love, just like what Wellness with Frugal Mama said, our love can reunite a whole entire generation. Maybe the generations that we're in now might take a little longer, but there are people who are growing and they're going to glow just by your glow, just by your light. You know how, I don't know if any of you have gone to church, but for the New Year's Eve service, when I used to go to the New Year's Eve service, we used to do the candlelight section where we had one light, one candle that was lit, and then everybody else tipped their candle into the next candle to light. That's what the coming generation is doing. They're just waiting for us to have a good light. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just a light that they can grow and also glow and then share that with others. So start speaking kindly to yourself. Start being gentle with yourself. Again, the words and the disappointments that we hold for our own selves often determine how we have an outlook on life in general. Be gentle with yourself. We are all full of mistakes. It's okay, but we don't have to allow those mistakes to be running our lives. But just know that we do make mistakes. Don't hold yourself that harsh. Be gentle with yourself. We're learning as we're going along. You know what I mean? I've mentioned it once before, a couple times when I used to do Hello World every day, how our parents, like if we look at the age that our parents were when we were born, some of them were in their 20s. Some of them were in their early 20s. Some of them were teenagers. How in the world are we going to hold them that much accountable for things that they didn't know, but they were growing just like we? So be gentle with yourself if you have some ideas and notions that may not fit who you are becoming right now. Don't be so hard, be gentle. And then also, while you're being gentle and while you're speaking good and loving yourself, you will see your circle change. Your circle will become more beneficial. And when I say beneficial, whatever course that God, our maker, creator, or whoever you believe in has mapped out for our lives, there are certain people that need to be in our lives in order for us to fulfill the purposes that we were supposed to have or are supposed to have. But once we start allowing all of these things to start falling into place, you're going to understand, like, you're not going to fight the fight of like, dang, why does this person, or why do I keep on running to people who betray me or are not showing as much love and genuineness that I show? Because now you would have attracted those people. You won't even have that argument anymore in your head. You won't even think those things in your head. So if you have not had fulfilling relationships, friendships, dating life, or whatever it is that you are right now, think about yourself and where you are. Do you understand that you are loved? Do you speak gently to yourself? Do you give yourself enough time to heal when things happen? Do you give yourself enough room to grow? Do you give yourself the opportunity to know that you should be growing every day? And growing every day doesn't necessarily mean that we're in a school. Could be just picking up a book. It could be being in somebody's live. It could be starting a different venture, doing the thing that you're afraid of most. Because guess what? At some point in time when we were growing, we were afraid to do things, but we just did it because that was growth. We didn't associate it with, oh my goodness, I'm growing. I need to learn how to do things on my own. We just did it. At what point are we going to go back to just allowing life to just be done? Not DONE, but just to do. I think that's something that we could think about. Just living our lives and understanding that without humanity, we can't grow. Without humbling yourself and showing yourself and being honest with yourself that you have messed up certain parts of your life, but you're not going to allow that to make the next phase of your life what it is. When are we going to start healing? Hmm? We all know that there are things, maybe you do, maybe you don't know. But maybe today is a time to recognize that there are things that we do need to work on or that you do need to work on. Wellness talked about it earlier. I am Tracy Lee talked about it. I'm talking about it. This conference is about us thinking about life different, thinking about who we are, picking up from where we left off. Or if you haven't left anything, becoming stronger and becoming more fine tuned with what you're doing, right? What if you do? Well, if you are a content creator and you just want to do content because you want to do it, that's fine. But at some point in time, you have to challenge yourself to do more than just what you want to do, right? Because, like Iron Tracy Lee said, our lives are not our own. And once you realize that your life is not your own, you will become more easy on yourself because you know that somebody is in need of what you have to offer. You don't have to go looking for anything. Somebody's always absorbing the things that you do. They could absorb the things that you don't even say verbally, but your gestures. They could absorb things that you do say. They could absorb the videos that you do put out. I'm not going to lie. When I stopped doing Hello World, I was just like, what else am I going to do now? Right? I started thinking that I was boring, and that, you know, I don't know. What else am I going to put out? If there's no Hello World, what else can I do? But guys, there's so many things that I could do. I did cooking, I did exercising, I did little shorts. The point is, I'm never going to give up. I don't care how boring I may seem to myself, it doesn't matter. Because as long as I use this tongue the way that God, maker, creator, or whoever you believe in has intended it to be, which is to do nothing but try your best to show love as often as you can and as many times as you can, then what you say is not boring and it's going to be of interest to the right people who need it at the right time. It's not about the glory and the fame. It never will be, guys. We should not be putting ourselves or others on pedestals that they can't live up to. Because at some point in time, we all are going to reach rock bottom. And if we're all at rock bottom, who's going to help us up? So be gentle with yourself. Speak loving words to yourself because people are only going to treat you how you treat yourself. If you treat yourself with high respect and high regard, and you take care of this vessel that you've been gifted for however many ageless years that we have, you're going to have people who appreciate you. You're going to appreciate yourself, and then you're going to appreciate that this thing that's right here is a gift. Some people will never make it to 10. Some people will never make it to 1. Some people will never make it to 60, 40, 30, 20. But wherever you are right now, you've made it and are making it. So start loving everything about you. And there's always things that you can fix. If it's a physical thing that you don't like, fix it. Find a way. We find ways to do things that we want. And most of the times it's by any means necessary. Trust me. I just want all of us to really start reviewing how beautiful we are, how amazing that we are, and the fact that we've been given the time that we have been given. And maybe you have been using it to the best of your ability. Maybe you were unaware that you could use it to the best of your ability, but you're aware now. And you're aware that no matter what trials or tribulations that you may go through on a daily basis, you got to be thankful. I know people who have it all and lost it all at the same time, but still have it all. I know people who don't have much of anything, but they still show gratitude. Now, you tell me, how rich they are, because their spirit is in the receptive mode and they're always going to be protected. Don't be worried about the material things because you can't take that with you. But the legacy that you leave, that's going to move forward. That's going to go on. Nobody's going to be like, oh, yeah, this person was a millionaire. This person was a thousandaire. They're going to remember how you treated them. They were going to remember how you treated yourself. They may not say it all the time, but subliminally, they're going to know that. So start loving yourself and start treating yourself kindly. Start eating good if you're not. I'm speaking to myself too, y'all. Let me tell you this quick story, right? So while I was working today, you guys know I have my books, right? So there was a lady that came to the table and she was looking at all of the items. They liked the socks and whatnot. And then she saw my quote socks, right? And then I was like, yeah, that's my second book. And then she said, where are your others? So I showed her the other books. She skimmed through two of them. But then when she got to the vision board book, she was flipping through. And then she stopped at one page. She started crying, y'all. I felt bad. I was like, you want some tissue? Because I was like, what do you do when somebody reads something that you have written down? The power of the tongue, wrote down, and it affected her that way. She literally was crying. And when her, I guess it was her daughter that was with her, she was like, oh, wow, you were crying about that one. She was like, I can't even breathe. She's like, I didn't come over here for this. I was like, I'm sorry. But if I did not do what I had been doing, I would not have been able to touch her, and she would not have been able to touch me. Because seeing that something that I wrote down from something that I experienced or something that I saw, how it affected her that way. Like people always be like, yeah, this is good, but I haven't had a crier. But that goes back to say what I am Tracy Lee said. We are little, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but we're little gifts to other people. I didn't know that it was going to affect her. I didn't know that what I had to say would have that kind of effect on somebody. Perfect stranger. I don't even remember her name. Oh, yes, I do. Her name was Diana because I signed a book for her. But you never know. And when I got to that event this morning, I was not in the best of moods. I felt like certain things weren't going right. And then I had to stop myself and show gratitude, like, Joy, you're supposed to be here. You got here. Settle down. Remember your purpose. Remember why you are here. It has nothing to do with how many sales you can get. It's about what I experienced that no one could ever have given me monetarily. The experience of seeing another human being that inspired or touched by something that I wrote a couple years ago, right? Because I published that book back in 2020, probably, or 21. I don't remember. But we are ageless, guys. So, whatever it is that you think that you cannot do, that will not have that much effect on this world, it does. It will. You may not see it, but trust and believe it will. Even if this woman did not come to the table and was emotional about something that I wrote from one of the quotes, pages aren't numbered. She was skimming through. So it happened right where she was supposed to see that. But if I didn't go through whatever it is, because she didn't tell me what quote it was, but if I didn't go through whatever it was that I wrote down at that time, it would not have been relatable to this person. The power of your tongue. Not every experience, not every bad experience is bad for you, but can be a building block for someone else who needs it more. I am a firm believer that the things that we go through, we can absolutely handle. But the testimony that we give, someone can't handle that. And imagine if you didn't share it. Imagine if you didn't go through it. Maybe they wouldn't be able to handle their life. I often talk about people who decide to end their lives. Imagine if what you had to give could help them through in order to get to the next step for help. But you got to go back to understanding how powerful this is, understanding how powerful it is when you love yourself, when you appreciate that you did not create you, and that whatever you have, however inadequate or adequate you may feel, you're at the point of where you are. And if you want to do more, then do more. But you can't give up. You cannot give up. You are not where you are, who you are, however ageless you are, to be here for no reason. So don't give up. Be gentle with yourself, love yourself, treat yourself kindly. And I guarantee the way you view humanity and the way you view God, your maker, creator, and the way you view others will turn into love. Because once this is love, it's going to flow with love and you're going to receive it. And everything that you've ever wanted, whether you know it or not, you're going to have. And then all of the goals that you may have had that may have been focused on monetary gain will change. And you'll be more happy, more fit emotionally. And you're going to grow. Because if you're not growing every day, you're not going to glow every day. And if you're not glowing every day, then you have to make those adjustments in order to be where you're supposed to be. Y'all, life is beautiful. Life is amazing. If you don't feel like any of that makes sense to you, then I guarantee you and I urge you to please start speaking kindly to yourself. Cry if you have to, if you can't even forge the words. Because there was a time in my life where I couldn't say anything good about myself because I didn't feel worthy. But the moment that I forced myself to start viewing myself in the light that God, creator, maker, whatever you believe in, created me to be, then it all started to make sense. And I am in full gratitude every day, the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm still working on my little short temper here and there. I'm a lot better. But, I'm more appreciative than I was last year of where I am and the things that I have. It's amazing to be able to say that you've been sustained by none of your will is amazing. And we all need to realize that. So that's all I really had to say. I'm going to have Wellness with Frugal Mama and Iron Tracy Lee come back up on the panel. If you guys have any questions for any of them, please, like I said, please subscribe and follow them. And your life is going to be enhanced. Everything that you have needed up until this point, you can get from others. These are a perfect example of Black excellence in women, who I'm thankful that I was able to run into and to meet. They've sold into my life, whether you guys know it or not. You sold into my life. Iron Tracy Lee, you already know. Wellness with Frugal Mama. If you didn't know, now you know. Like, I'm so grateful and I'm thankful that our lives have crossed and our paths have crossed. And if ever you need anything, always reach out. Like, if you need to talk or just share anything, just reach out, because that's what I want to be, is here for everybody. All right, so let me put them back on the stream. You guys are still muted.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes. So does anybody have anything in the chat that they want to ask? You guys have anything more you want to say? Because, like, for real, I was sitting here like,
That's what I was saying. I was over there like, yes, yes.
Yes.
I'm in the background talking about, thank you, yes. Over here, amen, hallelujah.
Yeah.
It was just very inspiring, encouraging. I mean, especially when you speak from a place that you've been, just ready to just give it all up. I too have shifted to the shorts and even sharing recipes, So I'm doing something different, but I'm not giving up, and I feel good about it.
And I'm glad we all kind of spoke about like what we say, how impactful what we say, not only to others, but to ourselves is. It's like power is powerful. And you have quotes everywhere. I do too. You can open up a cabinet in my house and it's some post-it note there.
Mm-hmm.
And I put some little notes in my kids' bag and stuff. I be like, I love you, mommy, love you.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
My children have mantras. Like, we all have mantras. You're like, I am, you are more than just your name. You are more, you are whatever you want to be. Ooh,
that's right.
I love it.
I love it too. That's actually some of the shorts I've been sharing, mantras, daily mantras every single day, especially to just encourage people that when you start saying this, you're going to start seeing this.
Right.
This shift the way that you, and it's not always easy when your reality is saying something different, but I am a witness that you can literally manifest what you want.
Yes, exactly. Like whatever you focus on, your actions will follow. So if you start to say these things, believe these things, then it has no other choice. Like I follow Life's Magical Journey, and she sent me this book, and it's saying that our subconscious mind does not know the difference between reality and non-reality. So we are so powerful, and if we just can realize that, and I mean, like, take away any selfishness, any fear and doubt. Oh, yeah. I mean, we might think that, our life is supposed to evolve and be a certain way, but you just open up and let it just be. What did she say? Just do. Yes.
Just do. Yeah, where your focus goes, your energy will flow.
Exactly.
And where your energy flows, it's going to align with that it's flowing to, and you're able to, it's going to flow back to you. Which is one of the things I learned. When you sit and you talk about people negatively, that's the energy that you're putting out. That's the energy that's going to come back. And so you're in this perpetual cycle of, I can't get a breakthrough. I can't come out of this because your mouth. Sometimes you just gotta watch what you say, pretty much. You better watch what you say.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't even I'm broke. I'm struggling. People like to struggle bus. No, baby, you may be going through a challenge right now, but you ain't struggling. We ain't not struggling over here. We like, hey, this is just a little stepping stool, and I got something on my vision board. Oh, y'all, let me show y'all right quick. I'm telling you, I'm not talking about this stuff. I'm actually being about this stuff.
Yes, I love it.
Okay, this talking about a detour. The next time something happened, that detour may have saved you from something.
That's right.
You gotta see it. You gotta believe it. It's everywhere around this camp, baby.
I love it. I love it.
Ain't nothing. You can't stop. And you talked about like you be this close of
Yes.
your breakthrough. I'm telling you, if you don't go through something right before, it's gonna come. It is going to come because God gotta know that you're ready for your blessing.
That's right.
God gotta know that you're ready for it. If you can't handle this, then why am I give you this?
Absolutely, and that's it.
And you got to make room for your blessing too. You got to make room for your blessing and let go of some of them toxins. Yep.
And they talk about that little digger. That digger, he was a mining, looking for the diamond in the rough. Kept digging and digging and digging. He was probably right here and said, "How man turned away." You could have just gone just a little bit further, and you would have been right there.
Yeah, something to think about. How many miracles have we walked away from? How many breakthroughs have we turned our back on because I'm just tired of digging. I'm tired of pressing. I'm tired of forging ahead. And then, ultimately we do get back to the place. And I love that you said that everything that we desire is waiting on us. The process is just preparing us for it. Yes. I want my stuff. I don't know about y'all.
I want it all.
That's right.
Exactly. I want it all. I want everything that's going to make this life right here more amazing than I could have imagined or planned it to be. Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I say. Don't even talk about the sky is the limit, baby. The sky is not the limit.
What is it? It's a view. It's just a view.
What sky? Out of universe. I don't even know what's out there. Galaxies, whatever else is out there.
I love that. Sky is not the limit. It's just a view.
Let's say the sky is not the limit. It's just the what?
It's just a view.
I like that. I like that.
Oh my! If y'all have not shared this live stream, what are you waiting for, honey?
I know, right?
Don't just keep this out to yourself. This has been powerful. Okay, yeah. I'm over here just like, oh yes,
my cheeks hurt.
Oh my gosh! But I'm exercising my face. I've been in strength training. And I've been seeing some. It ain't no keto body. That keto body was terrible. That keto body ain't had no muscles. That keto body was straight up and down. I ain't had a weight. But I ain't had body either. This go around, I'm getting cut and chiseled and
there you go.
Strong and all of that.
Don't it feel good to feel strong?
It feels incredible. It feels incredible.
Yeah. I took a tent, like when I was leaving the event today, I didn't get to the gym today. So I had the tent, I had the weights, I had the bag of socks, and I had my book bag and my purse, and I was just and the walk to the car was about a mile, right?
Oh, you got it in, sis.
Girl, I said, girl, lift your legs higher. Work on the legs, lift them high. And I was like, I can't, but it hurts. I kept going and going. I said, all right, you almost to the car. If you get to the car, you're gonna get what you wanted. And that's how I keep pushing myself, because it's like, if you go ahead and finish this, if you pass it, then you're going to get what you've been wanting, right? So even if it doesn't come true, at least it got me to the end.
It did. And you had a full body workout in the process.
I had a full body workout.
Leg day, arm day, back day, glute day. It was the day. Everything day.
Yes. And I got my cardio. I was sweating by the time I got to the car. I was like, woo. But it was good though. It was good. So, I definitely enjoyed this. And like the way it came up, I just said, I had put it out there and I said, if anybody wants to speak, just let me know. Cause this is about all of us. This is not a joy thing. This is not a Be the Difference thing. It just happens to be on a platform. And I just said, you know what? This is year 3. I forgot. This is typically done in September. And I said, well, who can I ask? And I was like, I didn't even know. But then I just said, you know what? Let me ask Wellness and let me ask Tracy Lee and see if they'll do it.
I feel honored.
And they said, you guys said yes. And we didn't even talk every day, but we all ended up talking about the same thing. I'm telling you, I don't write notes, but I wrote it down this week. I wrote it down earlier this week what I wanted to talk about. And I said, it just hit me, the power of the tongue and how much. Y'all, please just start seeing your value. You know what I mean? Just see your value, and I guarantee your life is going to get better. And just like that, you talked about everything that I had on my list. I am Tracy Lee.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, I even say that about other people who you say like, oh, everybody I interact with, I try to see something good in them. And speaking into it, I'm reading How to Influence Friends, something, whatever the book is by Dale Carnegie right now too. And it said the same thing that I have been trying to implement. It just reinforced that I'm on the right track. When you start seeing things and it reinforces that you heading in the right direction, that is like, okay, just keep going. Because like, yeah, I don't care if it's somebody homeless. You know what? Well, I bet they happy because they ain't got to worry about no bills, no electricity.
That's right.
I try to find something beautiful.
That's right.
In everything and everybody. And because that, like you said, that everything is energy. It's either transferred or it's holding on to it.
That's
if
right.
It's negative, you hold on to it. In order to get that negative out, you gotta overwhelm it with positivity.
That's right. Yes, you gotta overwhelm it with positivity. Another point that you made, Queen Wellness, was that accountability partners are powerful. And so, I find that helps me as well. My trainer is my accountability partner. And she will hit me up like, I need you in the gym 3 days a week. I'm like, well, I just want to do 3 days.
Okay.
If I gotta push out a couple of more reps, she's right there pushing me. I'm going to give up. One time I felt like I was going to pass out. We're going to count to 10 and you're going to get back up and do it. And I see myself when I'm working out. I see myself how I desire to be. That's my push. You got to see it to see it. When you start to see it, you're going to start to see it, if that makes any sense. When you start to see it, you're going to start to see it. And that's what I'm seeing. And, I'm grateful for her being my accountability partner. But I think it's imperative when people are in a hard place to find you somebody you trust to be accountable to, and then accept that accountability, because accountability partners ain't going to come and skip you through the tulips. They're going to be on you. So, accept it.
Yeah.
She said, "Skip you through the tulips."
Oh, it ain't going down like that. They coming with a whip, honey, to get you. And it's good for you. It's good for you. That's another reason I say my circle is a dot, because the people that are in my life, they can correct me. I'm open for that. I want to be a better person. They know that I'm trying to get to the best version of me, and I know that they're trying to get to the best version of them. And so we're not a group of people who are easily offended. You know what I'm saying? We're in our feelings, especially knowing that when we do check one another, it's in the vein of love. It's so that I'm not going to have you out here looking crazy. I'm not going to have you out here acting unseemly. Get in line and get yourself together. And so I think that's powerful as well, when you can trust somebody to be accountable to, and vice versa.
That's right. And that's one of the reasons why I just recently became a certified personal trainer and a certified health coach. And what's so funny, for years I was like, nope. I kept saying nope, because I didn't want to be responsible for anybody else. I didn't want to be accountable for anybody else. But I'm like, we're not in this world alone.
That's right.
It's like, this is your destiny. You just saying no. But you are never going to be as happy as you could possibly be as long as you denying your purpose.
That's right.
It just kept turning around. Okay, corporate trainer. Now, okay, I did that for 9 years. They sent me to different states, even to Canada, to train people at the corporate level.
Wow. Okay.
I was trying to say, girl, just do what I'm trying to tell you to do, and stop denying your purpose and my plan for you. And then it came back around, and I started watching a whole bunch of not a whole bunch, it was only 3 personal trainers. They was like, okay, I was like, they was all older, and I was like, oh yeah, this good, I can do this. But I was like, I can't nobody convince you to do what you know you're supposed to do.
That's right.
The last thing I'm gonna say, because I'm gonna get over that problem here, but the last thing I want to say is, don't think that just because somebody else do something that you can do it. You can do it because you can do it. Whatever it is, you can do it because you can do it. Don't compare yourself to nobody else.
Right.
Don't try to be like nobody else. Whoever you are, be you, honey, because God needed you. Otherwise, we'd be like the Stepford wives. Everybody be the same, look the same, walk the same, live the same. No, it's so much diversity, so much love here, and we all can give it our own individual way. So don't give up on your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, whatever they may be. Do you?
I know that's right. I'm gonna put you guys on the on the solo panel. So if you want to talk about, tell everybody how they can follow you. And definitely, I'm Tracy Lee. Tell everybody about your vitamins, okay?
Mhm.
Whatever you got going on business wise, whatever you got going on, just tell everybody that, okay? Um,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna start with you, wellness. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I just gave my dissertation, but but yes, please follow me. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all that, TikTok, wherever it is. It's Wellness with Frugal Mama everywhere. But I just my number one thing that I wanted to convey is don't give up on you. And if you in a place, remember that trouble don't like that. What that song? What other thing Mr. Terry put in there? Trouble don't last always. Trouble in my pack. Let the cry sometime. Okay, but yeah, just follow me on everything and reach out to me. But like I said, if you come to the morning workout, don't think it's just gonna be a physical workout, because we're working at the mind and the soul as well as the body. Because when those things are in balance, life is a little bit more manageable. We cannot say that we're gonna fix one dimension without making sure that everything else is in alignment, because we're not one dimensional creatures, one-dimensional beings. And we weren't born in a world alone, so we all need each other. So there, come to the morning live, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, 7 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, and inspire and encourage yourself, and inspire and encourage one another. Together we stand, divided we fall. We tighter than pantyhose, 3 sizes small. Keep on smiling, y'all, and don't give up. Peace.
Guys, you can find me online at I am Tracy Lee on YouTube. I am Tracy Lee on Instagram. I have several things happening right now and a couple of new channels. I do have a podcast. It is called Melanin TTV, and we are live. I have a co-host. We're live every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, you guys also I have the YouTube channel for Melanin TV, so you can subscribe to it if you want to be a part of the podcast. If you're an Anchor or Spotify, it's also under Melanin TV. I'm currently the CEO and proprietor of Locks and T LLC. It is a wellness business, health and wellness, natural health and wellness business, holistic. And we too are in the business of helping people get to the place of achieving wellness, mind, body, and spirit. And so we cater to the whole man. And so we have sea moss, organic sea moss, both the gel and the capsules. We have all types of herbal remedies, teas, detoxes, and you can find a whole plethora of things for your wellness needs without the side effects. Let me just throw that out there, without the side effects at my link tree, which is linktree link.tr/locks and T LOCXNTEA. And so, yeah, I am on YouTube. I'm uploading currently once a week now, but I'm uploading 4 or 5 shorts a day. So if you want to check it out, you can definitely tap into I am Tracy Lee. And it's like I said, there's a lot going on. I'm in ministry as well. So I have a ministry YouTube channel, which is 365 Intentional. And you can follow my ministry page on Instagram at Adullam Reset Ministries. And it's like I said, it's a lot going on, but we keeping up with the flow with our passion and our purpose. And again, I just want to leave this with you guys, just as our sister did. The theme of tonight is never give up. Remember your why when you are feeling like that's it for me. Remember why you started. You still got 69 days left in 2022. There's a whole lot that could be done between now and December 31st, 2022, and you can finish strong. Again, I want to put it out there, and just you may want to put it down on one of your sticky notes so you can remind yourself when you put limitations on what you can do, achieve, and accomplish in your life, that the sky is not the limit, it's just the view.
I know that's right. Y'all, that was so dope. So my name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. Thank you all for being here, supporting all of us. And this is for all of us. So I hope that you were filled. I hope that you started thinking about life a little differently. Um, You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook at B as in boy, T as in Tom, D as in dog, LLC. I try to post something inspirational every day on the platforms, just short little videos. I'm trying to ramp back up my YouTube channel as well. So definitely check out the channel and the different things on the channel. Um, I try my best to support everybody as often as I can. So you may see me and I try my best. But I'm definitely saying that yes, I agree that I am Tracy Lee. The vitamins that I had, they were really good. I have to reorder some. It was the CMOS vitamins. So definitely check that out because I want to be well inside. I want my gut to be healthy. Um, but definitely check out BeTheDifferenceLLC.com for the hoodie, the books, or anything. Just remember the purpose is to inspire the person wearing and those that see the messages. So I appreciate you guys for being here at another YouTube We the People Presents Never Give Up YouTube conference. If you are interested in being on one of the panels or if you want to host it, then just let me know. This is for all of us, not just like I said before, it's not a Be the Different thing, it's all of us. So I hope you guys have a beautiful night and whatever you do, never give up. So, my name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, and I and all of us are signing out from another YouTube conference. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you soon.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am the host of the CEO Corner. And as always, I have an opportunity to bring to you all opportunities to be able to meet some women that are really doing some really great things out there, right? And so our CEOs on the move are making a difference, not just in their local community, but they are making a move and making an impact on the community worldwide at this point. One of the good things that I must say about COVID is that it's really helped us to elevate and expand our exposure so that we're able to connect and really help and inspire and motivate people all around the world. And so very excited to be able to introduce to you today our newest guest, who is one of our contributing CEOs for our upcoming affirmations book, Affirmations of a CEO on the Move. And so with that, I am looking forward to introducing you to her. So with a master's in counseling, a certification in life coaching, and 20 years in the corporate world, Denise Hansard, she's mastered transformation in her own life, along with sharing and helping others to shift transformation into their lives as well. She's an expert in transformation. So I'm very excited to be able to welcome Denise onto the stage so that, again, you can learn how she has mastered transformation in her life and how she helps others to do the same. So with that, let's bring Denise onto the stage with us. Hello, hello,
Hello.
hello, Denise.
Hey, Tiffany, and thank you. That was such an excellent introduction. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Glad just to have an opportunity to be able to introduce you to our audience. Can't not wait until we get to the latter end of this so you can really kind of dive deep into your affirmation. But before we get to that part, let's talk just a little bit about Denise. Like when you're not on the clock, when you're not transforming lives, I would love to know, what does the day-to-day life look for you on the weekend when you're not on the clock, when it's just you and your family kind of hanging out? Tell us a little bit about Denise when she's not working.
So you want to know the real me
The
beyond
real
that.
me.
the girl who comes out and plays on the weekend. Well, I live in this beautiful area that is sitting in the mountains of Western North Carolina.
Okay.
So if I'm not hiking or doing zip lining on a gorge that I just did, or I'm not hanging out at the equestrian center doing volunteer work with horses and riders and everything like that, you can probably find me working on my novel. That's a hobby of mine. I decided to write a novel, and so
Okay.
I am about a third of the way into it.
Okay.
Or you can find me on Zoom calls with family and friends,
Okay.
because it's still about keeping up with others and that wonderful compassion communication.
All right. So, I'm kind of excited to hear about the novel, and I don't know how much of that you want to share. I don't want to press too hard, but if you could give us just a small, this is tiny sneak peek, what would you share?
About my novel?
Yes, ma'am. I would love to know this,
Okay.
what inspired you to write it? And then two, what do you hope to accomplish? What is it that you hope to bring, to the lives of your readers that will connect with it?
It's fiction. So I just want to bring adventure and
Okay.
deep thought into it.
Okay. Okay.
Why did I do it? All of my life I have written, and I have a book, a business book called Suffering and Comfort. I have that. And I knew there was more that I wanted to do. And so I've always wanted to be an author. And so I just decided to take that step into it, got into a coaching program and started writing. And there is a process behind writing a fictional novel. And so I will read you.
Oh,
See, I have my little cheat sheet here because it keeps me motivated on what
okay.
they call a log line. Okay. During a global pandemic, a controlling, successful, retirement-bound executive woman is asked to move back to her childhood home to honor her mother's only wish to die at home, where she's forced to come to terms with their love-hate relationship, bound together by one harrowing, deadly event, or risk losing the fairy tale life she's so carefully constructed for herself.
Denise, I feel like that brings a memory back to me a little bit about maybe one of our initial conversations.
Yes.
And if you're comfortable sharing, because I think that connects to the plot in that book, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, ma'am, it does. It doesn't matter what you write. There's always a small part of yourself within it. It's just that we add a bunch of other storylines to it and tags to it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one that basically happened to me. I mean, I'm not retiring yet, even though, you're getting the phone calls of saying, hey, it's about time for Medicare. What are you going to do? And I'm like, I'm not there yet. Call me back later. But I did move back. I moved home to take care of my mom as she was not doing well during the pandemic. Her health had begun to deteriorate. And in the family, I was the one that could, as an entrepreneur, do my work basically from anywhere. And I made the decision with my brother and sisters that I would move home and take care of mom and do my work from there. And it was the best 5 months of my life. And it was probably one of the hardest 5 months of my life because that's how much longer I had with her and being able to be at home with her and take care of her. And brought a lot of clarity in my relationship with myself, with her, and our relationship together, and even with my siblings.
Okay. Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
To me, just being a woman of faith, that just kind of reminds me that, God causes all things to work out for our good. So, the loss of a loved one does not feel good in and itself at all. But, the beauty of being able to come home and to spend time with them, and then be able to make connections and have those last conversations and things that, in general, we may have put off or might not have even had a realization that we even needed to have a conversation about, to have that time, to have those discussions. Those are a major gift. And so something that should be treasured. I'm kind of curious. I think we may have talked a little about this before, but again, there's been so much loss just over the past couple of years, because of COVID. Just and with you coming out of that season of grief, if you don't mind kind of sharing just a little bit with our audience, and especially since you are a counselor, just kind of talk a little bit about the grieving process, what that looked like for you, and then what coping techniques or things that you would kind of share with someone who may be experiencing grief even now as it pertains to their mindset and their heart, and being able to, process it all and be able to move forward, and not get stuck in the valley of grief.
Yeah. Well, this wasn't my first experience on losing a very, very dear loved one. My partner of 8.5 years had committed suicide about 20 something years before. And so I'd been through that process and did not go through it very well. Let me tell you that, because I totally lost myself in the grief process and took way too long, probably about 12 years, to really work through it. Even though I did reach out and I had help, I had a counselor, a grief counselor with me that helped me to work through things. There were still things that I held on to. And with my mother, yes, I still grieve for her. I still go through the process. And yet at the same time, I think because I had that time with her to be able to see the amount of pain that she was in, because she was in tremendous amount of pain, that her body was failing her, even though her spirit wasn't. It was a blessing for her, even though it was a huge loss for me. And as we have lost way, way too many people to the pandemic and other things caused by that, everybody has to feel what they feel. You have to go through the feelings. That was the first thing that I want to say, because I didn't honor my feelings before. I felt that I had to stuff them down because everybody wanted me to be better. They didn't want to see me unhappy and grieving. They just wanted me to move on. And so I played that role, but it created a lot of dissonance in my life of who I was, what I was doing, how I dealt with it, other relationships in my life, not just friends, but loved ones, and the potential of a new love relationship, a new partner with that. And so with this one, having gone through that and seeing what I did before, writing a book about it, Suffering and Comfort, I recognized that I needed to grieve in my own way. And sometimes that was just spending days crying, on and off. Other times I would just talk to her out loud. And she has this way of coming to me in dreams to say, I hear you, So there's always messages that loved ones are going to give us because they want us to be better at the same time. And having been a year out in March, it was about still honoring the family, all of us still talking to each other and honoring the day of her passing on to a better life with everything. Never forgetting, but not deciding to stay where you are, not choosing to wallow in the grief, asking for help and seeking that out. Because I've definitely been very open and honest with friends, with family members on my feelings and what went on, what transpired, and how I was still dealing with everything.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
So in your, when I read your bio out, it said you had 20 years of coaching, and specifically transformational life coaching. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that initial close loved one, the suicide, that kind of helped you along the way as far as this kind of going in that direction,
Mhm.
career-wise? If so, kind of speak to that. And if not, what led you in that direction?
Well, it did, and I was working in my counseling business before he passed away. After he passed away, I just couldn't deal with trying to help someone else heal
Mhm.
and be whole. So I went into the corporate world, and it was the corporate world. I had 20 years
Okay.
there.
Okay.
And I utilized my counseling and worked through my own grief through that process of being in corporate. But it
Mhm.
was that journey of what I worked through that once I was let go from the corporate world, which is another grieving process and everything, and I'll tell that story in a minute. I was able to start my own business and to recognize that I made it through one of the most difficult times of my life.
Mhm.
And if I could do that, I could do anything. And so next year will be my 10th year in coaching as a life coach,
Okay.
which I know the corporate world and the events that happened in my life and my master's in counseling, I bring all of that together to help my clients in looking deep inside to dig deep and find out who they are, what's their gifts they bring to the world, what's their purpose, and how do they put it into a very easy way for them to live their life moving on, to value themselves.
Very
So I
good.
do
Very
all of
good.
that. Yeah.
So tell us the story.
Okay. It's going to go into the other part if you'd like
That's
to
fine.
for
Yeah,
the
we can transition.
affirmation.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
transition in that. I actually, there's a small piece of, you said just a little snippet earlier, and I was like, oh, that's going to be a great transition straight into her affirmation. But we have plenty of time. We have plenty of time. So
Okay.
I'd love
Yeah.
to hear the story.
So I have plenty of stories, but I want to focus in on the one that a lot of people don't really think about as a grieving process, and yet it is. It's being let go
Mhm.
from a corporate job, your identity.
Mhm. Mhm.
My story on all of that was that I was feeling unsettled in the corporate world for probably a couple of years, and I was job hopping. And that's how I knew that I was feeling unsettled. And it was like the last company I went to, I knew from day one that not so sure it was a good move because it just what they wanted, what they said they wanted me to do. Suddenly I came in and they put handcuffs on me and said, yeah, we want you to do that, but you can't do it this way. And basically, they said, you can't upset anybody, you can't say no to anyone. And I said, you do realize, as because I was a pricing professional, and what do pricing people always do? They say no, and you know,
Okay.
I said, I'm going to be changing the processes. So telling me not to change and not to have anybody dislike me or say no to them. I said, I can't do my job. And they said, oh, you'll be fine. Do what you can. Well, it took about 8 months for them to realize that that was not working, and for me to, realize also within myself that it wasn't working because I was waking up dreading going into a job.
Yeah,
Gosh,
you
that's
spend
the
too much time there,
worst.
not to
Yeah,
be fulfilled, it's
exactly.
second home. You spend more time there, honestly, than you
Mhm.
probably do really at home awake to begin with. So that needs to be there needs to be a certain sense of safety, even on the job front, in my opinion.
Exactly, exactly. So, having gone through everything I'd gone through before with the loss of my loved one, how I dealt with things and moving into a new position,
Mhm.
yeah, the fear was coming up, definitely coming up. I had a meeting with my boss at the end of the day. And we
Mhm.
all know that when you've got a meeting at the end of the day, it's usually not a good thing,
Mhm.
you know, when you've seen other layoffs coming, having happened. And I could feel it within myself of the fear coming up and wondering, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Because I feel like I'm losing myself. I'm losing all of me. Not just the six figures I was making, the identity of having something to do every day, regardless of how it made me feel, but who I was to other people.
Mhm.
And so when he came in and he sat down and he looked at me and he said, Denise, we're going to have to let you and your whole department go. It's just not working. And I could feel the fear beginning to bubble up, and I could feel the tears beginning to come to my eyes.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, it was like, oh my gosh, this is fabulous. It was that feeling of, freedom that
Almost
came
like
over
relief.
me. Exactly, exactly. And I looked at him and I said, thank you. This is a blessing in disguise. Needless to say, he wasn't expecting that reaction. He jumped up out of his chair and he said, go to HR. And he stumbled out of the office. He was ready. His story was he was ready for the tears and to console me and everything like that. He wasn't ready for the acceptance that I had.
Mhm.
And he did come back later because I had to stay another 3 weeks after he told me that. And I'm like,
Okay.
oh, okay, fine. He came back and he said, I want to thank you for being the professional that you were with that. And I said, that's the person you hired.
Mhm. Very
So, yeah. But as we come into any story that we have in our life, we get to decide how we're going to define or allow that story to define us. I could have been like everybody else and just burst into tears and lamenting and saying, oh my God, please don't let me go. Surely there's another position in this company, you know? And I recognized that I wasn't happy. So why hang on to it?
Yes, 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 yes. So again, for our listeners, affirmations of a CEO on the move is our upcoming affirmation journal, and Denise is one of our contributing CEOs, and so this is one of her affirmations that you see on the screen now. And so, Denise, I'm going to step away for a moment. I'm going to give you a few minutes, right? And I want you to speak out, to speak directly to the heart of one of our listeners that's probably in the same space of transitioning, right? And so it may be that, hey, that she's been let go from a job or let go from something, some phase in life. She's transitioning again. It could be relationship, or she's coming up and feeling like what you said, that uneasiness, like change is coming. May not even be sure what the change is, but you just kind of get that thing. I do that. I just get a feeling. I feel as if for Tiffany, responsibility for me starts to wane away. I find whenever change is coming, the things that I've been holding on to, the things that I've been responsible for, one by one, they seem to be stripped away from me. And when that happens, I know that that's a sign that
Yeah.
there's a major change coming along, and I get nervous and uneasy every single time. I would love for you to take some moments out and just speak directly to the heart of that young lady that might be out listening that's in that same spot now. And so I give
Definitely.
you the floor.
All right. Thank you. So let me put it like this, guys. We all have stories, and we have stories that sometimes we don't need to be hanging on to, because there's stories of everything that has happened to us, of rejection, of lack of abundance, or stories of not being liked, not being good enough. And I know you can probably think of a couple of those stories that happened in your life, just as I've had stories in my life just like that. And I only told you one of them. So think about your stories. Within every story that we tell ourselves, 95% of every story we tell ourselves is just our perspective on that story. 5% is truth. So if 95% is a perspective, you get to rewrite that 95%. You get to change your story to have it any way you want. You know what the outcome is. It's just the emotions that you tied to your perspective on that story that you get to allow yourself to grow from there once you change that story. I told you that one story of being let go from a corporate job, and it was a very nice corporate job, except that I absolutely hated it. I didn't want to go into work, but it was the 6 figures. It was having a director, senior director title. It was that identity that I had been of a person for 20 years. And it was that thing of the fear coming up and recognizing that I could let these stories that I'd had before in my life of feeling rejected, of feeling not enough, and choose to move forward in a different way. And so I'll give you an exercise, and I know this is going to help you. Think back on a story that kind of gets you all tied up inside with various emotions that you just can't quite let go of. It just kind of niggles in the back of your brain. Think of that story. Write that story out tell that story to yourself. If you're looking in the mirror, if you're writing it out, it doesn't matter, journaling, whatever works for you. Then go back and look at it and decide, how much of this story do I want to hold on to? And I'm going to ask you to not choose the lack version or the not enough version, but you want to let go of the emotions behind that perspective of how it happened in your life. See it differently, or see how you could have changed it, even with yourself, so that you're beginning to build the structure within yourself and the discipline to choose how you're going to define your life through any story that happens to you, just like I did in that one story. Because of the events that had happened before in my life, with losing a loved one and feeling totally abandoned and rejected and grieving and carrying it for way too long, I had that experience. And I said, that story is no longer my story. And I choose to see that whatever challenges come into my life, they're opportunities. And I get to see the blessing and the silver lining in each and every one of them. So as you're rewriting your story, see it from a perspective of having abundance, of being an expert, of loving yourself, seeing your value, your worth, the truth of it all, and live from that story, because that's what it's really about. Making choices about the stories of your life, of what you're going to stick to. You're on mute.
I seem to do that every week. But I was saying, I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. I like, and instantly as you're talking, first of all, let me say this. So you have this way of delivering that is so peaceful. I love that, like you have a really great way of, as you're telling your story, I could just see people, if they're listening out in the audience, their level of anxiety just coming down from a 10 to a 6 to a 5 to a 4 and landing probably right around that 3 level, to where from that point they can intelligently process what's really happening and be able to differentiate emotion from fact. And so I love your style of just kind of being able to just kind of talk people through, talk us down from where we're at. And so want to make sure I say that. But then I love just the practical way, the practical guide that you've given us, something that we can, you can just start and do today. Like, as soon, for anybody out there that's listening, as soon as we dismiss from now, like, again, we all have stories, right? She said that we have multiple stories. And if you're anything like me, the thing that I find that I'm rehearsing, it's the negative part of the story. I rarely do I land on the good parts of the story, or, deciding, like, I love what you said. It's decide. It really boils down to deciding how I'm going to let that story affect tomorrow, right?
Yes.
How am I going to let it affect my mindset? How am I going to look at, like, I get to choose how to respond to the thing instead of letting the thing define me. I love that, love that, love that. Instantly, I had multiple things really kind of come to my mind immediately. I had a situation that popped up on me last Friday morning. And I was in tears, really. Actually, Thursday morning, I was in tears over this thing. It was because, again, I was rehearsing all the negative portions of it. But by Friday morning, I was like, oh, it's okay that happened, because I can take from it. I can take A, B, and C from it, and I can use that to move forward into next week, instead of, again, just rehearsing all the negative parts of it. So I love that, writing down the story and then making the choice to choose what you want to move forward with, and then taking the rest of it and putting it in the trash, boiling that piece of paper up, throwing it in the trash. That's the part that you've decided that is not going to move forward with into tomorrow with you. So thank you very much. I love that, love that, love that. Thank you. Again, for those of you who would like to be able to connect with Denise for multiple reasons. It could be that you want to be able to connect with her on the professional side so that you can maybe use some of her services. In just a moment, I will make sure that we put on the screen here how to connect with her, and she can tell you a little bit about that. But before we jump into that, what I want to talk to you a little bit again about the affirmation journal that's coming up. So that affirmation that you saw on the screen earlier, that is Denise's contribution, one of 5 affirmations that she has submitted to be a part of the journal. And so we would love for you to be able to get a copy of that. We will begin pre-sales for the journal next week, and you'll be able to go to Denise's website in order to grab it. Also, you can connect with Denise at uncommoncourage.cc/affirm CEO. When you go to that website, you can click on Denise's face, and then that's going to take you directly to her website so that you can purchase copies of the affirmation journal directly from her. And again, the wonderful thing about the journal is that you can do one of the exercises that she just mentioned. You'll have plenty of space in there to write down, situations that have come up that have been heavy on your heart, but just making the decision that you're going to move forward in tomorrow with a different outlook, with a different perspective. You're not going to focus on the negative portions of that story, but you're going to be intentional to grab hold of the things, that portion of that story that can really make a positive impact on you and making that positive impact on your tomorrow. So Denise, thank you again for sharing that. Now, as we wind down, we have another minute or so before we're closing out. Denise, take a little bit of time again. Tell them again tell them a little bit of what you do. About what? I am just stumbling over my words. Tell them what is it that you do professionally, and then where they can connect with you.
Definitely. Thank you, Tiffany. So what I do professionally is I work with mostly women and some men on transitions in life. It's like you could be changing a job, changing a career, starting your own business. You could be shifting into that retirement age. And you want to know what to do next. You're not retiring from life, you're just retiring from the corporate world. And so I help you to lay out a plan, find out what your purpose is, your gifts with everything, and then set some actionable steps with tools to take you through the process of transition and change. It's not easy, it is needed. And like you said, I keep things easy. I have so many tools that all of my clients go, "Oh my God, that's so easy, Denise." And I'm going, "Yes, because I want you to remember it and do it." Mm-hmm. And so it's holding you accountable, giving you the support through the transitions of your life. And how can they reach me? DeniseHansard.com. Go to YouTube. It's Denise Hansard Life Coach, I believe, that's out there. I'm on Instagram, I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, Coaching to Dream, all of those. And reach out to me. You can even send me an email, denise@denisehansard.com.
All right. Very good, Denise. Thank you again. Definitely appreciate your coming on. I'm looking forward to being able to connect you with some of our readers. Again, we want to make sure that you guys follow Denise. She's excellent. Just listening today, she just gave you just a little one exercise that is something that you can go and just begin to do immediately to kind of help you again move from point A to point B where your mindset is concerned. And again, that's the whole point of affirmations. Affirmations, they kind of, we set our goals, we make our plans. Is the affirmations in my mind that kind of keep us rolling forward in that positive action towards the completion of that goal, right? And so again, affirmations of a CEO on the move. We have 25 women who've come together, and they're each sharing portions of their story. They're each sharing their favorite affirmation, their favorite power statement, their favorite scripture in some cases that have really helped them to be able to make positive change in their mindset, knowing that the changes that they make first in here in their mind is going to make a difference in the way that they process even in their heart, and then, of course, it's going to make a difference in the way that they respond to life, which is what's so beautifully demonstrated with Denise's story, and then the practical application that she's giving you on how to be able to do that past today. So thank you again, Denise, for coming on and being a part of the show. I've definitely enjoyed it. And so with that, I would like to again tell you all, to connect again with us next week at the CEO Corner, where we'll continue to introduce you to some of our excellent contributing CEOs and the affirmations that they're giving in order to help you make you to be a successful CEO on the rise. All righty, y'all. Take care. We'll see you next time.
Hi, this is Narendra Kaur. I'm the author of the book The Phoenix from Ashes to Rebirth, a woman empowerment coach, a pranic healer, and Hot Model India World 2020. And I'm so excited to tell you all that I've been featured on the Tina Ramsey show. Tina is an amazing lady. She has featured me on her show, in her podcast, on YouTube, live on all the platforms where all the TV channels and all EBL and such a esteemed platform. She has taken me over that. And Tina is doing such an amazing job for all the women, all the entrepreneurs who showcasing on her show and spotlighting them. And beautifully, she's showing the way to the world to go on the next level. So I was being given the opportunity on her show to showcase and to tell about women as to stand for women, because I have raised the bars for women and broken all the norms in the patriarchal society of India. So she has featured it and she has spotlighted me. Thank you, Tina, so much for doing this thing. And being an Indian woman, it's an honor for me to be on your platform. And Tina has written a book, Heal the Honeypot. She has been featured on all the platforms, and she is a best-selling author. I would like to tell everybody, don't forget to go on her show. It's the most beautiful one. She does it very beautifully, and she spotlights everyone, and you can reach your new destinations in life. Thank you, Tina. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot for watching it. And I would like to thank you, Tina, and the whole team. Bye bye. Take
Hello, hello, hello. I'm Brittany Black, math teacher and founder of Candy Craze LLC. When learning math is sour, Candy Craze will make it sweet. I am a fun math teacher, tutor, and coach, born and raised in Louisiana, with experience sending students to win state and regional math competitions. Since starting teaching in 2017, I have raised state standardized test scores and received merit pay. All of this has occurred in my first year of teaching. As a former instructor in pharmacy technician certification, I have taught at a technical college. In addition to this, public, charter, and the Baton Rouge Catholic Diocese school systems. I have also tutored in after-school programs at various elementary and middle schools for 6 years. I'm an alumna of AmeriCorps and Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a Bachelor's of Science in microbiology and a chemistry minor. I love making cell phone cases, cooking, listening to various genres of music, singing, dancing, keeping up with the latest trends and everything, and telling funny jokes. At Candy Craze LLC, I provide private, virtual Candy Bowl math classes, Candy Dish math tutoring, and coaching for first through eighth graders. Candy Craze was founded to provide personalized, quality, affordable, and convenient math services and resources
to parents for students who needed remediation access, get on grade level, and get ahead. With classroom experience, research, technology, and continuous professional development, Candy Craze's missions are always to implement resources to tailor what is needed for students to be knowledgeable and confident in mathematics. Furthermore, Candy Craze applies math to life, real world scenarios, other core subjects, and students' interests with our services, and video content on social media, as in our licorice lessons and math suites. Math is related to everything. It's related to social studies when it comes to dates and times and reading longitude and latitude on maps. It's related to science when reading temperature and measurements, and also to weight, substances. Math is related to ELA when you take a word problem and answer with a complete statement. CandyCraze.com is where you can see our licorice lessons, videos, which are life lessons related to math, our math suites, our videos that relate to what children, tweens, teens, and adults love to do. So, as a homeschooling parent and math teacher, I will say that there may be a time when during your child's homeschooling experience that will require some math assistance outside of the home. So in this video, this is pertaining to homeschool students in addition to our services and more. Perhaps you were good at math in school, but now you are unfamiliar with the current math strategies. Maybe the curriculum you selected as a homeschooling parent is insufficient for standardized test questioning types. Is it possible you cannot propel your child as you envision because you are a working parent and teaching your child simultaneously, going back and forth, working, helping? Oh, I have a question, Mom. I have a question, Dad. I have a question, Auntie. Well, that can be stressful. Whatever the case, when teaching your child, it takes a village to help raise and educate them. So Candy Craze Math Services offer classes, coaching, and tutoring to aid homeschoolers and motivating them and guiding them in preparing and pacing lessons. We also bridge gaps in skills and strategies to succeed. With many services to choose from, Candy Craze is created by myself, an experienced math teacher who is proven in testing data to assist in keeping your child's math learning flowing and giving peace of mind. Children's confidence is lost when they realize they cannot complete math skills. When this decline occurs, children will shut down mentally. I know probably you have as well. But you may have a parent, as a homeschooling parent, you may have blamed yourself for not providing the most precise and updated method of math strategies that your child deserves. Homeschooling parents are responsible for finding curriculum and teaching independently and may not have the background, resources, or experience to diagnose and execute what is needed to reinforce a child to be motivated and to conquer math. Parents are naturally a child's first cheerleader and teacher. So unless your child is involved with an online homeschool or already has a private tutor or a private teacher, the parent is responsible for ensuring that the curriculum aligns with standards that may be set by your state. And this we already know. Your child could be great at doing arithmetic, but you may not know of current math strategies or perhaps methods to solve word problems or have the ability to explain math in a clear, systematic, concise manner. So consider Candy Craze your expert in preparing lesson plans that will be beneficial to tailoring lessons to your child's learning pace and needs. Reach out to the right math expert, that's Candy Craze, who will be able to train your child on the way to go and not depart from it. If the child has access to a math curriculum from an online homeschool, a math expert can coach them as they complete math assignments with understanding and prevent mistakes. In addition to math expertise and interpersonal skills, a math teacher provides private math classes, and tutoring can assist parents in helping a child's confidence soar at homeschool. So at Candy Craze LLC, your homeschooler can receive math classes to learn new material, to get ahead, tutoring to aid remediation, assist with grade level assignments, lessons, and coaching to get tips on how to solve assignments and to submit and prevent mistakes from grading by real-time observation. Parents and math experts and math services that provide detailed reports with additional resources are available in one service. So Candy Craze is open to teaming up with your homeschool to ensure no stone is left unturned. With proper planning to prepare resources, modeling math solutions, practice, pacing, and time invested, progress follows. And math is sweet. So Candy Craze offers Candy Bowl math classes, which are available as often as needed. However, just 1 hour of our Candy Bowl math classes will be equivalent to 1 week of classroom coursework. I'll repeat that again. 1 hour of Candy Bowl math classes can be equivalent to 1 week of coursework and are offered year round. So at this time, let me share some features about the Candy Bowl math classes. So with the Candy Bowl math classes, you'll get lesson plans that align to your state standards, videos, printable study guides, guided explanation, practice worksheets, exit tickets, iExcel, Access, and other online games, testing skills, study skills, and bridging ELA, and methods for breaking down word problems where applicable, and so much more. Candy Craze offers private one-on-one virtual math tutoring for your first through 8th grader. And so that service is Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2 math tutoring services. Both Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2 services come in bite, fun, standard, king, and giant sizes. With Candy Craze, Candy Dish 1 math tutoring, parent and students are to provide all materials to be covered. Candy Dish 2 services, both parent and tutor will provide materials. Candy Dish services also provides homework help, assessment preparation, and yes, some homeschoolers have homeschool homework. So we have study guides, practice tests, including standardized test preparation, critical practices, worksheets, testing skills, and preparation will bridge ELA to math in real-world scenarios, methods for solving word problems, and more. Most math tutoring sizes of both Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2, the bites, the fun, the standard, the king, and the giant sizes, all provide personalized reports. So to schedule a free consultation with me, you can contact me at Candy Craze by 225, call or text 225-888-2014, or go to services at candycraze.com. You can schedule a meet and greet with me for free on Zoom as well. Remember, when learning math is sour, Candy Craze will make it sweet. So I invite you to follow and share Candy Craze. Share Candy Craze social media. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Nextdoor, LinkedIn, and YouTube, and more. And don't forget, be sweet.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the field.
Hello, hello, hello. I am so excited today to have my special guest, the Honorable Lady Yvonne Gamble. And how are you today, Miss Yvonne? Hello. She's on. Okay, well, while she's getting her sound together, let me go ahead and give you some information on her. And today we're going to be talking about what the world needs now is peace. And so we're going to talk about the most recent International Peace Summit and the nuggets that came out of that. So let me just take a few minutes and share her bio. The Honorable Lady Yvonne Gamble is a venture capitalist and the CEO of San Pete Financial Group, which is a I'm having a problem. Venture capital firm specializing in infrastructure development. She is also a senior partner with Platform Capital Group, Accelerated Hub, and founder of Simplified Knowledge Institute, a think tank, MobiMed, and PPE supplier. She is the Minister of Finance for the Numi Kingdom. She is a non-state, which is a non-state sovereign entity. She is also the ambassador for Lifesavers Ministry of Women's Affairs in Africa. She is United States Country Director and Executive Director of Women Leading Change Now. She is a political advocate, a member of Policy Committee for the Planetary Society, which is an off-world policy committee and Gateway Foundation space station builder. Yvonne is an accomplished negotiator, speaker, trainer, instructional designer, thought leader, and author. She has 35 plus years of experience, multi-billion dollar financing, emerging technology, strategy, training, political advocacy, and policy development to government and private sectors. She works with governments and businesses identifying solutions that improve small to medium-sized financial participation. So I am honored to have her here today, and she is having some technical difficulties. I was having some technical difficulties as well. And so normally before my podcast, I tend to pray before the podcast, but we are kind of running a little behind. So while we're waiting for her, let's have a quick word of prayer. Most holy and gracious Father, we truly thank you for another opportunity to share, to uplift, encourage, motivate, inspire, and educate. I ask right now that you look upon all those that may come into this broadcast to participate with sharing their ideas and join in the conversation. We pray for world peace. Peace be still. We're asking now that your Holy Spirit permeate this world, permeate our country, permeate our families so that peace may be still.
Lift us up, encourage, and motivate and inspire. And Father God, supply every need according to your riches and glory. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in your sight. We ask for wisdom as we do this broadcast today. All these things we ask in your name. Amen. All right. So you're back, okay?
I'm back. Yes.
Now, what I have done, I've already completed your bio, but I am going to give you the floor and let you kind of share a little bit more about the honorable Lady Yvonne Gamble. So just tell our audience more about you. I know you've been here a couple of times and we've been able to talk. We're going to be talking about world peace, and we're also going to be talking about other things that's going to help make a difference in our country, in our families, and in our own lives. So I'm going to give you the floor and mute myself so that there's no background information noise. So here you go.
Well, thank you so much. And I always appreciate it, when you give me an opportunity to come to the show, to just sit and chat with you for a little while. It is just it is such an honor to be able to do that. And I just wanted to say just a few more words, not a whole lot, but basically, I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about why I do the things I do. I do this because I'm compelled to do these things across industries and across the world. So I speak into these things, into the different industries for the reason for change to come. Our voices are like pebbles on the ocean, where each one that we drop, or each time we drop a pebble on the ocean, it then can take on a life and it can build and grow. And sometimes in that will hit a distant shore, and then there are others that you can gather along with you. So what we're going to talk about tonight, and I really want to give time to six beautiful women who came along the journey with me to the Peace Summit, in the United Kingdom. And that was a 24-hour period that we got to speak into. And it was voices, from all around the world that were being heard. So I want to give a little more time, because it's really not simply about me. It's about what you do. And I want you to hear more about that. So.
We will definitely give homage to those women that helped you in this endeavor. And I know nationally, with so many things to make a difference, to make a difference. And I do want to acknowledge one of my listening audience. Hello, Maddie. Thank you so much for joining us. And I did have a word of prayer while we were waiting for you to come back. And so thank you. She says, glory be to God. And you know it. Can you mute yourself while I'm talking? Because I think there's some interference with that. Okay, yes. And we just want to just say thank you. And I am just so honored. You talk about you being honored. I am honored. I am so honored that you came. And actually, it was kind of last minute because I had a guest that canceled, and you just came and stepped right on in. And we've got some powerful stuff that we want to talk about. And she's gone again. All right. Well, listening audience, if you have any feedback, any suggestions, any comments that you want to make, we're talking about world peace. We're talking about peace in our homes, peace within our own lives. How do we get rid of that anxiety and the frustrations and all the things that we are experiencing because of some of the upheaval that's going on in our country, in our world, and even in our homes. And so I am going to allow you to share with us more about that Peace Summit and the impact that it has had on the world. Unmute yourself.
That's exactly how it played out, just as you're saying it, where it was all over the world. It was really, the Peace Summit was, we were told to take, it was a Rich Woman Society out of the United Kingdom, and Rich Woman Magazine, they sponsored it. And they really sent you just a very simple blurb and said, this is what we want you to speak into and a topic we want you to speak on. And what they did was that it was very poignant, because they said, imagine like how John Lennon did when he had the song that played around the world simultaneously, everywhere at the same time, and he played the song Imagine. And so it's like, imagine, if you will, that all people were together and on one accord, and that we were loving on each other. And it's like telling you to imagine what that would be like. And so basically, she said, take from there and bring to the table, what can you do? Not would you do, or how many, so many times when we talk about peace, we talk about it as this far away thing, or this far away place, or this far away event. And what we have to really begin to see peace is every day in your life. Every day you want to look for that peace, even if that peace means you just taking 15 minutes, and you say, you know what, I'm going to have peace within myself in these 15 minutes, and I'm just going to take a break, and I'm going to put down my phone, I'm going to turn off my television, radio, any distractions, and I'm just going to sit here peacefully, quietly, not having to meditate, not having to read. I'm just going to sit for a quiet moment. And trust me, you take that 15 minutes would literally bring you back an entire hour of time. And when you think about that, people say, well, how is that possible? And I will tell you, if you can recall when you were a child and you were not saddled with this laundry list of tasks to do, or these things to do, or places to go, people to see, people to talk to, and all that kind of thing, it seemed like the day just went, it never ended. It just went on and on and on. And if someone were to say to you, oh, can you wait a minute? Can you wait 5 minutes? Or take 10 minutes or take 15 minutes. God forbid they say, oh, look, we're going to do this in an hour from now. You're like, "God, that's an eternity." you know? So how is it that hour was such an eternity, and today your hour or your 15 minutes seems to go by so fast? It's because it's what you do with that time that you have. And what you want to then do with that is you want to roll that into your workday, roll that into your life day, your play, how you treat people, what you do in your business as an individual, what you do in your, in the world, when you see people, wherever your sphere of influence is. This show that you do every week, this is a sphere of influence that you have. You can bring peace just simply by bringing this into people's homes, into their hearts, the information that you bring to her, how you bring that information to her. That's peace. That's all a part of it. And sometimes we realize, oh, peace will come. Oh, we're going to have peace. So there'll be world peace at this. No, there's world peace right now. Right now, we are having a peaceful conversation. We are sharing a peace with others so that they too can have a bit of that peace. We're telling them how to have it, how to get it. And these ladies that actually worked with me, they brought up some different things that were so interesting. And they were new people to me. I always try to, whenever I do these different types of things, is introduce a new voice, a new talent, or somebody I've not even spoken with, and something that doesn't necessarily go with the topic, or it would appear, it would assume that this isn't necessarily what the topic is all about. Dr. Tamara Allen, she is a currency strategist. Now, I'm in the financial industry. I'm the CEO, venture capitalist, and what have you. But I had never really worked or dealt with a currency strategist before. Never really heard of it. And what she does is she scales and she consults families on how to build wealth. And when she talks about her story of how she actually got into that, she just simply wanted to learn more about digital currency and investing. And believe it or not, she got into it and turned it into a business, not only for herself, but she brought her sons who were going to college, she brought them into the business. And now she's teaching other families how to do the same thing and how to have fund and invest and to diversify the funds that they have. And what she spoke on in saying just having that peace within the family, there was so much chaos going on during the time. She began this business during the pandemic, and during the time her husband had COVID, and then she had COVID, and her husband got caught COVID again, and he passed away with COVID. But during all this time, she found peace and how to have a peace within herself and within her family, because she found herself standing, where many people do when there's a loss of a spouse, where they're that one, who have to stand at the forefront. And that's where she found herself. And in that, she found how to have peace, how to make every moment a peaceful moment for herself and for her sons. And when you think about that, it's like this more or less the unlikely person, the unlikely speaker into this particular subject matter. This isn't someone, who is a diplomat. This isn't someone, who's an ambassador and going from country to country, and spreading peace or doing those sorts of things. This is someone, she's the lady next door. They're the family next door. They're the family that lives in your neighborhood. There's somebody, you may see on social media, but they are spreading peace. And in doing those types of things, we talk to many other people who their voices resonated. Again, and I talked to one young lady, she was in the marketing industry. I'm going to save a real good nugget. I'm going to save her for last. And that one is really going to wow your audience into when she talks about peace. But Danielle Jitter, this young woman, she's a founder and chief visionary officer for president of Women in Media. She's in public relations and marketing. And when she spoke about peace, she was so passionate about it, her little body just shook. And where she talked about, just the challenges that you face and how the media, what they do, how they take and sensationalize the things that they have. So what she tries to do in her business, now this is with her business, how she brings peace out. She makes certain that the public relations, the advertising, the marketing, the things that she is actually consulting her clients to actually do, that they have a something that shows, how they can bring about a calmness and a peace, so that when they're out there, they're not marketing at such a harsh level, and that the things in the way it's written, in the way the copy is written, the way the pictures are shown, the way things are drawn. And you really don't think about that, but a lot of that makes a lot of difference. And one of the points that she brought out was the fact that just here, back a few years ago, just before the anime craze just went in Japan, the way they draw their cartoon figures on the slants or what have you, it was literally making the kids just simply go ballistic, just have seizures, because of the way the lines are drawn and the way their eyes actually perceive and see it. And when they realized that, they had to take them off the air and redraw them. And that's why when they came out with the anime, it's not a hard slanted line, it's more of a curved line. You don't really see it unless you understand, anime, or you're looking at it. But I can bet you one thing: when you go back, you look at some of the different characters and look at the characters that your children are looking at, you're going to pay a lot closer attention, because not only was it affecting those children, but it was affecting children around the world.
Wow,
So
that is amazing. And so you're saying even where art is concerned, it can represent a sense of peace or it can represent a sense of discontent.
exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. And something just that simple, you would just think, oh, that's just a cartoon. But you see, you look at the behavior, take very carefully, take note of the behavior of your children, especially the younger children, after they've watched certain cartoons or after they're watching whatever cartoons you allow them to watch, whatever things, make certain of, if you see, they just, and sometimes we think, oh, the kids, they're just tired, they just want to play, or they just want to be a little ruffian or what have you. Look at those cartoons, and it's not just simply the content of what it's about, it's also about how it's drawn.
That is amazing. And speaking of even movies and things of that we watch, can rile us up or give us a sense of comfort. And you talked about having peace within these
Exactly.
intentionally creating an atmosphere, even in the workplace,
Hmm.
where there's that peace. You talked about the first person that you mentioned that was a part of that, and how she has incorporated peace even into the work that she's doing for legacy, to build legacy,
Right.
to teach people how to have a building of family legacy. That's amazing. And you also, and I know you want to give us some nuggets of things that people can do to have that peace. And I mean, there is nothing like peace. There is nothing like
Mm-mm.
having a sense of peace. No
There
matter
isn't.
what,
There isn't.
no
There is nothing that can take the place. And what you never want to do is to let someone steal your joy or someone steal your peace. Now,
amen.
here is one that I'm going to talk about, and her, Marlo Mans.
Yes.
Marlo, she did this, and Marlo is one that she is a peace passion person. This woman, she's the publisher of My Heart New Love Publishing. And I mean, when she speaks about it, her voice is so much larger than she is. It truly is. And it's because of what she says. She has a very quiet voice. It's not the sound of her voice, it's the passion that comes all the way down from with inside of her and comes out. Where for her, peace in love and spreading that throughout, and joy in what she does and how she does it, in just her everyday, what resonates from her, it can be all encompassing. And what she was teaching on was, she basically was teaching the people, saying, you come from a place of love, you come from a place of peace, and you spread that as you go. You drop, those are the nuggets that you drop as you go, every day and in every way and at every moment. You find a way to bring peace, to bring love.
Yes. We're having some technical difficulties, but just stay with us. And hi, Baylon, thank you for tuning in. And she says Marlo is so deep in her passion. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. You can feel it when she speaks, and even in her writings. She has two books that are absolutely phenomenal. One is, oh, I can't believe I don't have her books remembered. Okay, she has two books. I Am Love is one of them. And then the other is King of Everything. And these are children's books that teach peace and teach love. And let me pull Yvonne back up. And I was just making note about Marlo and her books and how she teaches love. And she teaches, even in the writings, how her writings are so peaceful and joyful. And we have another listening audience. Hello, Veronica. And you know, when I'm talking, I need you to mute so that we're not getting that crackling. Okay. So Veronica, hi, how are you? Thank you for being here as well. Appreciate it. And we're talking about peace. We're talking about peace from an international perspective. We're talking about peace in the home, peace in the workplace, peace in our environments, peace in the world. And Yvonne, or Honorable Yvonne, made mention that peace, we're in peace, even though we see war, we see all this destruction and what have you. She says we are in peace. So I'm going to bring her back and have her expound upon that even more so that people can understand, what do you mean by that? And Veronica, she says, hello, ladies, loving the show. Thank you so much for listening, Veronica. And so I'm going to give you the floor back. I'm going to mute myself and have you talk about what do you mean that we are in peace when we see all this destruction and confusion everywhere?
Okay, that's excellent. Here, I'll give that to you real simply. And when you and your listening audience hear this, you're going to say, we knew that. We already knew that. When when Jesus was on the water and he bid for Peter to come, and Peter was able to walk on the water to Jesus until when? Until he looked around at the ocean and the waves and the water, and then he began to sink. And Jesus said, just, reach out to me. And so, and he did, and he put his eyes back. To reach out to someone, you got to look back up at them and reach to them. So when he did that, now his eyes is on Jesus. The ocean was still roaring. It was still tossing and turning, all the chaos, the storm was still going on. But when he put his eyes on Jesus, he was able to rise up and come on out of the water and walk towards Jesus. See, it was when he took his eyes off of Jesus, when he started looking at everything that's going on, everything that was going on around him, everything that he was in fear of in the first place. They were scared because the storm came. They were fearful of that. They were worried about that. They were concerned that they weren't going to make it. You see what I'm saying? So when you think about it, see, you already knew that. I didn't have to come and tell you that. You already knew that. But what do? The moment we take our eyes off of Jesus, the moment we take our eyes off of peace, the moment we take our eyes away from love, we take our actions away from love, and we become what we're looking at. Remember that you become what you're focused on.
Yeah.
If you're focused on all that's going on, if you're sitting there, you're watching the morning news, the midday news, the 4 o'clock news, the 4:30 news, the 5 o'clock news. I can't figure out why we need news at all these different times. It's like, Jesus Christ, if I heard it once, they only got like 6 stories, and they're going to tell you that all day long for the
Yeah.
next 7 days.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you're going to get. And so therefore you're getting that. And then you go online and you're looking at the news stories and you're looking at it again and again and again. You got alerts coming to you. What are you going to do? Are you part of 911 crew? Are you part of the hospital crew? Are you part of triage? Are you part of the investigative reporters? So then why are you looking at that? Seriously. You got a billion people looking at something that they can't do anything about, and they're focused on it. Then that's their conversation. They get to work. They're trying to have somebody sitting down, trying to maybe just kind of relaxing, getting their day started. And you come in, oh my God, did you hear this on the news? And next thing you know, the whole office is talking about it. You come home, you try to talk to people, you get on a Zoom call. What's the first thing they do? Oh my God, did everybody hear the news? This happened, that happened, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, what can any of you all do about it? If it's your job to do something about it, you wouldn't be on the Zoom call with those people. You wouldn't be at the job that you're going to. You would be at the police station, being a police officer, or you'd be an investigator, or you're a politician. You're actually working on it. So if it's not something that's directly affecting the work or the job that you do, all you hear about it, be informed, keep moving, keep
Okay.
it moving.
All right. So now my question is, we have such visceral hate and all that stuff that's around us. And I know if we focus, and I love that, if we focus, keep your eyes on the prize. If we focus, then we can just dismiss all the stuff that's around us. But how do we help others that we are around that may be bitter, may be angry, may not have any sense of peace within their hearts or within their environments at all?
Because what happens is this, that it's what you're going to help them to do. You're going to help them to redirect their emotions. Think about it as, and this might sound a little harsh or untactful, but truly is brilliant. Think about it, like a child. If you see a child, that child is acting up, acting out, doing all types of things. Okay, you got two choices. You can either spank the child or you can treat the child with love and talk to them and calm them down and redirect that energy to do something else, to do something constructive. That's the same, and that does not change with adults. It does not change, because many times what happens is they have misdirected or misguided anger or feelings. More times than not, with the anger, what have you, that an adult is expressing has nothing to do. If you really just sit back and you listen to what they are saying or what they are talking about, it really has nothing to do with that. That's it's kind of like the what they say, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yes.
You get upset, because there's a piece of paper on the floor.
Right.
Well, it really, is, or the what's the big one that they say married couples fight over, the toothpaste. Is the toothpaste is not put back right, or is not rolled up, or what have you, or you don't hang the towels. That's not the problem.
Right.
That's not the issue. And so a lot of times what you're hearing or you're seeing has nothing to do with what's actually going on. That's just the result. That's the acting out of it to get to the, so really, if you say, how do I help someone? Help them to get to the bottom. And you may or may not be the actual person, but you may be the person who's there and who can say, you know what, you really need to get some help with this, because you're coming in and you seem to just have this real this attitude, what have you, and you really don't have to do that. I can remember I grew up in a little small town in Michigan, and we were right about 100 miles outside of we were in Michigan, but 100 miles away from Chicago. So a lot of people from Chicago moved there. Small town, good place to raise kids. We'd get a lot of kids came in from Chicago, and they would, oh my God, they came in with a vengeance. Okay, they came in, we were country kids. We had done nothing to nobody. We were loving, happy, and this was paid place for us. Okay, and so I remember this one young lady. We really liked her, and it was like no matter who said to her, she was just ready to snap your head off. And so, it was like, oh no, you can't do that. And she did this with this one girl in class who's real shy, never said nothing, never did anything. So I think the rest of us, we were kind of, like, yeah, whatever. But when we saw her, snap her head off, everybody was like, oh no, this gonna stop right here. This gonna stop right now. And I mean, it was like just a collective effort. Say, okay, we're gonna take you in. This is an intervention. Whatever's going on with you. And she was, and she broke down and she said, she didn't want to come. She came to live with her aunt. She didn't want to come there. She liked it better, at her school, just had a lot of other different things going on. And, we were like, well, hey, maybe you need to talk to your aunt and your mother about that. But
That's yes. And a point. Hurt people hurt people. And you can't change what you don't acknowledge.
Yeah.
So we have people out here that, as far as they are concerned, there's nothing wrong with them. And so to say you need help, it might, in fact, cause them to come back at you and say, there's nothing wrong with me, And so being able to acknowledge you cannot change what you are not willing to acknowledge. And Veronica, she says the peace scripture talks about it is not peace that's void of trouble, but peace in the midst of trouble, the peace that surpasses all human understanding. And so getting people to understand, just like you were saying, and I love the analogy of walking on the water. I love that analogy because we took our eye. When you take your eye off of the prize, you take your mind off of the positive things, the beautiful things that are around you in the midst of trouble, in the midst of havoc,
the chaos, right?
And the chaos. And there are things, I know one of the things, like just saying, peace be still.
There you go.
Just saying that out loud. And I know personally, in the midst of contention, in the midst of chaos, when I found myself saying, peace be still, and just saying it over and over and over again, it didn't change the chaos. It didn't change.
Well, see, that is the one thing that I believe we're really confused about. And Veronica picked out a very good scripture there, and it says it very pointedly, and that is the peace. You're not bringing peace to change the chaos. Okay, you're bringing in peace to bring peace into the world, into the atmosphere. That's what you bring peace for. You're not trying to change the chaos or stop the chaos, because the chaos is also a part of kinetics. Chaos is a part of kinetics. Something in motion will always stay in motion until it is stopped. But chaos will continue because chaos will consume you. So it's not like, say, a ball moving where, okay, it's going to move around you, what have you. Before you know it, you've got your eye off the prize, and now you're sinking down and you're into the chaos. And before you know, it has consumed you, and it can consume you, and you become a part of it, or it can consume you and overwhelm you. And then there goes your peace. Now you can't call on peace, like you said, when you sit there and you say, peace be still. And then, because that's saying to you, not peace for them, that's for you to be still in the chaos, in the midst of all that. Somebody, it's kind of like you have a group of people that you're with, and there's always that you have what we call the designated driver. You have the peacemaker, the one that no matter what is happening, what kind of craziness is going on, there's always going to be that one who will keep a level head about themselves. And that's your peacemaker in those different situations. And so, that's really what you want to be able to have, at all times.
And just think, if each of us individually were to focus on having that inner peace, that, as he says, the peace that surpasses understanding, it's possible to have that kind of peace. And I've got a couple of commercials I need to run, and so let me take care of that, and we will be right back.
Okay.
All right, so let me run this one.
In media service business.
We help entrepreneurs and startup businesses by providing them with beneficial coaching, resources, and visibility techniques to position their businesses online from their own homes. We assist businesses with influence building, podcasting, intentional coaching, training, media, visibility, connections, and monetization online. CTR Enterprises Network has a proven track record by directly impacting over 1,000 entrepreneurs worldwide. We are here to service you, and we can help. Contact us today by going to ctrenterprisesnetwork.com.
Miss Mac, $1 million maker, Miss Mac marketing. 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 Miss Mac, $1 million maker, Miss Mac marketing.
Make your dreams become reality today with Miss Mac Marketing. 848-236-5026.
Yes, I want to thank my sponsors, CTR Podcast Network, Media Network, and Ms. Mac Marketing. And you'll hear more about them as we go on. All right, now back to the show.
All right. I love those. I love those.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, oh my God. So, share with me, we talked about having that inner peace, and in the midst of confusion, we talked about peace in the workplace, being intentional with having peace in the workplace. I'm feeling like I want to ask you to kind of focus a little bit more on that and tell us a little bit more about that. And then also share with us some other nuggets that came from that summit.
Okay. Now, peace in the workplace, um, specifically, is probably the easiest to achieve. And the reason why I say that, and I know some people might think, oh my goodness, what is she doing or how does she do it? The reason why peace in the workplace is the easiest to achieve is because you're in the workplace. Think about it. You are there to do a job. Whether you work from home, you work virtually, you work remotely, you work on site, or what have you, you're there to do a job. And that a part of that job, I would hope, is not there to create any type of havoc or to create any type of, become a ruin meal or to spread any type of chaos. So that is the one place where you are basically, you're coming there, you're hired as a professional and you're hired to do the work that needs to be done so that a service can be provided or a product can be given to a client. And just as what you saw in those two, this is a perfect perfect question. After those commercials, those were two corporations, and those corporations provided services. When they hired people, the one company, the very first company, said they had 1,000 people of testimonies of people that they had actually worked for and done work for. So therefore, they obviously hired a staff to do that work. And when they do that, they don't hire that staff to come in there and act like people who can't control themselves, or people who want to now be arguing, or just in not uncooperative with one another. No, they hire them there because why? They have clients. What is the client's expectation? Client doesn't expect when they come into that office that the people, they're mad with each other. So They can't do your work because they're upset with the other person, or they're telling you somebody else's business, or what's happening in somebody else's house, or their wife or children or what have you. It's like, that's craziness. So
Right.
therefore, that is an individual thing that anybody coming to a workplace, wherever that workplace, wherever you may find that workplace, is today, it's different, which is fine. But from wherever you are, you don't have time for that. You don't have time for that, and you can stop it. No, it's not up to your boss. It's not up to the person you sit next to. It's not up to the janitor, the bellman at the door, or whoever. It's up to you. It is up to YOU.
Okay, okay. Now there are per, three types of people in the workplace that can wreak havoc: the gossiper, the agitator, the person who throws stones and then hides behind the cloak, and then you got the saboteur. Now, unfortunately, these people exist in some workplaces. Now, let's say we're people that are peacemakers, and we're working next to people that are creating these kinds of problems in the workplace. What would you suggest that a
Well,
person does?
number one, what I will say is this: we like to categorize them and say there are three types of people. They're just one person. That's just one personality. That's just a person that come in and they're gonna create some kind of chaos where that's like Captain Chaos. Okay, they're gonna create some kind of chaos wherever they go. And it's just a matter of how they do it, how they find it easier to do it in this environment. And what happens is this: it's just like a fire. Don't fuel their fire.
Yes, absolutely.
Gossiping, you know what?
Nip
Talk to
it.
the hand, because I'm not listening. Okay, I'm not listening at all. We'll stop the rumor mill. Okay, don't carry the rumor mill's
Yes,
rumors. Okay, that's how you stop a rumor mill in
yes,
there. You got somebody who they just have a bad attitude, and tell them about it. If they come over to you and they're exhibiting that towards you, say, hey, not here, not here, not today, not tomorrow. Take you and your attitude and go on with that. And yes, and you got to, that's why I say it begins with you. You have
yes,
to stop it. You draw the
yes.
line, you draw that line in the sand, and they dare not cross it.
Now
And
I'm
that's what
playing.
and if somebody does, then you speak up. Don't sit there and hold your head. Oh no, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna get fired, or they're gonna do this to me, or they're gonna do that to me. They already, if they have you, you're like a puppet on a string already. You're already fired. You're already performing less, because why? If they have you feeling like you can't speak up or say something about that, you'll be fired, because you'll stop performing as well as what you can do, and you won't speak up for yourself in other ways. So that promotion that you want to, that better position you want to go to, you're not going to get it, because if you can't speak up to them, that's that same bully that you encountered when you were in fourth grade.
Yes, and
So,
unfortunately, there are people in the workplace that are not secure enough within themselves, not confident enough within themselves to call it and to
then you
say
need to then
something.
they need to then that person again, that's the peace. if
Yes,
you if you are taking my peace from me, then I need to find a way to get my peace back.
yes,
Okay, and if that
yes.
means I need to go, that person themselves, they may need to go and get some help to build their confidence. They may need to go to talk to a confidence coach, or whatever they're called today. But they may need to go and find a way to to have that confidence to stand up for themselves, because the reason why, if you look at chaos and widespread chaos, and it's literally like chaos is going on all around. You know how we say the term, it's going on all around us, and peace is standing in the middle, just trying to hold his little ground or what have you. That's because we have allowed it. That's because we tolerate it. We have become a lackadaisical people in this world, and we tolerate peace, and we, oh, we don't want to say anything. We don't want to make them feel bad. You shouldn't say this. Everybody should be allowed to do. This is not Burger King. Okay. This is life. This ain't Burger King. Okay. And that's why Burger King is on its way out the door. Okay. Because why? That doesn't work. This is
Right.
not have it your way. And if you got to be that chaotic, fine. Hop in a rocket and get off the planet. Take that
Hey,
someplace else, but we're not gonna take that here.
absolutely.
And peace, because the world was peaceful. We lived peaceably one with the other. And then when we are allowing
Allowed.
all of this. Look at what we're allowing into. You think about it. I'm looking at television shows, everyone's looking at TV shows where you didn't have all this cursing. And now
Right.
it's like I'm trying to figure out, is there any word or any situation that is now banned that doesn't come on at 5 o'clock in the evening, when children, 5 to 9 used to be kind of like the family time or the kids
Right.
time, but now they're showing pornography at 9 o'clock in the morning.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because that is a major problem. And I was talking to some other people just this week. You can't watch a movie without there being cursing. You
Woo!
can't do anything without there being cursing. And people don't understand, that is so demeaning, and it can destroy people. It can destroy. But our kids are hearing this stuff and then going to school and saying it. And then we're wondering why they're talking like this. They're hearing it. And I'm telling you, conversations today, just normal conversations, in so many cases, a person can't even have a conversation without saying a curse word.
Mm-hmm.
And our kids are seeing this. And
that's the lack of, and what happens with that is a detriment to not only the children's, but also the adult's mind.
yeah,
Because basically that's someone who does not know how to express themselves. So they say things like that to debase the other person, to
yeah,
to put them off kilter, to try to take the control over the conversation. And then when children say it, they don't even know, they're just simply repeating what they heard, and then
absolutely.
it becomes a part of their lexicon. So we have to be very careful about those types of things. But those types of things, those images, we have allowed them to basically become a part of the norm, of, instead of being, something that, if that's what you wanted to do, or you wanted to see that, then you had to see that, in an off moment. But now it's becoming a part of mainstream. It's
Yeah.
becoming the mainstream. And that's where you have to be very, very careful. Like I said, we have to widen, we have to push out. Peace has to push itself out to push the chaos back. It's almost
Say
like the
that
chaos.
again.
Yeah,
Say
we
that again.
peace has to widen itself out in order to push the chaos back. Because other than that, we're literally going to be like this in a minute. The people of peace are just going to be right here. Okay, and chaos is going to surround you. If you've ever noted, if you know anything about tornadoes and hurricane,
The center.
the most in the center, if that in the center, it's like it's a piece that it is so calm in that center. It is totally, it's not even 100, it's over 1,000% calm in the very center of the biggest hurricane. And that's what's going on. We have allowed, the chaos is like that the storm, the hurricane, and the pieces inside of it. But what actually dissipates when you see that hurricane move, what makes it move is that quiet storm that's inside, not the storm that's outside. That's not what moves it. What moves it is what's inside of it. Is peace is always the mover. Peace is like the wind. It is the mover of everything on this earth.
Wow. That is a nugget. Peace
That's the nugget.
is the mover.
Yes.
Peace is the mover. And if we can be peaceful and also being peaceful in that kind of chaos, it can kind of diffuse
Yes,
some of the
it
chaos.
will.
It
It
can.
will. It will push that chaos back, because what you basically will do is your peace is what rains down. That's what brings the rain down. That's what stops the chaos. Is the peace is the only thing that can push the chaos back. That's why you need more people speaking, talking, and acting in a peaceful manner.
Amen.
What will stop all of this? But I have one
Amen.
last person. I did not want to leave her out. There's
Okay.
this woman here. What she brought to the stage was just this is like the golden. Her name is Dr. Erica Gamble. Okay. Yeah, I wish she was my daughter. She speaks on relationships of providing solutions for hair loss due to chemotherapy, alopecia, and any other autoimmune disorders. And she spoke about that. And it was like, wow, what does that have to do with peace? And then when you think about it, well, if that hair is not, if your hair is not together the way you want it to be, yeah, you're gonna be a pretty, you're not gonna be the best, you're not gonna be the happiest person.
Yes.
But what she actually spoke about was how what she does is it helps them to actually look and feel better, because it can send people into such a torrid of depression, more so than you might think. Yes, there are, and so she has her store that she opened, the Wig Doctor. And this woman, she's in Dubai, she's all over the world. She's based out of Atlanta, and she goes all over and treats clients, for these different types of uh, incidences of ailments and what have you. And so she sees people, at those points of where, they've lost their peace. And just through through these types of things, through the loss of hair, they
Mm-hmm.
lost their peace, because it is truly, our hair is, and this is for men, women, and children that she does this for. And your hair is your crown and glory. So I just wanted to say, take care of your crown and glory, and keep that together at all times, because that might be why you losing that lose a little bit of that peace that's within you that day. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But also in that hair loss situation, because I know with cancer patients and losing the hair, that just really impacts. And from a personal perspective, I know my sister, she used to always say, I am not my hair. I am not my hair. Just to get her mindset. And
Hmm.
actually, even with a bald head, she was still beautiful. She
Yes.
was absolutely beautiful. And so being able to understand that we are not our hair, even though, people look at us from in different ways, but in coupling that with what this young lady does, and helping people to understand that that peace can come even in the midst of hair loss. That peace can come even in
Hmm.
the midst of sickness, even in the midst of the chaos, as we were talking
Hmm.
about. I can't believe we only have a few seconds. Oh my God. But you know what? I am going to give you the floor and let you have the final word. And I want to thank you so much for coming. And I hope this audio, and this will have replays, and it will also be on the podcast platform. And so many others are going to be able to see and hear what it is that we're talking about. I'm going to give you an opportunity to just close us out. It says 3 seconds, but I'm giving you.
Oh, okay. You know what? This is all I can say to you, to everyone, is don't let anyone take your peace away from you.
Amen. You hear that? Don't let anyone take your peace from you. And with that, I want to thank you all for listening, and we will see you next week. And you hold on, okay? Don't go away.
The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Media
Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Father, provider, protector, role model for a son. The image of the man that will be the husband of your daughter when that time comes. What's best for your children should be concern number one, regardless of the obstacles a father must overcome. Sometimes the injustices of our society towards many of our fathers can make it hard to stand, but you gotta stand and be a man and a father to your children in every way you possibly can. Demonstrate their worth through you by the words that you say and the things that you do. Don't ever put your children down or call them out of their name. They may become whatever you claim. Lift them up to higher ground. Let their inner beauty be seen, be found. Show them and tell them how special they are. Be the light. Be the light. Be the light that takes them far. Show them and tell them how much you really care, and let them know no matter what, you will always, in all ways, be there. Pray that our fathers will be guided by the light to lead their children in the ways that are right.
Good evening and welcome to the Speakeasy podcast. I am your host, Constance Willard, and good evening to each of you. And this is October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And today I have 3 guests that are going to come and share their story and their journey with breast cancer. 2 of them are breast cancer survivors. The third one, who will come on later in the show, is going to come and talk about wellness and nutrition in relation to breast cancer. So I'm going to bring my first guest up, Coach Linda Brooks Johnson. Good evening, Linda. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you this evening?
I am doing great. So tell the audience who Linda Brooks Johnson is.
Okay. I am a mother of 2. I'm a 24-year, 2-time breast cancer survivor, and I'm a life coach, public speaker for breast cancer patients and survivors, along with divorce, grief, and parenting, caregiving, coaching. I don't coach anything that I haven't gone through. My journey with breast cancer started in 1999 when I was diagnosed with evasive ductal carcinoma. And that's the type of breast cancer that majority of women, when they get it, well, back then, it was the most common. I happened to have found the lump when I was pregnant with my last child, but didn't know I was pregnant with him. 10 months after that, I found out that I was carrying him when I had found the tumor. But 6 months after I had him via C-section, I found out that the tumor that I found was a malignant tumor, and therefore I had to go through treatment. At the time of the diagnosis, everything was good, insured. My ex-husband had me insured, but when he left, he wound up sometimes after that canceling the insurance. So there I was with a 28-month-old, a 6-month-old. Husband walked out and no insurance. So you know who I had to call on, and that man sure was the one that brought me through it. I got through that. The marriage ended some years later. Moving on to 2018, second diagnosis. This time I elected to have both breasts removed via mastectomy. Did go through 1 cycle of chemo and then I stopped it. And really, my saving grace has been my spiritual faith and my walk with God. Without that, I know there's no way I could have made it through that. And my favorite verse is Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, to give you an expected end. And I held to that, and I held close to God to keep that promise to me. And thankfully, today we're cancer free.
And you're standing tall. And
yes.
28 years later. Wow, that is an amazing story.
Yes.
But now tell the audience, if you are able to, what resources are available. You mentioned your insurance being canceled. And, you know, I just learned since doing this podcast this month that these larger organizations like the Komen Foundation and the American Cancer Society, they raise all this funding, but it's not to support the victims.
No.
Financially. No. And I was very shocked and dismayed by that discovery. So
and you know, that's a very good analogy, because really, I didn't have any of those resources. I was diagnosed when I was living in Texas with the first diagnosis. And I tell you, the hospital that I was privy to be in and go through the treatment was a Catholic hospital. And they were the ones that stepped in and gave me resources for me and my children. Even down to covering the hospital bills, the medication and all of that. I didn't have any organizations to rally in behind me. I even had someone that I didn't even know that God had put my name on her mother's heart, that they were benefactors. I would go to the mailbox and there would be checks in the mailbox from people I didn't know and couldn't find out who did it, because when I contacted the church, they were just told to tell me that it was God and that he loved me and that he was going to take care of me. So I don't know what resources I can even tell anybody. The resource I had was the main source, and that was God.
Wow, wow, that is an amazing story. And so, and you this was a Catholic hospital that assisted you, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, I just want to get all the information I can
Mhm.
as far as resources to provide to the audience that's listening, because it's just nothing available, nothing available out there. And it really, really bothered me when I heard that we have people who are going through that. And then I thought about parents that have children that are suffering, have to take off from work to come and stay with that child because they can't leave the child there by themselves.
Exactly.
And so there's that income gone. What do they do? And so I'm going to ask of you and the other panelists each time, if you are aware of community services or resources, please share them so we can get the word out to help others.
There are a few things that are out there. My second experience in 2018, when here in Atlanta, was a very devastating experience for me, because the social worker that I sought out to help me pretty much didn't want to, because all of the things, the resources that she was giving me, when I kept telling her, I've gone and I've researched that, and that's not a viable resource that I can even go to. And she just got to the point where she didn't even want to deal with me.
Wow. Wow.
So it was very disheartening, and it was very concerning, because I'm thinking we're being put in place for social workers and hospital personnel that are to assist us, only to find out you're pretty much on your own.
Wow, that is it's very disheartening. It really is. And so that's one reason why I chose to take this on and to join the fight and to help continue the fight, because there's just so much that I'm learning, so much that I'm able to share with the listening audience. So Linda, I thank you so much for sharing your story.
Oh, you're more
what
than
type
welcome.
of advocacy are you involved with?
I try to get the word out about self-wellness, making sure you do your monthly exams, making sure you stay in check and take ownership of your body. Don't just let people tell you what you need, but be intentional about making sure that you are the navigator of anything you need in your life. Nobody knows you better than you, and finding out what works with you and what doesn't work for you is the best you that you can have, is being informed, being intentional, and making sure you are heard.
Wow. Okay. So thank you so much. So next I'm going to bring up Marlena. Marlena, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm great. So tell the audience about Marlena.
Yes. So I am Marlena Murphy, and I am 45 years old. I am a mother of a 15-year-old daughter. I am a full-time grad student working on a master's in clinical mental health counseling, and I am an advocate, breast cancer advocate for Turning Point Breast Cancer Rehabilitation. I serve as a community advocate. I serve as a volunteer advocate for My Style Matters. And I am a program manager for an organization called GRASP, which is guiding researchers and advocates to scientific partnerships. So I play multiple roles. and I guess I'll tell you a little bit about my journey. So my journey started, I would actually say before 2018. It started in 2017 when during the year that I was 40, I went to my primary care provider November of that year, and we discussed getting a mammogram. And I specifically remember her saying, because I don't have a family history, it may turn out that I could have like a false positive. And basically, it was a situation where it wasn't, quote, like necessary. Well, fast forward to May of 2018. And then all along, I should say this, all along, I had been doing my normal monthly breast checks myself. So May of 2018, doing my normal monthly breast checks. In the shower, I felt something that felt like a lump on the left side of my breast. And I proceeded to feel on the right side, didn't feel anything like that on the right side. Went back and forth with it. And so it was clearly a lump on the side of my left breast. And ultimately, I scheduled an appointment with my primary care provider. I went in, she felt the lump. With my healthcare system, they automatically schedule a mammogram and an ultrasound when there's a lump. And so that happened. And then eventually I got a biopsy. And then the biopsy showed that it was cancer, and specifically that it was stage 3 triple negative breast cancer. So I went through all of the different tests that occur. And triple negative, I should just add that it is a type of breast cancer that tends to be more prevalent in African American women, Hispanic women, younger women as well. So I went through different series of tests, scans, brain MRI, breast MRI, bone scans, so many different tests. And then eventually I started treatment, which was chemotherapy from August of 2018 through December of 2018. And then I had a lumpectomy the following year. Then I went through radiation, and then I took chemo pills. And so the treatment ended November 2019. Fast forward, continued to do my checks. Also, I had mammograms every 6 months. And what ended up happening was my left breast was swollen. Well, the thing about it is that it had always been swollen because of radiation and because of the lumpectomy. So to me, it wasn't abnormal. But my physical therapist with Turning Point Breast Cancer Rehabilitation, she was the one who basically was like, Marlena, this is an abnormal swelling. And so I moved up a 6-month appointment that I was going to have with my oncologist. I moved that up for follow-up. And they told me I would get a mammogram to kind of ease my mind. I had been Googling. I'm thinking, what type of breast cancer is this? Because at that point, I know there are multiple types. And originally, I had to advocate for myself because originally my mammogram was going to be in May. Here it is, February. And I said, no. I need to have this sooner than later because, again, I felt something. Fast forward, I ended up feeling something else on the right side, but in my armpit. And it was over a weekend and went away. It was a smaller lump, but it moved, which was completely different from the other side. It did not move. And I eventually got a biopsy. And so I received a second diagnosis March of 2022 with metastatic triple negative breast cancer. And so I have been in treatment again since May of 2022, receiving chemotherapy and immunotherapy. And so at this point, there are different types of treatments now. And one of the different types is immunotherapy, where it's a medication that works with your immune system. And so through all of this, just like Coach Linda, I rely on my faith with God. By his stripes, I am healed. I declare every single day. I am prospering. I'm doing great. I'm in school. I'm in internship. I'm raising my daughter. I feel like when you receive a cancer diagnosis, it's not an automatic death sentence. Mm-mm. It is, okay, here's a situation. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to allow this to work in your favor? How are you going to move towards your purpose and what God has for you? And so that's a summary of my story.
I'll tell you what, you two have some amazing stories, both of you. You're providing a lot of encouragement. I mean, even for me, and I'm not a breast cancer survivor or patient, but you're encouraging me because of your steadfastness, and your trust in God. You know, a lot of people don't understand the importance of that, because at the end of the day, that's all you got.
Yep.
That's it. You know, the doctors can do all this research and all this treatment, and they can make all these predictions. But at the end of the day, all we have is God. That's it. So I thank both of you so much for what you're doing, advocating, for encouraging. And so I'm going to start with you, Coach Linda. What encouragement or motivation can you provide to the listening audience today? Or for that woman or man that's out there suffering with breast cancer right now?
I think the main thing, if anything, I could say it's to anybody, period. Make sure you get and establish a personal relationship with God. Because without that, when the storms and the trials of life hit, there's no way you can make it on your own. I don't know of anything that could have guided me or helped me get through that, including family, like God and his love that wrapped around me, and just knowing who he was before I even entered that storm. So that was my foundation, was my personal, intimate relationship with him that pivot me at the times when I wanted to give up. I didn't, because I knew, and I had his word within me to encourage and to motivate me to keep on persevering through. And sometimes we've got to look at life in the way that when storms come, it's not so much as it's for you, but it's for somebody else. When we say, God, I'm available, use me, I want to live for you, you're now saying that you want to be a vessel that he can do whatever he chooses to do through you. And that in itself is a major blessing, for God to trust you enough to give you that battle, to allow you to give him the glory through everything that you're going through, and to still say, you know what, Lord, yet though this thing has got me, I'm going to trust you, because I know in the end, victory is mine. You paid it all when you sent your son to the cross. And if you paid it all, I'm walking in victory. Whether it looks like it, whether I feel like it, whether they even say it, I'm trusting you, because you're my ultimate physician. You're my Jehovah Rapha, and all my trust is in you.
Amen. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome,
Linda. Okay, Marlena.
Yes. So here's the thing. So when I received my diagnosis in 2018, I would say about 3 to 4 years before that, God had been telling me to leave the position that I was in as far as my career. I was a background investigator for the federal government. So I was comfortable living my life, had a flexible schedule, going here and there as I pleased with my appointments and earning money. And God was telling me, you need to go back to school to be a therapist. And I was like, no, God, I'm not doing that, because I'm gonna pay for it. I haven't been in school since 99. I finished Jackson State University in 1999. And at this point, it is 2015, 2014. And I'm saying, no, I haven't been in school in a long time. How am I going to pay for it? I'm giving all these excuses, of course. So then when I got the diagnosis, I said, oh, okay, Lord, let me sit down somewhere and start researching, what are some of these possibilities for me to go back to school. And so I knew that I needed to be in a school that had an in-person setup. And so I just started researching, and originally I was going to go to Mercer. I'm in the Metro Atlanta area. I was going to go to Mercer. I wanted a Christian-based program, so I was going to do 2 degrees. There was a degree with the Divinity School, and then there was the actual clinical mental health counseling degree. Well, fast forward, I'm on the chemo pills, and there were some side effects that occurred while I was on those pills. And one was my heart would race. And so I recall going to Stone Mountain, and something that I would normally do is trail walking. It was never an issue for me. But when I tried to do the walking up Stone Mountain, I couldn't even go halfway. And so I ended up telling the nurse practitioner at my radiation oncologist office. I'm telling her this story. I'm boohoo crying. She asked, had I talked to the social worker? I said, I know who she is. I haven't talked to her. End up talking with her. And ultimately, she suggested that I talk to a therapist. And had asked me, had I? At this point, this is the end of my cancer journey. I'd done all of the treatments. And so I found through my insurance a counselor, and my social worker also told me to look the person up on Psychology Today. So that's a reference for the viewers as well. When you're looking for a counselor or therapist, make sure you also look up their information on Psychology Today, just to kind of get a better picture of what they're about. So the person that I found, I called, there was no answer. I said, surely this is a legitimate person. Well, I ended up Googling the person. Couldn't find anything other than a retirement announcement for some place called Richmont Graduate University. So then I said, well, what is that? I Googled Richmont Graduate University, and what do you know? God just completely blessed me, because not only was it a graduate school, but it is a Christian-based graduate school with a degree that included a master's in clinical mental health counseling. One degree, Christian-based. I found the place that I was going to get to. Wow. Fast forward, I started in August 2020, and I will be finishing in May 2023. And it's really just a testimony of me finally listening to God and what He was telling me to do to be able to fulfill the purpose that He has for my life. And I think it's very important that when you hear these things, whether it's through dreams or other people, whatever the signs are, when God is telling you something, it's very important that you actually listen and go about and do what He is asking you to do, because He's not going to lead you astray. He's going to lead you to places where you have never even thought of. And so I just feel, just really blessed. And I'm really humbled about how I've come into all of the different situations that I've been able to be a part of.
And forgive me, my internet is acting up, so I'm going in and going out. So forgive me. I'm going to bring Latoya Wiggins up and let her come and share with us. Good evening, Latoya. How are you?
Good, and you all?
Okay, welcome to the Speakeasy. Tell the audience who you are and what it is that you do.
So my name is Dr. Latoya Wiggins, and I am a self-care strategist. My main focus is Christian women, and I transition those moms who are Christian women from worn out to winning. I teach them how to no longer feel depleted, but develop healthy habits to be nourished, renewed, and rejuvenated with biblical principles that bring peace instead of self-pity. You still running around, Constance? I guess as we wait for her, so my focus is pretty much self-care. I love to talk about self-care.
It's definitely important. I realize that doing all the things that I do, self-care is so critical in your everyday life.
Right. Yeah. Everyday life. I like to talk about it because I want to help people prevent diseases, like we're talking about now, breast cancer awareness. But at the same time, sometimes we can't prevent, disease. So, but self-care helps you to manage those diseases, so you're either preventing it or managing, on the other end. Some things, like I said, we just can't control what we get, the breast cancer situation. There's risk factors that we can avoid and some things we can't avoid. I can't control that I'm a black woman, and other hereditary traits. What can I do? What can I do on my end to help prevent the disease? If a disease comes up, how can I keep myself thriving, while dealing with the disease?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We want to keep talking in case Constance is there. Constance, you there?
I'm here. Like I said, my internet keeps going in and out, but I'm here. I was muted. But no, my internet keeps going in and out. I've given up on the camera. But we're going to keep this podcast on. So, Latoya, thank you so much for sharing. And so, what guidance do you have to offer as far as nutritional tips and wellness tips?
Yeah, so kind of started getting on that part. So again, we can't control everything. We can't control our genes, our family history. But what we can do is control our weight or being overweight in general. That's a risk factor for breast cancer. So that's something that we can control. What we eat and those things. So, limiting alcohol or eliminating it altogether, that could, that's something that we can do. A healthy diet of just a well-rounded diet in general. So there's no really research like this particular diet, diet can prevent breast cancer, but simply eating healthy, making sure you're getting your whole grain, like the wheat bread, and rye breads, healthy fats. So a lot of times people hear the word fat and think you should be eating any fats, but healthy fats are fine. So like your nut butters, your olive oils, those things are healthy. Your avocados, those are things that help to eliminate the waste from our body. So we need that healthy fat. Vegetables, that eat your vegetables. We've been told that since we were kids. Eating your vegetables, your fruits, and make sure you're not overeating, because that overeating can contribute to weight gain. And then all of those things I've been talking about, that's the physical portion of self-care. We want to make sure that we are helping ourselves mentally, so finding time to de-stress or minimize stress as possible. We can't always prevent it altogether, but minimizing stress, preventing the burnout, so we could be doing things such as spending time with God, if you're a spiritual Christian woman. I know I heard Marlena talking about faith, and both of you talking about faith. That's the big thing. So making sure you're spending that time with God, making sure that you're focused on that spiritual health, making sure you're spending some time to just de-stress. Self-care is something you should be doing daily. So whether that's some quiet time by yourself, relaxation, dancing, whatever makes you feel good inside. And I like to talk about the physical, mental, and spiritual health because they all are intertwined. One thing affects another. So if I'm not taking good care of my body, it's going to affect my mental health. I want to spend time with God because I feel like crap, if I'm not spending time with God. I want to care about, what I'm doing up here and down here in my belly. So we have to make sure that we are nourishing ourselves holistically for a healthier and happier body. And then one thing I just want to add personal experience with breast cancer by a friend. I'm 42. She was diagnosed at 36 years old. And she's a 6-year survivor. So thank God for that. But I always used to ask her, like, what's something that you wish you had known before, while you were going through the treatment? And one of the biggest things that she wanted me to tell you all is, if you are somebody that's in the middle of going through treatment or preparing for treatment, make sure, this goes back to that mental health piece, make sure that you're not listening to just advice, unwanted advice. We all have our loved ones who want to help you, but in the end, it's what you want to do for yourself, and listen to the experts, not even just one expert. Sometimes you may need to talk to several different doctors before you make that final decision on a type of thing you want. So make sure that you are making the decision that you want to, make for yourself and your treatment, your health, And also, she said if anybody is going through, any kind of treatments, radiation and chemo, if you can, it's really good to try to schedule those things like on a Friday, like right before the weekend. If you have any side effects, it really give you some time to really recover on the weekend. So that goes back to, that physical and mental health. You have some time to just kind of decompress and reset yourself. And what was the other thing she told me that I really loved? Oh, that like with chemo, sometimes you lose your hair. So, especially with women, that could affect our mental health, or, because it's a physical component. So just recommending, if you feel like your hair's coming out, just go ahead, cut that thing, get it over, done and over with. So you can really just start like embracing that piece, that journey that you're about to go on with the hair loss. One thing I love about Black women is we can rock a wig and nobody will even know. And then, sometimes we just make it too, where you just get comfortable with just embracing, how you those are different things you need to consider for the mental health piece. So bottom line, do what's going to make you happy, not what's going to make Coach Linda happy, Constance happy, Marlena, not do what's going to make you happy. So here you go, that quiet time with God. Talk to him about what's best for you.
Amen. So where can we find you on social media?
Social media, I am at She is a Nourished Mom on all social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook. Those are my main hangouts, and I've been trying to get more get on LinkedIn more often. She is a Nourished Mom.
Okay. And Coach Linda, what about you?
Same thing, Coach Linda Brooks Johnson, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and you'll find me.
Okay, and Marlena?
Yes, on Instagram, pink_ova, OVA _ everything is where you can find me in relation to breast cancer advocacy and awareness, and LinkedIn, Marlena Murphy.
Okay, thank you. And so this has been a very good session. I thank all three of you for joining us. And to our listening audience, thank you so much for tuning in. And until next time, may God bless you today, tomorrow, and always. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
People too. Show them the good inside of you. Give them praise for tasks they do. See their light as it shines through the light which comes from inside of you. Children need all we desire so much: the love, the hug, the kiss, the tender touch. The attitudes we express to them are the messages they learn to send. From examples like you and me, our children grow to be what they see. Do you show hatred, indifference, or love? Do you yell and scream no matter what, in spite of? Have you shared kind words with your child today? Have you truly listened to what they had to say? Or did you just ignore and continue on your way, hoping they get the message and go somewhere and play? Children are an extension of all that we are, and the most valued God-given gift by far. There are so many things they must grow to understand. We must guide and lead them with loving outstretched hands. Teach and treat children as people too. See their light shine bright through the light which comes from inside of you.
on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we have our celebrity guest, Janelle Simone. Her drive for perfection has allowed her to become more than just an average Jane. She's an actress, she's a host, she's in broadcasting, and so much more. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. I am so happy to be with you guys today because I have a special celebrity guest in the back, Miss Janelle Simone, and she is doing some amazing things, not only with her career, but also in the community, because we all about people making a positive impact. And when I think about all the things that she do, she have a degree in broadcasting, she already have experience and hosts her own show, Shop Bob Live. She have a nonprofit where she's doing some amazing things. But you would think that would be it, right? Well, no, this young lady still have time to do some more things and have some exciting projects she want to share with us. So before we bring her up, we got to give this way. We got to roll out the purple carpet because we do purple over here. We got to roll out the purple carpet, and then we're gonna bring the amazing Janelle Simone on. Come on, baby, baby, come on, baby, baby, come on. All right, you guys. I am so happy. We're gonna learn all about her drive and why she do what she do and how she does what she do. And without further ado, let's bring on the amazing Janelle Simone. Welcome to the show. Hey!
I'm
yeah,
like, I'm like, oh, she sounds fabulous. Who's that?
That's you. That's you. Okay, so with everything that you have done, like I'm looking at your impressive resume, to say the least. You went to college for broadcasting. So what made you decide to go into broadcasting?
Now, this is going to be an interesting story, but in all honesty, I went into broadcasting because of Wendy Williams.
Wow.
I was at a model casting at a spot in New York City, and Wendy Williams was hosting this event at the Hammerstein Ballroom, no less. And I remember going on my go-sees, if you ever seen like America's Top Model, where they would take their books and they would go towards casting directors and they would show their books and then go to the next and go to the next. So there was this space where all of these urban magazines were and all of these casting directors that were looking for, beautiful Black women. And Wendy Williams comes out in a full leg cast. And she hobbles out on the stage. And I remember it because to me, that Wendy Williams, she's a very tall woman. And so to me, it was like a giant on the stage. And I remember her hobbling out with the cast. And what triggered me was someone who can come out with a full cast, because she just sprained her leg at the time, really loves her job. And I need to know, what does she do that she loves her job so much that she is willing to look past pain to show up to work? And it was funny because after that, I even got the chance to work closely closer to Wendy Williams and really understood radio broadcasting. And she is the reason why I actually went to school for broadcasting and loving what I do as a communicator, which is very interesting story.
Wow. Okay, so you never know what your current circumstance when you go to these events.
Yes.
Many people, I just say, get in the room of the people who you admire. And sometimes you go in the room of the people who you admire, but you see someone else, and that is the projector that changes your life. You saw Wendy Williams, you saw her hobbling on stage, and you was like, what is it? Because I need to have that, because if that was me, I'd probably be home, you know? And so
Exactly. That kind of drive past the point where she should have been home resting. And I remember what she said that night. She says, in broadcasting, you never give up your mic to anyone. And so she's like, if you had the ability to get on that microphone, you get on that microphone. So she said, I put the cast on. She had little shorts on. And she came out on that stage and she hosted that event. And I needed to know, what was it about this point, this medium, that had her so affected, so charged up that she refused to stay in bed? And then I got bit by the bug, and I've been in this space ever since.
Wow. So I want to give a shout out to our virtual studio audience. Hello, Be the Difference Clothing. She said, wow. She also has her own show called Hello World. So check her out on CTR Media Network. Okay. So that's how you got into broadcasting. What made you start doing acting?
So I was always a class clown. So I was always cutting up. I was definitely the person in my family during the holidays where, you know, the aunties would call me out and they would move, you know, the furniture in the living room, and I would perform. And I was just always that person. I love telling stories. That's what I do. So that's why it makes sense to go into broadcasting. It made sense to go into acting. I was in every school play growing up. I was always the lead in something, whether it be the Wiz or, you know, I was always doing, so I was Glinda the Good Witch, y'all. But I've always been fascinated with telling stories, fascinated with understanding stories. And that's the difference between acting, I think, for the person. There are people who know how to tell a good story, and then there's people who want to understand the why behind your story. And that's where, even within broadcasting, where it kind of connects, like even with what you do, Dr. Ramsey, like understanding the why behind us, trying to understand what sparked that flower, what sparked that seed. That's the same thing with acting, and it's just about telling those stories. And that's one thing we do well.
Yes,
a good story. Okay.
Yes, we do. And so when I look at your story, because I think everything, like I was telling you, when I watched The Manifest and I saw you, I was like, even though we have these conversations, then I saw you on all these different other shows, these mainstream shows.
Yeah.
And then listening to you, knowing about you as part of Nike, BET, been on VH1, you have all these experiences in broadcasting, and then you have all these experiences as an actress. So you said you love telling the why. So what type of character do you look for? Is it just that you like to act as? Because I know some people say they like to be able to be someone else. So what's your experience as being an actress or actor that you like the most about acting?
So, oh my gosh, when you say all of those names, so many memories just sparked in my head. I've lived a lot of lives. Mother has lived, baby. Mother has lived.
Yes, you have.
When it comes to stories, because the way the industry is right now, there's this thing called typecasting. And sometimes if you tell a story, a specific character so good, you keep playing that same character. And that's what you'll see a lot, especially with Black talent. Once we get like Gabrielle Union, once she played that role of the aggressor, she couldn't it as much as she wanted to play something different. She was so good at playing that character that's all she kept playing ever since what was that cheerleader movie? She couldn't get it out.
Bring it on.
Yes, bring it on. And so I love playing different you do get stuck sometimes in these characters where you don't get to be somebody different. You don't get to play. And I think even as kids, when we grow, when we're growing and we're playing with each other, we play house, we play doctor, we dream about being astronauts, we play that the floor is lava. We do all of these things to really just help create these worlds. And I would love to play different characters. I do play a lot of the same. But recently, I actually have got the chance to play a different character. And this, it's going to be cool. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, it's going to be
Oh my goodness. And very few in the industry you able to, I would say, transition, like you said, because you do get typecast. And that's even with being on the radio. It's a certain group of people. It's very few that's able to get out and explore other options, even though they're multi-talented. So yes, you're gonna, this new role that you have, this is one of many you're gonna have, because now they're saying, wait a minute, we have too many layers. We're gonna have to use her here, use her there, use her here, use her there. And so I'm so happy that you have the opportunity. And Joy said, okay, do tell us. So when I think about, I know for me, and a lot of people tell me this, when you're doing so many different things, as a person, as an actor, as an actress, or whatever your profession is, we don't usually take the time to take it all in. So have you had a chance with your busy schedule to take in everything that you're doing? And really, because you said the statement, honey, I live. Yes, you have. But have you took that in?
It's so hard. And I think we all get stuck with that. What's the next step that we don't get a chance to enjoy today? It's like going on vacation. What do we do the last day of vacation? We immediately think about what time our flight is our bags packed. We're thinking about, as soon as we get off the plane, what are we gonna do? Do we have to throw out the milk and buy new milk? We're already thinking about next steps instead of enjoying that last day of vacation. That last day of vacation, we never really experience it because we're always thinking about, all right, well, what am I going to do next? And even in this place, in acting, when I think about some of the roles that I've done, I've been blessed to do a role on Manifest. I was role on Jessica Jones. Recently, I did an amazing role on Law and Order, Organized Crime. What? That is like the actor's like rite of passage. You're not an actor unless you do something of Dick Wolf brand, Law and Order, FBI, Chicago, anything. You have to do it. And I finally got a chance to do that. And in the moment, I was just so excited to be there that I wish I took a little more time to accept that. So as an actor, which is funny, I was just talking about this today with someone. I got the chance to audition for, it was a small role for Law and Order. Getting that role, I got the role the very next day, which is kind of unheard of because it usually takes some time to book the role. Was on set 3 days later. On set, I was bumped up, promoted to be a stunt actor, which is unheard of. Promoted to be a stunt actor, doing my own stunts, to then from that small role end up being a larger role where I had my name credited on the screen. Now, actors know that is a coveted spot when your name is on the screen. Yes. And then from there, I was able to get replays of my footage on the next episode, which is huge.
Yes.
Character. I'm dead. Oh, I can't go back. Bring Bonnie back. Hashtag bring Bonnie back. Yeah, but though in those moments, this is extraordinary. It was a blessing to experience that, and that not too many actors get a chance to say that they booked something like that, and then that it blossomed to where it is. And that's incredible. So yeah, I need to take more time just saying thank you in the moment. And that's hard.
I know. Well, I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it too, but I was wondering, did you have some fresh inspiration? Because sometimes, because like you're right, you continuously go into the next thing. Not saying that you're not appreciative or we're not appreciative. It's just we're like water. We're constantly moving. Okay. And so one thing that I'm making myself do is to pause and be silent for a moment and just take it in. Because it took a lot of work to get to where you are, to get to where I am. And it allows you to be able to really take in so that you can maneuver what you're going to do next. Now, that is pretty much unheard of when you get on the set and then get bumped up, and then they re-edit what you did and play it on. That is not something that happens. Like, that's the first time I ever heard that it actually happened to an actor.
Incredible to have that, to experience that. And it sometimes we don't give ourselves enough credit because we're always comparing to the next person. Oh, well, I did this and my friend was the lead in something. My friend got this movie. My friend played along this character. And we never really honor what was given to us and hold that. But then how are we expected to receive more if we can't really celebrate what we have now?
Exactly. On that note, what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break and we will be back in a moment with Janelle Simone. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. And just like that, we are back, and I'm back with a friend. Who is that? The amazing Janelle Simone. Welcome back. So now we're going to pivot because you talked about broadcasting and we learned about that. And to me, it was like that was a stepping stone towards your being an actor. And now you having all these amazing experiences. But then you would think that you would stop there because that is a lot, okay, being an actor. But then you said, no, the pandemic hit and you decided to do something else. And what was that?
So in my journey, I was able to connect into the world of philanthropy. Actually, this is a funny story as well. A friend of mine, she was a gig worker and she double booked herself for an event. And so she called me and asked, would you be able to help handle this event? I need someone to handle coat check for a party. So it's close by. I said, yeah, sure. I'll come down and do coat check. And so I go to this restaurant, a very classy restaurant, and I help out. I have no idea who anyone is. I'm just trying to make sure my friend doesn't lose her position with the agency. And I'm helping people as they come in. I have no idea who they are, but I'm just being gracious and being helpful. And then somebody walks up to me and says, how would you like to work for us? And I said, well, I'm actually just here as a fill-in. I'm not really with the agency. And they said, the way that you were able to talk with our guest, you treated everyone with respect. I had no idea that all of the people that were there were professional football players. I didn't know because I'm not a footballer. I had no idea, not a clue. So I wasn't starstruck. But my thing is what my parents instilled in me, that everyone is honored. So I treat everyone the same way. Anybody who comes into my presence, I never treat anyone different, whether you are the president to the janitor. I'm going to learn your name because you are important. And so that's how it was. And so as this woman at the time, she walked me through the hall at the restaurant to learn more about what they did. That's when I actually came in contact with philanthropy, with raising money for nonprofits. It was a fundraiser for a nonprofit that the NFL was behind. And from there, I learned how important the work is for these organizations and what they do throughout the world. And I just immediately became connected. So from there, I started like moonlighting as a professional fundraiser, doing these galas, facilitating these events, helping to raise millions and millions of dollars. Now, fast forwarding, I realized who wasn't in the room. There were barely ever any people of color. A lot of times I was the only woman in the room. Many times I was the only person of color. And that just hurt my heart because I knew that there were organizations that needed assistance, but they didn't have these big budgets to rent out these lavish spaces. They didn't have big budgets to have commercial advertisements every hour on the hour during the holiday season. But they needed help because those dollars mattered for their organization to exist. And so when the pandemic happened, I said, I've got to do more. How do I take this skill set now that I've learned with helping these national organizations? How do I use that same skill set that I've had to now help these smaller organizations in our own backyard? So me being an actress as well, I have some amazing friends who have, we call each other slashers. So actors slash entrepreneurs slash singers slash dancers. So one thing that I really hit me was I live in Staten Island, and there was a movement that shook the world. I can't breathe. And so this movement was started by an incident that happened in Staten Island by someone by the name of Eric Gardner. And I'm very familiar with Eric Gardner. A lot of times he would have came into my hair salon while we were getting our hair done, and he would try to sell his wares so he could make some money. And it was hard because it hit me because there's a lot of small business owners who are trying to make ends meet for their family. They're starting businesses. A lot of them are not legal because they're not structured. They don't know to get an EIN. They don't know to get an LLC. They don't know how to do a website, a Shopify account, whatever. They just have product. They're trying to move it to make money to pay their bills. So the whole thing that happened, it was really shook Staten Island to the core. And just about this man was just trying to make a few dollars for his family. We need to start supporting businesses in our communities to help them continue to make money so that they can support their families. So I started a blog called Shop Bob for Black owned business. And what I did, I promoted my friends' businesses. If they had a hair company, I was promoting their hair. If they had clothing, I was promoting their clothes. And I noticed within that first month, I had 3,000 hits. That first month I opened up. My friends are hitting me up and they're like, oh my goodness, sales are coming through. People are emailing us, asking for opportunities. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, there's something here. There's something here because a lot of businesses, especially when they start out, we talk about, raising money to get the product. But we don't talk about how to advertise, how to market. We rarely ever set aside a budget to promote what it is that we do. We need that word of mouth. So what I wanted to do was at this pandemic, I found a way, okay, I'm promoting my friends' businesses and they for free. and they are getting sales off of it. And I need to find a way to now promote organizations to fund their services, which now we need more than ever. How do I merge the two? And that's when I decided to say, you know what, I'm going to build a platform where businesses can sell a product. And instead of paying money for fees or paying money to house a profile, which some of these websites, they charge way too much money for y'all to be selling on a website. I'm just saying. Plus, you got to pay the credit card fees, but whatever. But instead of paying for the platform, dedicate a percentage of your profit to go to a nonprofit so that way they can do their work and the business gets credit for the donation that is given. It is incredible. And this is what I'm building right now with Shop Bob. It has been incredible. The meetings that I'm having, those that are behind me that I'm closing deals on. Yes, I'm not gonna cross it because it is so. It is so. That's what I'm doing, and that's why it's really important to me to serve.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But that is genius because you saw there was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And you create a solution, but in a different way. You're using the virtual. I always say use social media for the positive. And Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, she can second that. Use it for positivity, okay? And so you decide to take a situation where you was in the room with a whole lot of different people with fundraising, and you noticed that representation wasn't there properly. Okay, they were doing some great things, but imagery, representation is so important because sometimes it takes them seeing someone that look like them, that speak like them, that come from the same neighborhood as them to let people see that, hey, I can do this. And so you took that situation and then you said, okay, it went from helping my friends to now I'm going to help some other people. Oh, and then it birthed Shop Bob, Black owned businesses. Now everyone, I actually benefited from Shop Bob. Okay. I went on the show. It's an amazing, amazing platform. I actually met someone, and now they're a part of CTR Media Network, which is Hello World from Be the Difference Clothing. So check out her store as well. It was just an amazing. Had I not went on your show, I would have never met her. And had I never met her, it was like a polarizing effect. You start meeting and doing different things because now your network becomes larger because now you're together. Yes. You're together. And so everybody is growing. So thank you for what you're doing. You didn't have to do it. And you'll faithfully go on every Wednesday and you'll be interviewing. And I'm saying, you guys, not for no short period of time. I'm talking about I was pulling people on back to back to back to back to back. And I was one of them. And we wait patiently because yes, we waited because we want to be on Shop Bob Live. We want to be on it. So the question is, will you be doing Shop Bob? Will you be coming back for season 2?
Yes, 2. Yes, we are coming back. The hardest decision I had to make was to put the show on pause, but I knew I had to put all of my attention in building our nonprofit Shop Bob Cares. It was about building awareness because the whole thing about Shop Bob, it is twofold. I love helping businesses for free. I love promoting them for free. I love putting them out there and helping consumers to find them and connect. But there's still more to do. And so what I needed to do was take a step back and build, what does Shop Bob Cares do? Because I love getting my hands dirty. I needed to hit the ground. I needed to really sit and be led as to what else can I do. And so over the summer, we launched our Youth Positivity Outreach Program. So Shop Bob partnered with a Black-owned mobile gaming company, Fun Bash. Together, we create on-site events that brings fun and engaging activities to the community. You know, we have all these theme parks. We have all these very expensive ways of entertaining our kids, but in a lot of times, our communities, our moms, our pops, they can't afford a $60 ticket, no matter how many cans of Coca-Cola they save up to redeem. They can't afford tickets to bring to these name theme parks. And then you can't choose one child to bring. What you do for one, you got to do for all. It's expensive. So what we've done together with Fun Bash, we've created sort of like this carnival setting that we are bringing straight to the hood for our kids to engage for free. Jumbo games, virtual reality, arcade, PS4, all of this we're bringing to our community for our kids to feel special, our kids to connect and be able to experience things. Our virtual reality station, we're taking them to the moon, we're taking them deep sea diving, we're taking them to different beaches all over the world, right from their own street. And that is important because it's those memories. I think most of us at a certain age, we have these memories when we were younger, summertime, opening up the fire hydrant, drawing on the street, playing hopscotch, manhunt. These experiences where we were together as a community was important when it came to developing us and how we interact with one another. But our kids nowadays, all they know is TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, and they're not connecting with one another. They will sit right next to each other on their phones, talking to each other on their phones instead of actually conversing. And we need to break that because now we're becoming an isolated community. And what I'm trying to do with our youth positivity outreach program is bringing our community back together, allowing parents to create memories with their kids, playing games. That way they can too one day say, hey, remember that summer of 2023? Ooh, that was so fun. Remember when we did bop, bop, bop? That's what we're doing. Outside of that, I'm building music programs, building drama programs, building what else? Music, drama, and there's some arts. Yes, arts. So that way we can bring this creative side from our youth, teaching them leadership skills, teaching them how to express themselves positively, express what it is that as they're growing and maturing and becoming themselves, what else can they be? That's what we're doing with our Shop Bob Cares. Another aspect of what we're doing, we're talking about making America great again. Well, guess what? Our people have innovated so many amazing technologies. And I'm talking about peanut butter, doorknobs, the hot comb, the traffic lights. We did that. We are putting together scholarships for kids so that way they can go back to learning how to create with their hands. Vocational training. We need iron workers. We need carpentry. We need plumbers. We need electricians. And granted, we do need coders, but we need our youth to build America up from the ground up. And that is what we're doing with Shop Bob Cares. It's cultivating our youth. And then we're not leaving our seniors out. Oh no, we still have programs for our seniors. So that way they can continue to make wages and live and be able to engage as well. We're creating activities for them to also feel that they're connected to the community. We have to uphold our seniors. And I think at some point we get to this point where we forget that they have done so much for us. Now it's time to pour back into them and let them know that we care for them in this world. Oh, I could do this all night. I'm so excited about what we are building with Shop Bob. It is literally about creating a whole new ecosystem, really highlighting businesses, Black-owned businesses, highlighting our communities and connecting them together in a whole new way that we are actually building community from the ground up.
I love it. I love it. And I I hear your passion because you're doing something for our Black and brown, like getting us together, letting us bring back the community again. And that is another thing that is so that I love about what you do because it's showing us that we matter. It's showing us that we're valid. It's showing us that someone cares, to put all this together. And you're right. When you have a mother or a father or a family, whether single parent or couple, but they have more than one child, how can you pick between your children? Because that will leave a mark in their head saying, why did mom pick my brother? Why did mom pick my sister? And it's just simply they didn't have enough money. And so you don't even have that barrier. You're like, bring all the babies. Bring all the babies. So
yes, and it's been absolutely incredible. Like we started this program over the summer and already we've served about 1,000 families in New York City. I'm already in conversations to build out into other states. So by next year, it looks like we'll be in 2 other states with this program rollout. And I think it's just really awesome to see even businesses come behind and say, okay, I want to be a part, because it costs money. I'm not gonna lie. To do a program, it costs money, but the benefit of this, it is just tremendous, because it sparks hope. It sparks belief. It allows kids to dream that, I could build something. I could virtually, be an astronaut for a day. Like, that's incredible that we have this ability to do that for the kids, where the kids could just be kids. It's amazing.
Regular content, connect you with.
Thank you.
That's looking to drop some money off on some nonprofits for Black and Brown.
That would mean everything, because every nation helps, and you'd be surprised. And I think that's another thing about because we were talking about togetherness. Sometimes we don't realize what we do. We minimalize it, not knowing how much it affects the next person. And so even that moment, we having guests like you on my show, which I am so grateful that you took the time to sit with me and thought it not robbery to wait to get on, because when I'm with somebody, I'm so excited about them. I don't want to rush them. I want to give everybody their full time. So I thank you for that. But you'd be surprised what that little spark will do, where you speaking to someone, they get to hear your story, and then they comment, they share, and now someone else who needed to hear from you, who needed to know that they can create a business through broadcasting. Like, you have no idea. I remember I talked. You have no idea the fire that you sparked, because there was several people that were sparked to speak who didn't feel comfortable publicly speaking. And I'm gonna go ahead and put out there, be the difference, put out there, being in that space where they're committing to broadcasting and understanding that there is opportunity for a business through broadcasting, through creating shows, and that you were in that space to facilitate help for them, that they didn't have to do it alone. A lot of times we don't do things because we don't feel supported. So finding out that, wow, somebody's going to back me up, somebody's going to walk me step by step on how to do this, there goes that representation. It can be done. I could do it too. And that is what I'm here for. And it costs us nothing to sit there and like and share and comment and engage and support one another. And when we do, we literally make billionaires overnight.
Yeah, we set trends. We set trends. I want to give a shout out to our virtual studio audience. Dr. Connie Green, she's here. She said, thank you for sharing. She also said, this is amazing. Yes, I agree. She has an amazing show. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment. So you can tell us some more, because I'm loving everything. You need to be in South Carolina.
Hi, I am Janelle Simone, founder and CEO of Shop Bob, and I want to interview you. That's right, you. I want to learn more about your business and how did it come to be. So if you want to join me as a guest on Shop Bob Live, make sure you go to shopbob.com. And of course, if you want to know more about what we're building and want to support us, we are currently accepting donations. So hit us up at shopbob.com, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
All right, you heard it. Shop Bob Live. This is not a fantasy. This is not a dream. This is happening right now. So if you're sitting down saying, how can I help? They need sponsorships, donations, and just if you have a business and you want to donate some items, this is the time for you to get involved, okay? And let me bring back on our amazing featured guest, Janelle Simone from Shop 5 Live, shop5.com.
I'm about to start crying. You know, when you started it off, you know, we talked about that whole journey, and then you don't realize what you've done and how much has been accomplished. And now see.
Oh, see, okay, I done took it to the moment.
I don't think I could ever do a show without crying. I'm always crying, and I'm trying not to. I don't want to run the mess.
It's okay. It's okay.
It just because in this space, and I think even in your space as well, it's a thankless job, and a lot of times you don't the 10 go out and maybe one to come back to say thank you, and it means so much to me to even be seen. Like I'm not invisible. That
you're not invisible, Janelle. I just want you to know that I see you and I support you. And I want to do anything that I can to help get out what you're doing, because we're all about impactful positivity. And of course, our children is our future. So if we can't get to them, and that's what you're doing, you help it, but you're not only helping the children. This is why it's so important. You're not only helping the children, but you're helping the elderly, which are usually the forgotten. And I always have a soft spot for the elderly. People tell me I have a very old soul. It's because I be around a lot of older people. I love to sit and listen to their stories. They are our history keepers. They hold all of our foundational pieces. And so then you merge that and you bring the families together, and then you put together all of this when you didn't have to, because you're an actress and you're helping to entertain, to make us de-stress from the world. So that is something that we can do, that you're doing, and you're doing very well. But also you did broadcasting, and you're still doing it with your Shop Bob. But you did not have to go that extra step and start a whole nonprofit. Like, nonprofit is not an easy venture. And so the fact that you're doing all this full circle, and you're bringing it, and you never ask for anything except you're giving. So this is your time. I want everybody to know about Janelle. Okay. Janelle behind the photo, Janelle behind the IMDb looking gorgeous, Janelle behind the Manifest Law and Order playing, bring her back. Y'all bring her back. So I want them to see the real person, because I was always captivated with actors, actresses, singers, entertainers, because I wanted to know who they were aside from the character that they played. And so being that I had already met you and I went on your show, I got to learn the real person. And I want everybody else to know that this woman not faking it. This is her. Like, this is the real deal. And so I thank you for what you're doing. Bringing all these access to the hood, because most people don't want to bring nothing to us but trouble. So bringing it to the hood, letting them see that they're valuable, and that one moment can change that child's mind for the rest of their life. That one moment where they say, do you remember summer of 2022? Because I know I remember some summers right now. I'm like, did you, what? The 90s? Did you remember? So Janelle, what else? Do you have any more projects? What is it that you want us to know about? That you can tell, because I know some things you might say. So tell us about that.
So going back into acting, this summer was a blessed year. I teased that I got a chance to play a different role. This role is actually comedic. It is a comedic role, and I never get a chance to be funny. Even I think I'm hilarious, though. Good time, baby. But yes, and I want to thank Tiffany Jackman. She is a writer, producer, an instructor in New Jersey, and she put together a sitcom titled The Wilsons. So The Wilsons is a sitcom that will be launched in 2023. and it stars a very well-known actor by the name of Reggie Hayes. Reggie Hayes is the actor that played William Dent on the TV show Girlfriends. He was Joan's best friend, the bestie. So he is the lead on this sitcom, and I have been cast to be his beautiful, lovely young wife. Thank you.
Okay, then. I'm ready. I'm ready to watch. I'm ready.
Oh, it is absolutely hysterical. It's a political, satirical show, and we get to poke fun and speak of a whole community that I don't think America has ever shined light on, and that is the Black Republican. So it is absolutely incredibly funny. Tiffany Jackman is just so witty. What a great writer. And I'm so blessed to be a part of this project with a phenomenal cast. Oh, I cannot wait. So that is coming out in 2023, and I'm super excited. And when that comes out, I'm sure I'll be reaching out to everybody, because I know Reggie wants to do some real heavy promo for that. But I'm really excited about that, playing a comedic character. I'm working on broadcasting still. So we've got a few shows that we're putting together that'll be on some major networks, honoring powerful people of color. We finished shooting some of the show even yesterday, where we got a chance to honor the deputy mayor of New York. We honored so many people, influential people of color, talking about representation. And so there's an entertainment show that we're doing with that. That is DTX 2.0. What else are we doing? Shop Bob is growing tremendously. We've got Shop Bob Live that is coming back. And then next year, as I already teased, that will be in probably 2 more states, covering 3 states, with the help of a really big, large organization that I can't say yet, but it is huge, and it's a 3-letter organization. That's all I'm gonna say. That's it. That's it. 3-letter organization. That's it. And so they're backing us because they really believe in economic development. And that's the one thing I forgot to say. Yes, the programs that we're doing, we are hiring youth. We are funding. Yes, they are being paid to work with us, which is tremendous. And I don't think that we really think about our kids when it comes to having money in their pocket. Our parents, when I was in school, I came up in a middle class family. So both of my parents were working. On paper, we looked really good. However, when it came down to organized sports, and I had to go to them to buy new uniforms or buy new equipment, they were strapped for cash because it just wasn't enough. And our kids, they're still going through school. And of course, now more than ever, they got to compete with the swag. They got to look, and they don't have the finances. And some of them don't even have the finances to get lunch. And they need the opportunity to make some cash to even support their family, to support their younger siblings. It's a thing, and we don't really think about that. So with Shop Bob Cares, we started employing youth. And so right now we have about 18, and we want to expand that to hit about 100 students next year, where they are paid to work on weekends, because school is first. School is first. So we create these events for them to make cash. That way they can, support themselves. And it's tremendous. What else? There's so many things. I probably should have wrote a list, and I'm probably gonna be mad. I'm like, oh, I forgot to say this.
Well, you can come back. Yes. So are these all in person for the youth, or is it a combination of virtual and in person?
So 2 sides. So for our events, they are on site, but we also are training young people on how to design. So those are remote, where they can do that as long as they have access to a computer, which we are working with local school systems. Systems. That way they have access to co-working spaces or to educational spaces where they can continue to work and then still go to school and study. School is number one.
That is great. We have to see what's going on with our virtual studio audience. Connie Green said, "Oh, this about me."
See?
She said Tina Ramsey is amazing. I was one of those that was intimidated by speaking on the podcast, but Dr. Ramsey, helped me every step of the way until I became #1 podcast on CTR Media Network. Yes, that's true. So we're proud of you, but you put in the work. Okay, we didn't do it. You didn't do it by yourself. Like, we helped you, but you had to do the work. And so we're proud of you. Then we have another person from our virtual studio, and she said, awesome, giving back to the children 2022 onward. Yes, and Be the Difference Color said, that's gonna be dope, LOL.
Well, you know, you coming with me. You know she the tribe. Come on now.
Yes. So keep us in the loop of what's going on, because from the virtual standpoint, we definitely want to keep connected so that we can use our platform to elevate you and what you're doing with the community, because you got that threefold cord going on. You have the youth, you have the adults, and then you have the elderly. And when you merge all of that, that spells family. Yes. That spells family. And so going back to the old school, bringing everybody back to the kitchen table, bringing everybody back to communicating and like, I love it. And so thank you for everything that you're doing in our community. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you just for being you, Janelle. Okay, and taking the time to take it all in.
I love you. I love every opportunity, and I'm so glad that you had the chance to let me be on your show, on your platform. And as you can see, you're very humble, and you throwing it back to people, but you are so important. And what you've done has been tremendous, even in people's lives, being able to find their voice and a space to get their point across and help people out. Because, and let's not even talk about the board that you're on with women and how homeschooling and all, like I remember. And so all of that you're doing, you're really making a difference. So I want to say thank you. I see you and I support you in anything I could do to help you flourish. I'm here. I'm with you. I'll put the t-shirt on, the poster. Let's go. I'll pick a sign. Let's go.
Same here, because it takes all of us. And you guys, again, they're taking donations. So, and it doesn't have to be a lot. Of course, a lot is good, but if you don't have a lot, it's what you give from your heart. Because in order for all of these amazing activities and support for not only the community, but for our children, in order for that to all take place, it takes money to do it. So if you have $10, $20, donate to Shop Bob Live. And if you're a business owner, listen, put your business over there, and you might say, well, I don't have the money right now. Well, when you sell something, it takes a little percentage, and then it goes out to help. You don't even have to think about it. It's automatic. You just do it. So go over there to shopbob.com and see everything they have to offer. They not only have amazing businesses that can be a part of it, but they also have merch and all kind of little things that you can buy. So go over there and do some shopping, because it helps the nonprofit. It helps everything. So, and a little birdie told me that you guys are part of the Amazon nonprofit program.
Yes.
So tell them about that. I forgot, because we love Amazon. We be all on the Amazon.
Yes. If you are on Amazon, you're a heavy shopper, there is in your settings, you're going to go into settings and scroll all the way down. You're going to find something called Amazon Smiles. Ching. Click on that. And then you look up Shop Bob Cares. And all you have to do is select Shop Bob Cares, and everything that you buy that's eligible, Amazon will donate to us. They don't raise your prices. There's no fees for you to join. Amazon will just donate a portion of their profit to the nonprofit that you have selected. And so that has been absolutely amazing, because you don't realize how often you shop, and then it'll tell you how much money you've been able to, Amazon has donated on your behalf to the organization. And it's just a help, because every single dollar counts. You'd be surprised, but every dollar counts. Your dollar is helping to hire youth. It's helping to give them opportunity. We're putting together scholarships. We're helping seniors. I do not take any money. There is no paid salary here. 100% of money that is raised goes towards community work. And then what we'll be doing moving forward, if you are a nonprofit, also, I want to connect with you, because what we are doing, we are here to help you do your work. So if you are on the ground, you need assistance, we can help with volunteers, we can help with funding. If you are an individual and you are doing something in your community, we might be able to connect you with a business that can help you focus on your mission. But let's start partnering. Let's start growing together. It's about us doing stuff together. I want to help.
All right. Let me tell you something. When her show start back, you guys, you better get on that list. You better get on that list. It was a blessing to me. Listen, go over to Shop Bob. And for all of my people who shop on Amazon, if your money, like my parents used to say, your money looking a little funny, but you still have to buy some things, because everybody got to get on Amazon. When the world shut down, people who never shopped digital, they start shopping to get things. It's not costing you anything. You just go to Amazon Smiles, like she said, and click shop. That's what I'm gonna do, because I'm going on right after this right here, and click Shop Bob Live. I mean Shop Bob, and Shop Bob Cares.
Cares, yes, that's the
Shop Bob Cares, and select it. It's no extra money coming out your pocket. They're gonna be doing this. I mean, it's a win-win situation. You have to buy it anyway. You don't have to pay any extra, and yet you know that even if you can't physically be there at one of the Shop Bob Cares events, you're still helping. You're still a part of the positive movement, people. Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah, it's a
Someone
great.
said, hello, Amazon Mom. I think everybody is on Amazon at this point. So that is amazing. That's amazing. So I'll just, again, thank you for coming over. You always have an open seat to come and share what you're doing. And when you're able to share the show out, your upcoming projects, you can bring your cast, get on over here. We can have all y'all on there and do y'all little thing. Y'all can share, because at the end of the day, this is about all of us elevating each other, growing each other, and showing some positivity, for heaven's sakes. Showing some positivity. And Be the Difference Clothing. Check her out. She has positive merchandise that I personally wear. I'm a walking billboard for just about everybody that's positive. Okay, I'll be a walking billboard for Shop Bob. You seen the shirt I'm putting it on? Like, here you go. Okay, so you guys, thank you for everyone that tuned in live. For all of you that's going to be listening in later, thank you for everything that you do for supporting the show. And make sure that you support shopbob.com, Shop Bob Cares on Amazon, and make sure to follow her on social media, Shop Bob on Instagram, to stay in the know of what's going on, because that's the only way that you're going to know what's going on, that you get connected on those various channels, so that you can be in the know and you can support. And guess what? It's another way that you can support, by just sharing, word of mouth. Okay. If you can't do anything else, like, follow, share, like, follow, share, like, follow, share, comment if you want, share the link with someone. That is a form of caring and helping. She said, this was a great interview. Thank you for sharing. Oh, you are most welcome. So you want to tell them where they can follow you on social media?
Yes, of course, Shop Bob across the board. We are there, and then I am Janelle Simone as well across the board. I am looking to connect. I'm looking to learn more, and like I said, helping businesses. And thank you so much for promoting Shop Bob Live, because I do want more businesses that I could help promote. I do want to create programs to really help small businesses structure and get alignment. That way, they can scale to big box retailers as well. There's so much that has been put on me to do, and as long as I have the capacity to do it, I'm going to continue to say yes. So please make sure that you hit us up. This is a piece of what we've been doing for our Shop Bob Cares program. Some of the kids that has been able to participate in our on-site gaming, and then we just have a good time, and it's all for fun. And so, like I said, we are looking for hires. So if you even are in right now in the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, Jersey, and you are a vendor, food vendor, face painters, balloon artists. We are looking to hire you. We're not asking for free services. We're looking to hire you. So please, let's connect us. And of course, we're always looking for kids right now in the New York State, and we're growing into 2 different states by the end of 2023. And we're just growing. And I'm so happy. I'm so blessed to be able to do this and what's next.
All right, you guys. So this is shopbob.com. I am a visual learner, so anytime that I can pull up something so anyone can see it, I want you to see all of this amazingness and see how it's bringing not only the youth, but the entire family, our elderly, our youth, our parents, and just helping them to bring family back again, okay? Because somewhere or another, we lost the connection with family, okay? Technology is great, okay? But it had put a division between family. And so now what I see that you're doing is bringing that family fold back together, and I just absolutely love it. And I saw the website. I was like, oh, I got to remember to show the website.
Thank you. And like I said, I'm the Youth Positivity Outreach Program. I looked for a Black-owned business to help build their business, and their business has tripled since we started working with them. I'm looking for other businesses to create more programming. I'm looking for organizations to build your organization to create programming. It's not about reinventing the wheel. You've already have it in motion. How can I help to grow? That's what I'm doing. That's what I want to do.
Well, thank you so much for giving us some of your time and coming on the show on today. We truly appreciate everything that you're doing. And of course, you always have an open seat welcome at the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast and whatever we do. And so what I'm going to do, I hate to even end it. It's so juicy, but we have to say goodbye. And thank you guys for tuning in. And any last words?
I just want to say thank you. As was already said here, the best thing that we can do is just to constantly keep engaging. So like, comment, share. You'd be surprised, but that little thing can help someone's business grow. So thank you.
Yes. So on that note, you guys have a great day. And remember, if no one ever told you this today, if no one told you this, that I love you, I want you to keep smiling, I want you to hold your head up, and I want you to know and believe that the Tina Ramsey Show, we got you back. We're going to have some more amazing guests coming your way to not only share what they do, but inspire you to walk into your best life, honey. Dreams can come true. And this show is for all of you. I want you to start walking in purpose. Stop being afraid. I want you to be who you was born to become. You can do it. I'm no different. She's no different. We just decided to say, we're going to do this thing. And so it's time for you. This is your moment. The world is not too saturated for you. Have a good night. If you would like to be a sponsor or featured guest on our show, go to CTRMediaNetwork.com. And don't forget to follow us on social media. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Hello and welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. I am super excited to have you guys on with me on today. I am Sandy Sanders. I'm the host and creator of our platform of Book Talks with Sandy. It is our platform that is for authors, anthology book projects, and also for solo projects as well. And so anytime you all want to showcase your book, listen, y'all know I've always got a seat for you at the table. I am super excited to have these two ladies on with us today. And we're, you know, when God does things, he does it and he does it well. The author tour seems to be continuing. Okay. We did our author tour in the month of September, and I'm telling you, we're still having authors that are coming forth and sharing their incredible stories, sharing their incredible journeys of that God has graced them to be able to pen it on paper. So I actually have two shows running today. We'll be hearing from our current author that is in the green room right now. And you'll be hearing from her, and not just her, but the visionary author of her book project as well. They are on author tour. And so I am honored and super happy to have these two phenomenal women that are with us on today that will not only be sharing their chapter of the book, but the visionary will also be sharing her heart. And we did have the privilege of interviewing a few of the authors from the same book project, and we're super excited about what God did for these ladies. Listen, y'all know what I asked you to do. Send it out, send it out, send it out, and send it out. Share. Go ahead and share it with your friends. I want you to tag at least 5 people that you know is going to benefit from today's conversation. Today's conversation is all about leadership. It is all about trailblazing. It is all about making your mark in the earth. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring these phenomenal ladies on, and I'm going to kind of tell you guys what's happening with me on today. And because it's oozing out of me, I want you to know what's on my heart and what's on my mind. But without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring these two phenomenal ladies on. We are going to be bringing on Coach Janine and Dr. Doreen. Let's read. These two ladies, our guest is Coach Janine. Janine, pronounce your last name for me.
Bouzigier.
Bouzigier. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Dr. Doreen, let's read. These two ladies are with me, and we're going to be talking about their upcoming book. They're on an author tour. And so while we, Dr. Doreen, welcome back.
Thank you for having me back.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm super excited. Listen, I got to tell you all what's going on. How many of you all know that we are in a time of prayer? Our nation, our country, our world is in a need. We're in the need of prayer. We're in the need of a move of God. And I believe that he is speaking. He's making a clarion call to pray, to be in a position, to be in a posture of prayer. And no hesitation. These women already are believers. That's why they're here. They are great women of God, and know without anything, we cannot do anything without the Lord. And so if anything, we chime in. We're going to talk about the book. But I tell you, I just came out of corporate prayer, and the anointing, the power of the Lord is still upon me. So it's kind of hard for me to shift. And I'm not going to shift. I am going to say, glory, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus, for another opportunity to be in the land of the living. You are on the other side. You're on this other side. You're listening. You may be in the need of something today. And we want you to know is that the Lord Jesus Christ is the answer. He truly is the answer to whatever you stand in the need of, whatever you're going through. I promise you, when you call on the name of the Lord, he said that whatsoever you ask in prayer, believe in it and you shall receive it. But you got to be in the right position. Your heart's got to be open to receive what thus saith the Lord. Come on, Dr. Doreen. I want to say hi to you and Coach Janine. Both ladies, how y'all doing?
We're fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Queen Sandy or Dr. Sandy.
Yes, yes. I'm super excited to have you on the tour. We're going to share a little bit about you in just a moment. I want to give our audience an opportunity to get it shared out. But would you agree that we are in this hour of a need of prayer?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's how Are You Lit really was birthed out.
Mhm.
I am a kingdompreneur, and so God has used me in the earth, in the marketplace, to advance His kingdom in all things business.
Yeah.
And so this business, the CEO, as the CEO of Divine Connection Network Association, everything that I've been doing for the last 25 years has been birthed out of prayer. There has been no one individual that I can salute and say, well, because of you, I'm here. It's only been because of my boss, the ultimate businessman, working in me, working through me, and getting me to this point to unlock what's inside you. Those that are listening, those that are in the marketplace, those that are tired of tittering, tottering back and forth and want to make a decision to move forward. That's what this book is all about. The name of it speaks for itself. It asks a critical question. Are you lit? Leader intentionally trailblazing. And the book is actually based on Isaiah 60. And it's specifically speaking to verse 3. And nations shall come to your light. So if nations are going to come to our life, Dr. Sandy, we must be lit.
Yes.
Nations are not going to, there's plenty of darkness in the world.
Yeah.
But what God is saying in Isaiah 60, verse 3, and nations shall come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your rising. So once we have risen, and last year became a #1 bestseller for Confident Women Rise, we have to rise first. After we rise, that's not enough. We have to make a decision, and it is a decision to be lit, a leader intentionally trailblazing, going places that we've never gone, saying some things we've never said, because we are the uncompromisingly righteous.
Yes.
God is calling us in this hour to be His mouthpiece.
Yes.
And we can't shrink back out of fear of what other people are going to say, how people may critique us. They may not even understand us. I've never been understood a day in my life. God didn't call me to be understood. I am a disruptor. My boss is a disruptor. When I walk in the room, the atmosphere automatically shifts because I know who I am. And I'm not going to shrink back because you don't understand who I am.
That's right.
Now, that's not a cocky statement. It's actually a statement of humility because I acknowledge who I work for.
Yes.
I work for the ultimate businessman. And Jesus Christ made no apology when He walked in the temple and He stood up. The word of God said He spoke boldly, He spoke with authority, and then He sat down. And the whole room was shifted because no one ever came up to the podium and spoke the way He did. He changed trajectories. He changed generations. He changed people's lives with one word, with one touch, with just His presence. And we are called to that moment, just like He did. We are called to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we can ever ask or think. We are called to do even greater exploits than He did. And in this hour, it's time to unlock what's inside you. It is not time to shrink back. It is not time to make excuses. It is not time for hemming and hawing. It is time to arise. It is time to shine, that nations can come to your light, that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is glorified in the earth, that men may know He is not dead, but that He is alive.
Absolutely. As you were talking, I thought about and Coach Janine, I want to bring you forward. But as you were talking, I began to think about the woman that the Lord met at the well, the woman at the well. And the one thing that immediately went to my mind is that her story is being told so many all these thousands of years later. And one of the things is that when she dropped her buckets, she dropped the things that she was carrying and became a leader, became one that, hey, you've got to hear about a man that told me all about myself, and unlocking those things that was in her. became a leader, became a speaker, became those things that we desire that's inside of us. And so as you were talking, the Lord just began remind me, remember her?
Yes.
Yep. Remember the woman that I met at the I heard Jesus speaking today, y'all. He said, remember my daughter that I met at the well. And when I got finished having a conversation with her, her life was never the same. She couldn't go back. She had to let go. She then became a trailblazer. Lord, my God. Listen, you all, yeah, we are in Book Talks with Sandy. This is an afternoon, and we just allow the Lord to use us. We do have two amazing women that will be sharing about the book project. I want you to go ahead and share this out. We're going to do our intro again, and I want you to meet our author guests for today. Okay. And we shall be right back with you guys. And I do want you to share it out. Go ahead and share it out with at least 5 individuals, and I'll be right back with Hello and welcome back to Book Talks with Sandy. We are here this afternoon on our weekly talking segment, Book Talks with Sandy. I do want to say hello to our Facebook family, as well as if you all have not, well, let's go ahead and say hello to our YouTube family. Yes, indeed. And if you all have not subscribed, I would appreciate, we're trying to hit some numbers. We're still under 100. So I need y'all to help me get up to 100, okay? So go ahead and go over to our YouTube channel, but you'll find it under Coffee Conversation with Sandy. Coffee Conversation with Sandy. Go ahead and subscribe. And those of you that are over there now, thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in and share it out. Well, this afternoon, we do and have an author that is on tour. And this book called Lit, Are You Lit? And it's question mark at the end. Are you lit? Leader, intentionally trailblazing. My guest this afternoon is none other than Coach Janine. And come on, she's going to have to tell me her name again. I'm sorry. Pagia. Yes, there she is. Beautiful, amazing woman. And not only is she a contributing author of this amazing book, but she is known as the chief enterprise of With You Solutions. Am I saying it right? With You Solutions. With You Solutions. And so I want to welcome you. You also are the editor of a magazine. And I want you to come on and say hello to us. Welcome back.
Thank you so much again, Queen Sandy, Dr. Sandy. I'm so glad to be here. And Dr. Doreen, who really, since we met, it's just like a divine connection. So I'm so glad to be here among, all of you guys are watching us. And please share this, because it's going to really be able to transform somebody, because we are in a mission. So I'm so glad to be here, to be part of this amazing movement. It's just not a project, but it's a movement that since I've met Dr. Doreen, she has shared with me, and I did not really hesitate. I just jump on, because I do remember 23 years ago when I came in this country, God told me that I'm going to be using you just like the prophet Ezekiel, which is to bring back life. And what I've seen how Dr. Doreen is really manifesting and really bringing all these men and women, specifically women, it's really to give them the strategy and to be able to get them clear about where they're going. And she's on assignment as well. So I did not hesitate to jump on, because I really see that she's an authentic leader, and I wanted just to come and be able to continue this journey together with her on this project. I'm so excited. Like we said, I'm an editor for Umoja Mag. Umoja means unity in Swahili. And Dr. Doreen been a very good partner with us. She's been working with us, and we have a long way to go together. I'm so excited that she will really bless us to be here with us and to continue in this project as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the visionary author of this book. She is, yes, a international bestseller, global speaker, magazine editor, founder and editor. Yes, we are talking about Dr. Doreen Let's Read. And this book project, as you alluded to earlier, is that your book previous to that is Confident Woman Rise, became a #1 bestseller. And this book here came out of, as we talk about the necessity of prayer, the necessity of and whenever we go into prayer, God's bound. It does not, he never fails to impart into us that we end up birthing out something that God wants to say in the earth. And so you are all business, as all things business, kingdompreneur. And this book came out of whenever you were on, had a few of the authors on a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week it was. And you did something in 90 days with the lives of some amazing people. Come on and talk about becoming a certified coach and a profitable coach in your business, and as being a coach of coaches. You all, Dr. Doreen Reed, come on and say to us.
I'm so grateful. As you said last week, you witnessed a great number of the individuals that are co-authors of the book Are You Lit? And they actually had the opportunity to build their business and brand in 90 days in my a signature program, All Things Business Builder. And so these ladies, and we have a gentleman also, Reverend Dr. Roger Dixon from God Dealt With Me about having a gentleman's perspective concerning business and the work that he's doing in the prison. God wanted me to support that, to elevate him in the earth so that God's kingdom can go forth, even especially with those that are returning citizens coming back from the criminal justice system. And with the other ladies that are in the program and that have just got their certificate that they completed the program, All Things Business Builder, they are now international coaches because of the platforms that God has allowed me to build. And they have released their new Christian coaching businesses. They're already in building their client lists as we speak. And so this has just been a phenomenal 90 days. And what Coach Janine and I have been doing is we have been building a collaboration that is global. We've been working together for the last 2 years to make sure that we can help businesses and brand globally build in 90 days. Coach Janine has an extensive network globally. I think she actually wraps the world twice or 3 times at least. And she has an extensive knowledge of how to actually go into Africa and have in-person events, which is very rare. To have that type of knowledge where you can actually go into Europe and set up an in-person event. She has knowledge about how to do that. She has those ambassadors in those areas that are ready to go. She already has developed the leadership within her team. When we call for somebody that says, okay, I want to have an event in Africa, I want to have an event in Europe, they're ready to go. This is no waiting. There's no hesitation.
That is
amazing. You don't have to think about what to do. She already speaks, and her magazine will be released in 4 different languages. So Unlock What's Inside You magazine, I'm the editor-in-chief of that magazine. We have partnered with Emoja Mag to really impact the globe. And we are endeavoring to raise up Christian businesses. And that's our heart's desire. God has put that in our heart, because this is the time now, as we said earlier, according to Isaiah 60, that we must, it's not an option. This is a command. It's not a suggestion. Sometimes we read the word of God and we think, oh, this is just a suggestion. I can do it or not do it. But according to the Ultimate Businessman, it's actually a command that we rise, and that we be lit. That we rise and that we be lit. Those are simultaneous. And that's what Coach Janine and I have been doing together in our collaboration for the last 2 years. And it's, it takes time to pull all this together, especially when you have a global business and brand. But the good thing about it is the ladies that are already involved with Are You Lit as co-authors, they themselves are international. You met Coach Kimberly Yap last week. She is from Canada. She is my client. You haven't met Coach Marie McKenzie yet. She's originally from Jamaica. And we have Coach Judith. She is originally from Jamaica. So we have these different levels of global presence in the book itself. Are You Lit? Leader Intentionally Trailblazing. And this what makes it so unique, because God knows that we needed to reach the globe outside of the US. We really want to have an international footprint. And you're right. And you're right to prophesy that we will be #1 international bestsellers. You are right to prophesy that. I agree with that.
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to ask you immediately, because a lot of times the Lord guest will say something. Why is it necessary for us to have the global reach? Because that's what I just heard. That it's necessary for us to go beyond our borders, and with the lack of a better word, Dr. Doreen and Coach Janine. Why is it necessary?
So the answer is here in the Word of God. Every answer that we have concerning business is literally in the business blueprint. It's literally in the perfect business plan. And the Word of God is literally the perfect business plan. So when you look at the Amplified version of Isaiah 60, and you look at verse 3, it says, and nations shall come, nations. So that means it's outside of the U.S. It has a plural there. It's not singular. It's not limiting me to my own borders. It's directing me outside the borders. And we also know that the ultimate businessman said that you are to go ye into all the world and preach the gospel. And what we are doing is we're using our vehicle to preach the gospel is business. That's what we're doing. All things business to proclaim the gospel, to advance his agenda in the earth, so that those that are coming to us to coach with us, to do business with us, they're going to see the light. And not only are they going to see the light, they're going to touch the light. Glory be to God, because he's strong in the earth. He's showing up in the earth. So when someone comes in my presence, they're coming in the presence of light. Glory to God. Hallelujah. To God. And we're shattering the darkness. Hallelujah. Come on here now. We're shattering the darkness. That's why we've been commissioned to go ye into all the world in all things business.
Yes. And it is. What did Jesus say? He said, I'm about my Father's business. Yes. And that answers the question. I do want to say hello to our #1 international bestseller, Dr. Yinka Kalani. Thank you for always being here. Yes, indeed. She said, amen to becoming #1 international bestseller. And Dr. Eric Holmes. And we always want to honor the great man of God up in the DC, Virginia, Maryland area. Thank you, sir, for being in the audience. We are having a powerful conversation with these two amazing women, and we're just letting God and letting the Holy Ghost and the Holy Spirit just have his way. Coach Janine, so you connect with this great woman of God. You all have been working and collaborating together to bring about a foundation and information globally, and you say yes to this book project. So writing is not anything new to you. You're a contributing editor, an owner of a magazine. Why now? Why do an authorship of a collaboration? Why now?
Yes. So why now? Because we cannot wait any longer. We have to rise up, just like Coach Doreen said, and we have a mandate. We have a mission. We are in a mission to be able to equip those leaders. We are not just raising up to equip any readers, but leaders who is ready to be able to be equipped and to go with us, because it's really a movement. And the reason why I really joined Dr. Doreen is because she aligned with the vision that God gave me, like I said, 23 years ago when I came in this country. So to me, it's really just a confirmation when I came across women and men who God, like a divine connection and putting them in my way. So I really understand, and I'm preparing myself to be able to align with what they're doing and what God is doing through us, to be able to bring that life and making sure that we're equipping those leaders every day, because we cannot wait any longer.
And that is amazing.
And her chapter is leader. Her chapter is about leaders.
Yes.
Her chapter is very detailed about her life and how her leadership ability actually started from her mother and her grandmother. That's what her chapter is about. So it's necessity to get this book at this point. It's not an option to wait to get this book. And from a global perspective of leadership, that's a unique perspective. It's not just limited to the U.S., but it gives you a global perspective of what a true leader is. I just wanted to make sure you knew that, Dr. Sandy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I wanted to do, is come on and just share with us a little bit of who you are. As we were talking about the magazine and the collaboration and all of that. You are originally from where? Congo. But I want you to let our audience know where you're from, and you're out of the state of Texas now, but where you're from.
So I'm originally from the Congo, but I usually say I'm from Africa because I feel the responsibility to be a daughter of Africa. To me, it's really a responsibility. So I was born in Congo, but I'm really a daughter of Africa, because my mission is really connected in these 54 countries to be able to raise those leaders and making sure that they're very clear about what we're doing as a mission in the kingdom. So that's really my mission. So I was born in Congo, but I really feel like Africa, it's really my mission to be able to prepare those people and to be the bridge before all those women and men from Congo, from Europe, from Canada, for US, you ladies, to be able to bridge that gap, because I feel like there was a gap. And when I start really understanding my mission, that's why I really stay committed to that, and making sure I'm going to be that liaison between us, so we can be able to be together, because I don't believe that only that, Dr. Sandy and Dr. Doreen is really limited to only women here to be able to empower men and women only in the US. So that's why I really took this mission very serious. And I'm so blessed to be able to meet Dr. Doreen. So that's really my journey. And I grew up in the house, my grandmother and my mom, and in the chapter that you can be able to read that, I was really inspired. Leadership was really in my life, around me. Every day I was living leadership, because those two women show up every day, no matter what. And that was something I was used to that. And many people are seeing me today, they're asking me, Janine, where do you get that strength? Where do you get that energy? It's because I was really raised in a household. My mom and my grandmother, those are the women in the community. They were always engaging and helping people, finding solutions. That was something I was really exposed to in a very early age. I was blessed to have a twin sister and a big family, which we serve the Lord. I have brothers and sisters who are, pastors, women of God, and men of God. So in that really environment, I started really discovering my gift. I started really discovering leadership. And to me, it was not about the title. It was really about service. And for so long, even when we came in the US, that was really something that I continued to serve in the community in different capacity. I used to live in Vermont for 16 years, and then I went to North Dakota, continue really to serve the Lord in different capacity in the community and become a leader. To me, it was something about service. That really was really pushing me to find solution. And that's why even the title of my company, to With You Solution, because I take you in a journey where you really get the clarity to know what you've been called to do, what type of solution you bring in our community, so you can be able to serve your people. So that's why, to me, it's just a continuing. I'm really amazed to find men and women who are also doing the same thing. And that's why it's easy for me to empower them and continue to journey. So to me, it's a blessing to find Dr. Doreen, and also to continue to encourage and empower women and men in Umoja Mag, because her vision, what's unlocked inside of you, it comes really together with Umoja Mag. because we are united. And I always work with united leaders because it's not about the title. Where we all go up, that's where we transform life. It's not so much about but it's really about we going and providing those solutions. And as a leader, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Oh, we can't hear you, Dr. Sandy.
I'm on mute. So that is what I was saying, is that providing solutions. What is one of the things that you would like for us to walk away with? And this is for both of you ladies. After reading this book and having this book part of our toolbox, my toolbox, I do want to say hello to the amazing Juanita Mask. Thank you so much. She says hello to everyone. Great conversation here we're having. Is what is the things that if you don't really know that you're a leader, and again, but you feel yourself, you may not be on the stage, you may not be doing a podcast such as what we're doing here today, but we're leaders in our home, we're leaders on our jobs. What would you say? And this person has been saying, okay, I've got ideas. I there's something in me. And so we have the expert of unlocking those things with us. And help me unlock that. But I want to talk about the results. How having this book as a toolbox, I want to get back to my original question, because going into 2023, you all, from just my previous interview and knowing now, I can already tell you that this is one of the books that when you talk about being in leadership, being positioning yourself, that you're going to find yourself in this anthology book project called Are You Lit? And so what would be something that you would want an individual to walk away after purchasing it and having it in their toolbox? I'm going to start with Coach Janine first, and then the visionary author. Come on.
Okay, thank you so much. So what I really want to leave people with this and saying that after reading the book, your life will never be the same. Your mindset will shift because you came across all these 10 women who've been through different situations that they had to wait and really be walking in their assignments. So Dr. Doreen was the first one. She was really embracing who she is and really bringing solution. And everywhere she was going, changes was coming, transformation. And that's what you're going to see. It's a common theme between all those 10 women. You're going to see each one of them. You're going to see transformation and you will be empowered. It doesn't matter where you are right now on your journey. Those are the transformation that we want to see, and we want to see results. We are your accountable partner on your own journey to leadership.
I love it. I love it. Coach Doreen.
So your question was for those that may feel that they are uncertain whether or not they are in leadership.
Yes.
If I can understand that correctly.
And then
the answer is this: to unlock what's inside you. Leadership is your birthright. Leadership is your birthright. God says that I've called you and chosen you before the foundation of the world. And he has said to you that you are a royal priesthood, a peculiar people, that you're for his glory. So leadership is your birthright. You've been called to lead. The only person we're to follow is Christ. Yes. Paul says, follow me as I follow Christ. So if I'm not following Christ, then I'm not a follower. Wow. I'm a leader. And leadership is about influence and impact. So the bottom line to leadership is, number one, understanding leadership is your birthright. And what are you doing with your influence? What are you doing with your influence? Are you choosing to magnify the Lord with it? Or are you choosing to magnify the powers of darkness? There's only two choices. Now, I know that's tight, but it's right. The word of God says choose life or death, blessings, cursing, narrow way that leads to life or the broad way that leads to destruction. So the question is not about leadership. You are a leader. Your leadership is a birthright. Because he already established that he chose us before the foundation of the world. We are a royal priesthood. Royalty is up here. We're not common. That's why we don't get along. That's why there's always friction with us in the world, because they know we don't belong. We're in the earth, but we're not of the earth.
Amen.
We are citizens of two worlds. So the question is not about leadership. The question is, what are you doing with your influence? That's how you unlock what's inside you.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. So the question is, what are we doing when that individual finds that they can stand in what the word of God says, and what are we doing with our influence? How do we continue to encourage others? And I want to talk about the sisters. I want to talk about the women in the body of Christ. What are some of the ways that, and even this book, what are some of the ways that this book will be able to empower someone?
Well, I believe the examples, as Coach Janine was saying, you're literally walking through the book from beginning, middle to end, literally realizing these newly released businesses that were built in 90 days. So we're not just talking the talk in the here and now. We're showing you literally what can be built in 90 days. And in this building process, each of these women and one gentleman is giving how they even started this journey.
Right.
Like, for example, Dr. Reverend Roger Dixon, he started his journey 30 years ago. But he's not done. God told him that in the next 10 years, he's supposed to be going global. He's supposed to be doing this. He's supposed to be doing that. And so a lot of us can't even last 30 seconds.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that in itself is going to teach a lot of things about leadership. Leadership of us is about consistency and how you rise up and show up in the midst of adversity. So when you read his story and find out, oh, this man, he's over 70 years old and he's still in leadership. He's still wanting to reach out to returning citizens. He's still going the distance. And yet I can't even get up out the bed and last 30 seconds. Really?
Yeah. I love it when you just said leadership is about consistency.
Yes, it is.
Because there are others that are looking for us, that we are the solution to their problem. That's one of the reasons why we do what we do. Coach Janine, come on and chime in.
Yes, and I just want to continue what Dr. Doreen was saying. For each these 10 women, you can see the solution that they have discovered themselves in a journey, and what are the tools that you can be able to give somebody who just be able to be ready to continue in your journey. So I want to say that leadership also is about consistency, but leadership it's about also changing the narrative that was there before. Because you're coming with a mandate. So you're changing history, you're changing everything. And that's something that I really, really love, because this is something that Dr. Doreen is doing like amazingly. Everywhere I listen to her, that's found. You finding you as like, Lord, thank you to align myself with this woman, because that's what we are called to do. And that's true leadership.
Yes. And the change of the narrative, I think we are looking at what, and because Coach Doreen is sitting here, we can say that what she's done is that she set a path. She's made a path. That's what a trailblazer does. Yes. A trailblazer is one that knocks things down to make a path. And so in 90 days, you have actually, God gave you a blueprint. And you literally follow that blueprint to the T, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. To the best of my ability.
Right.
As I said, the ultimate businessman, he is the best boss possible. And what I want the people to know, he will meet you right where you are. Catherine Kuhlman said that God is not looking for your position. He's not looking for all of this stuff that we think that he's looking for. Catherine Kuhlman, who is one of my greatest mentors, said he's looking for a willing person, a willing vessel. That's it. He's just looking for a yes. If you can let your yes be yes,
Yes.
that's how you unlock what's inside you. He'll do the rest. I'm just along for the ride, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm just in him. I'm in him and he's in me. And I'm along for the ride because the Bible says it's in him I live, move. I'm moving. This business is giving me, it's moving in him. It's nothing that I am doing. I'm in him and he's in me. It's in him that we live, ladies, and move and have our being. Are you hearing what the Spirit of God is saying? It's in him that I'm moving. It's in him. If I fall, he says, get up. A good man, a righteous man falls 7 times, but he gets up again. Why? Because it's in him that I live. It's in him that I move. It's in him that I have my being. Glory be to God.
Yes.
It's not about me. It's about in him. And as long as I'm in him, I win.
Yes.
Woo! Glory.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That is so true. Is that, and like you said, when we say yes to the Lord, when you give the Lord a yes, oh my goodness, and be open to following him. I love it how Minister Doreen and so y'all, powerful woman of God. And that's what we're here to do today. We want you to be unlocked. We want you to be unstuck. We don't. And so having this book, the contributing author, what is the title of your chapter? Coach Jenny.
Oh, Leaders in Us.
Leaders in Us. Yes. Oh, wow. And as you were mentioning, and so this is a collaboration of 10 women and a gentleman, and giving a male perspective of what it means to be a leader and to intentionally trailblaze, to make room, to bring others along. And in that 90 days, under the leadership of the Academy of Dr. Doreen, these authors are now coaches in whatever perspective area of their expertise, and they are coaches. So Janine, Coach Janine, what is your area of coaching?
So my coaching, it's specifically in the leadership, but working with teams, setting your teams up, because to be able to go global. So that's definitely, we work with you with the personal development and making sure you have all the steps. So we design the structure and making sure that you as a leader, you are ready to be able to go global.
And work with your team. Listen, that's a whole, that I love, that's my heartbeat. I am a team player. I am a team player. Customer care is my profession. Customer care, call center environment. I'm in the transportation industry of finance. And so that's what I do. I work in the transportation industry of semi trucks and dealership. But when you talk about team building, yes, I'm all in then, because we cannot do it alone. As the old school say, there's no I in team.
Yes.
But there has to be good leadership. Yeah. Everyone can't be the leader of the team, but a good team leader, one thing I have learned is that you got to know how to delegate. But when a good leader knows how to lead. And so that's a whole good conversation right there. Yeah. So your mother, your grandmother, they were good leaders in the home. Come on, talk about that.
Oh yeah, so that's definitely what I was so inspired, because I really experience leadership every day in my household, in the community.
And so you transferred that, and that was transferred though in your personal life, because as we know, as Dr. Doreen mentioned, is that you have the ability to bring people together, and they are available ambassadors to be able to, just follow your lead.
Yeah, and I really believe though too, as a team, because as a good leader, you need to have a very good team, because if you don't have those people, you don't know how to delegate, you won't be able to accomplish anything. So you need to be strategically, like having that team that they can be able to represent what you're trying to accomplish.
And what you say also is to be able to articulate your vision clear.
Yes.
Especially as a good leader. As a good leader, wouldn't both of you ladies say that word? That's about right.
Yes.
That you want to be able to convey the vision clearly enough to where others will be able to understand. Y'all, we are talking about leadership. So if you all are knowing you're in leadership and you also want to take your leadership skills to another level, each of these ladies, but we're going to definitely share how you can reach Dr. Doreen, and she can share how you can enroll into her academy to be able to go to another level, because you are a coach of coaches. There's individuals that have come to you that are already coaches, but you're taking them to another level. Talk about that.
Oh, I just love what I do. I was born for this work. I'm thankful that the ultimate businessman hired me to do this job. And by the way, he's always hiring. He never leaves off.
Oh, listen, that was a gem, y'all. Y'all just dropped a gem that he is always hiring.
And he never lays off. And the only requirement is a yes. That's bare minimum. Yes. So
hey, you can't put a resume like that. Is that our resume just has to include all it is just a yes.
And I really love, as a certified business coach to confident Christian women coaches, I love what I do because God has gifted me with the God-given ability to unlock what's on the inside of them and pull out what's been inside of them sometime for 20 and 25 years. And they're just so amazed. Like, I knew this was in me, but I didn't know how to pull it together.
Yes.
That's the common theme about what I do. And what God allows me to do by his spirit. As I said, 90% of how I coach is supernatural. Only 10% is natural, where I use my intellect. And even in my intellect, God has trained me. He has been very gracious to me over the last 25 years and trained me with some phenomenal trainers and mentors and coaches. Matter of fact, I was just on the phone with my mentor yesterday, and we're supposed to be meeting next week. So God has blessed me, but that is the real reason, the essence of what I do, Dr. Sandy. And as you know, I get so excited. It's not work to me. I am the mantle upon my life. I am a true coach. I don't turn it off. I'm coaching nonstop. It's just who I am. It's not what I do. And so I just love it. I just love seeing the women's faces, really getting who they are, that this is who I am. And then also, Dr. Sandy, taking them through the journey of not shrinking back. Now, I've had a lot of clients over the years that once they see what's on the inside of them and the greatness of it, they shrink back. Just like the nation of Israel. When they saw the promise, they got afraid of what they saw because there was giants in the land and they shrunk back. But I don't want the confident Christian women coaches to be that way. I want you to unlock what's inside you. And then when you see what's on the inside of you, you got to embrace the greater one that's on the inside of you. He's been there. He's been there the entire time. You just didn't realize how great he was on the inside of you. You thought he was just great on the inside of Coach Janine. You thought that he was just great on the inside of Dr. Sandy. No, baby, he's great on the inside of you.
That's right.
You.
That is so right.
That's and good. That is my goal. I coach them with this, and we talk about this a lot. I prepare them to the best of my ability that when adversity comes or when you start seeing your greatness, don't shrink back.
Yes.
It takes courage. It takes boldness, as we said earlier, to move forward, because it's in him that I move, live, and have my being.
And Coach Doreen, I want to ask you, because I'm a late bloomer. So many times individuals have suffered with low self-esteem. They've gone through, and I'll use that as our subject, that when the opportunity or when that embracing was on the inside of you, and as you allude to, is that you said is that the key is don't shrink back. Share with our audience what would be something that I could pull. I'll say my shelf with the Lord. Okay, what can I pull on that will help me not shrink back? What is one of the things?
The number one thing is praying in the Holy Ghost. So you have to understand who the Holy Spirit is. The Holy Spirit is our master coach. And a lot of people don't understand that. So we have ultimate businessman, Jesus Christ. We have the master of master coaches, the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is a person. He's not an it. He's not a thing. He's not some some mystical thing.
That's right.
He's a person.
He's a person.
And he has a tremendous personality. And guess what? He's in the earth to unlock what's inside you. That's his job. It's like, hello, that's his job.
So follow the Holy Ghost. That is your help.
That is your helper. He's the teacher of all things. He's the counselor. He's the comforter. He's the strengthener. He's the great. He's everything that you possibly could need. If you don't know something, ask him. He'll even give you more revelation, and he'll make you look smarter than anybody in the room. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it. Trust me. 5 years old, couldn't even read, and look at this little girl now that nobody didn't want, right? Hello,
so all over the world, and there's some little girls in Africa. There's some little girls in Europe, but because we have the Queen herself sitting here, who knows what it's like to be in that area. But here you are, you're able to go back and help little girls. There's little girls that look like us. There's little girls that look like us here in the States as well. So it's all over. That's why the global connection has to happen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Holy Ghost. That's the reason why. Because if we start looking at numbers, there's so many little girls, little brown girls, and just being specific, that are set aside because she may not be operating as well, or she is not as well as others are. You all, excuse me right here, but come on and talk to that, Coach Janine.
Yes, I just want to continue. Definitely, that's what the reason why we cannot shrink, because we are mandated to be able. We have an assignment to be able to change the narrative. That's another thing that really encouraged me. That specifically when you found yourself having some hardship, or you figure things out, but at the same time, just like what Coach Doreen said, the Holy Spirit, you turn to him and say, I really need some help right now. So
yes, Lord.
He's helping you to stay on the course, because things happen, things shifting, but you stay there. That's why we cannot change, because we have to change the narrative. Especially for me, it's really my mandate, especially for Africa. People, sometimes it really pushed me, because I said, no, the continent of Africa, it's not a place of pity. It's actually an amazing place for opportunity. People don't see it that way, politically or economically, but because they don't see what God has put inside of us. So I really have the responsibility to bring that forward and making sure that people see the opportunity. It's unlimitless. That's something that I really make sure that people see, and I really just see all the war and the difficulty, but inside of us, we have life that we're bringing every day.
I love it. I love it. Y'all, okay, so we're live, yes. And I'm on StreamYard, and yes, I do have people that try to reach me through my computer. Go figure. But this is Sandy Sanders. We are on Book Talks with Sandy. This is our weekly segment where we have authors, anthology book projects. And today we have a visionary author along with a contributing author of the soon-to-be released book called Are You Lit? Leader Intentionally Trailblazing. We are with the visionary author herself, Dr. Coach Doreen Letson Reed, and the contributing author, Coach Janine. And each of the ladies have shared about this book that I want to mark this as one of the books you need to have in your toolbox, especially when you're wanting to operate at a higher level, one as a leader, two as a business, as an entrepreneur. And if you're feel like that, yes, you're ready to lead others as a coach, not a mentor, because there is a difference, but as a coach, and also establish a coaching business, or to, you have something that you can contribute to the world globally, then hey, this is the book for you. I would like to know what, for our audience purpose, when will the book be scheduled for release?
November 2022. Yay!
Okay.
We're almost there. November.
Y'all noticed there was no date. So y'all, that means y'all got to put a post-it note on your head. You got to look out for Coach Doreen and all of the authors for Lit and this amazing graphics. I'm telling you, it is amazing. It's so beautiful, so well done. I am just very excited for you. Congratulations already ahead, because we are going to be cheering you on, and we're excited about what God is doing with you, Dr. Doreen, in this hour. And so we're super, super excited to have both of you. Before we end our broadcast, I would like each of you to share. Again, we know about the book release that's happening. And yes, we are in agreement prophetically saying that it will be a #1 bestseller, international.
Yes.
International bestseller. Yes. And I am saying that you need to not just have the digital copy, but you need to have the print copy as well. But that's another conversation. If you will, Coach Dr. Doreen, I'm gonna have you to speak first, and then we'll have our guest author to end our segment. Okay, if you will, go ahead and share about the upcoming book, as well as anyone that would like to reach out to you about your coaching business.
Absolutely. I am. You can do your open enrollment for all things business builder right now. You can go to my website, www.doreenletsomread.com, or you can contact me through a text message, 843-910-3927. Again, this number is 843-910-3927. And I'm Dr. Doreen Let Some Read. You can find me on all social media, and it's simply my name, Doreen Let Some Read. Thank you so much, Sandy.
Okay, and yes, it's always my custom that I yield back and allow our guests to always have the last word and what's on their heart. So at this time, we will ask if Coach Jenny, if you will, come on and share with us your heart, and we're going to step back and just let you have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandy. It's really been amazing and a blessing to be on your platform. I've been listening to you, and thank you so much for having me. And Coach Doreen today was really amazing. And I can't wait for you guys to read this book. Please don't just buy it for yourself, but also purchase for your friend, because this is something that it's a movement, like we said. So make sure that you be in touch with Coach Doreen and myself. We can be able to also come and talk about the book on your platform if you want to. And if you are ready to bring your business global, please contact me at 802-399-4144. You want to feature your business in Umoja Mag, we are here to be able to be your accountable partner and help you to have the blueprint so you can be able to be equipped to be able to bring your business global. You can reach me also at all the social media, Umoja Global Network, and also our website is withyousolution.com. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandy.
My pleasure. Let's see, I wanted to make sure that I was not on mute. Here we go. Well, it has been an amazing, amazing broadcast, everyone. I am super excited. I do want to thank our sponsors. Didn't get an opportunity, or I didn't listen, y'all. I came in all messed up today. I really did. But I am so excited. I thank God when the Lord just does what he does. He never fails. He's always here. Thank God for the Spirit of the Lord. It says, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. It is liberty. Book Talks with Sandy is our first fruit to the Lord. When I became an author, I did not know how to put my book out. And what did we do? We gave birth to God. God inspired me, encouraged me, and I wanted to do something to please the Lord. I said, if as long as I'm doing this, I could always have a seat for authors. I'll always have a space for you. So If you would like to be on our platform and showcase your book, just reach out to me, booktalkswithsandy@gmail.com. booktalkswithsandy@gmail.com. I am Sandy Sanders. Our sponsor for our program is Swag Her Magazine. Always, if you're looking for a magazine that you want to just have for a read, for your business read, yes, go ahead and go over. You can find them in print. You can find them on Facebook as well as Instagram, and that is Swag Her Magazine. And we're also part of the CTR Media Network. Super excited to be a part of that platform. We are now on Spotify, iHeartRadio, and a couple of other places that I still can't, I don't even remember where I am, but I am super happy. We're very thankful. Do reach out to us on the CTR Media Network as well, if you would like to be a guest on our platform. Well, listen, guys, ladies, I am super excited. We have had an amazing time. You all hang out with me, and we will we'll be back in a little bit later because there is another interview. I will be interviewing the phenomenal Vaughn Griggs. You all know that as a retired military, her mission and her mandate on her life is helping females that are retired disabled veterans. And her next book is coming out also in November, and the book is called Her War 2, and this is volume 2. So we will be interviewing Vaughn a little bit later. Many of you may know her through the social media outlet, but those of you that don't, and you may have a family member, a friend, or someone that is a disabled female veteran or a male veteran, but her mission is female disabled veterans. And I'm telling you, the stories are phenomenal. So do tune in with me. I'll be back at 4:30. But listen, we're going to take a break here now, and I will see you guys later. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Doreen. Thank you, Coach Janine, for being with me on today. Again, the book is phenomenal. We're going to be pushing it. I'm looking forward to the journey of this book. It has to be in the toolbox for 2023.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You all heard it right here on Book Talks with Sandy. All right, guys, we'll talk with you soon.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Greetings. My name is Jamal Brown, and I am happy, humbled, and excited to be here with you today. I won't be long, but I will be strong. I come to you from the Los Angeles area of Southern California. This is where I was born, but was born in a smaller town, smaller part of the Los Angeles County area, far away from the Hollywood sign, far away from Disneyland, in the least economically stable area of California, Los Angeles County in particular. There's mobile home parks. And in fact, my first memories in life were growing up in a mobile home park. Despite my parents' socioeconomic status, despite their meager funds, they always valued education. And they thought that by putting my brother and myself into a private school was the best way to insulate us from life's ills. And so they always allocated their funds so that we went to a private school in the neighboring city on the other side of town in that neighboring city. There, as you could imagine, perhaps, the students there did not look like me, did not walk like me, did not talk like me. They were primarily, Caucasian kids. I didn't know what that meant in terms of being different until one day, I think it was the 4th grade, the teacher gave us an assignment. She said, go home, find out 5 things you want to do, come back and share with the class. So like a good student, I went home and diligently began working on my assignment. I looked inside my family. I looked inside the family of some of my friends. Of course, the news and TV was on, and I got right to my assignment. The following morning, I was the 3rd person in line as we had to come up to the front of the class, stand on the X, and share with the class our list. Again, being 3rd in line, I got to hear some of the other people's lists. There was a young boy who went first. His list, from what I can recall of it, he mentioned he wanted to be an astronaut, a firefighter, a policeman, some noble things. The young lady in front of me, the only thing I remember from her list is that she said she wanted to be a podiatrist. It took me about 20 years to figure out what a podiatrist was. Podiatrist, for those who don't know, it's a foot doctor. Certainly that young lady, her mother did her homework. Finally, it was my turn. Made sure I was looking good, stepped up, stood on the X, put my shoulders back, loudly and proudly proclaimed, my name is Jamal Brown. I'm either going to be an athlete, a drug dealer, a gang member, or entertainer. That's right, my list: athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer. The teacher walked me slowly to my desk, patted me on the head, and let me know that a parent-teacher conference would be taking place that night. I didn't know exactly what took place in that parent-teacher conference. I just know both my mother came out with tears and the teacher came out with tears. Throughout my life, I put varying levels of energy into each one of those things. I'll tell you about a few of my adventures. First, I thought about being a gang member. Certainly gang members were respected members of the community, so I thought. But it wasn't too long before I began thinking, when gang members aren't out there committing murder and mayhem, what exactly are gang members doing? There's no gang member stock options, no retirement plan, no 401k. So I didn't really know what gang members did. And, I certainly didn't think there was too much of a future in becoming a gang member. Plus, my father had been shot. So I've had a pretty good secondhand view of what a bullet could do to flesh. So thankfully, it wasn't too long before I scratched becoming a gang member off my list. Next up, I thought about becoming a drug dealer. That's right. I was so convinced I was going to be a drug dealer because there was a drug dealer on my street. The statute of limitations are up. This was a long time ago. So I'll tell you his name. His name was Dwight. Dwight lived on my street. He had the nice car, the booming sound system. He had the attention of the ladies. And most importantly, Dwight used to give me candy. And so I thought certainly becoming a drug dealer was not that bad of a gig. Again, I was so convinced that of my career aspirations that one day I actually decided to tell my mother of my plans for my future. I'll never forget. It was a Sunday morning. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes before church, handful of palm olive soap. We all know the green bottle, washing dishes. I sat down at the bar stool in front of her, said, Mom, I figured out what I want to do. Matching my energy, says, what, baby, tell me. I said, I'm going to sell drugs. And I sort of dipped back, right? I dipped back because I thought that hand was going to come out the water and slap me in the next week. It didn't happen. She just kept her head down, kept washing those dishes. She was washing dishes for about a minute, but that minute felt like a year. Then eventually she says, baby, I don't think that's going to work out too well for you. I said, why not? She says, well, after I beat you, I'm going to call the cops on you and you're going to go to jail. So grand opening, grand closing. My whole drug career lasted those 3 or 4 minutes. I didn't sell anything. From that point forward, I dedicated my life to the game of basketball. I played basketball night and day and night. Played so much basketball, I wasn't known as Jamal Brown, but Jamal the basketball player. Finally convinced my parents in the 9th grade to allow me to switch schools from a private school to a public school for the first time. I certainly thought that becoming captain of the team would be my ticket to fame and fortune and notoriety. And so I made it my goal. I played hard, practiced well, and achieved that goal of becoming the captain of the team. One day I wasn't feeling too well. That same loving mother took me to the doctor after practice. They ran a whole host of tests: ears, nose, eyes, everything head to toe. And finally, the doctor said, Mr. Brown, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. Said, could you say that in English, please? Said, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. The tip of your heart, Mr. Brown, is about 2 times thicker than it should be. I sort of laughed it off, said, maybe that's why I'm so good. So there's no laughing matter, son. I said, well, we have a game against our rival next week, and we'll figure something out after that. He said, no, you actually have a heart surgery next week. So as a 14-year-old freshman, I went from a basketball court to an operating table. As you can imagine, that was a tough pill to swallow. It was surgery day. I don't remember much of it. I just remember waking up, room full of doctors, nurses, family members lined the room as I woke up. First words out of my mouth were, when can I play basketball again? Everyone was slow to speak. Finally, the lead surgeon spoke up and said, Mr. Brown, the surgery didn't quite go as expected. There's no additional surgeries. There's no medication, nothing we can do to fix the problem that you have. And I will never sign the waiver for you to play sports again. As you can imagine, that'd be a tough pill to swallow for anyone at any age, but certainly this young boy who at the time hadn't updated my list, athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer, that's all still I saw the people around me doing. That's all still what I thought Black people did. That's all I felt I could aspire to. I was dejected, I was depressed, but eventually I realized I wasn't dead. And I realized that if you can look up, then certainly you can get up. And each and every day that the sun rises, you can go further from where you were to closer to where you want to be. However, I didn't have the skills, I didn't have the information, I didn't have the knowledge of anything else. Thankfully, what that time with no longer playing sports allowed me to do was to discover that Black history is world history. I was able to discover things about Egypt and the Nile and the pyramid builders and Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and all these wonderful people. And something magic began to happen inside of me, right? A fire was lit inside of me. I began asking myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by these people that I discovered on these pages in world history, Black history, I discovered, again, I had something magic inside of me. I had greatness inside of me. And I began to ask myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by all that, I went on to become my high school's first ever African-American valedictorian. I was accepted to 8 universities and received about $50,000 in scholarships. And again, I must attribute those feats to the love and support of my mother and father, but also the love and support of my ancestors, the information that I received from knowing that people who look like me have done great things. And so I want to share a few slides with you to highlight some of the individuals, highlight some of the instances and the ideas that inspired me in history. And so I have titled here these brief words, Black history is world history. What we call Black history truly is the missing pages of world history. There's my contact information, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com. You can find out more about me. We'll talk a little bit about that there in the future. As I mentioned, one of the first things that caught my eye, one of the first things that excited me about history was the civilization of ancient Egypt. So I was so excited. I went from reading about it to actually visiting. I was there in Egypt for 15 days, learning, discovering, seeing the greatness of our people and our lasting contributions to history. One of my favorite pictures, one of my favorite trips was to Mexico as well, right? I discovered that Black people, people who look like you and me, circumnavigated the globe, went around the globe far before there was a Christopher Columbus who thought he was going east, went west, and ran into this place and misnamed people and contributed all sort of negativity to the world. There were African people, Black people, who intentionally traveled around the world, leaving clues to their present, leaving clues to their success. We brought pyramid building to the Americas. We brought the number 0, all sort of great things, the domestication of animals to the Americas. And again, discovering and touching and feeling world history, Black history, again, truly has been an intangible and invaluable piece that I love to do. I was so inspired by what I discovered on this journey of self-discovery and discovery of Black history that for the past 13 years at this point, I've been producing a calendar that highlights an event in Black history every single day. My goal, my passion, my purpose for being on this planet, I've discovered, is to show and highlight the heroes and sheroes, Black women and men who have done great things. We'll talk about that a little bit more shortly. And for my contributions, the Barack Obama White House provided me with this pretty rare award, volunteer service award in the field of education. Because again, I've uncovered my gift to highlight in a special way Black history. And again, I've been recognized by the White House, the California State Senate, and a few other notable organizations. I always have to remind people that our motherland, the birthplace of humanity, is Africa. A few facts about Africa. Africa is a continent, not a country, whereas United States is one country with 50 states. The African continent is one continent with 54 countries inside of it. Africa is a very, very, very large place. About 20% of the Earth's landmass is Africa. Africa is naturally the wealthiest place on the planet. That's right. Some people are taken aback when I provide them with this fact. Say, hold on, when I turn on Discovery Channel, when I turn on CNN, I see nothing but despair and poverty. Well, there are systems that have been put into place that rob Africa. However, naturally, most of the world's gold, diamond, cobalt, coltan, the things that we need for our computers to work, the things that we need for our cell phones to work, the things that we need to make our economies work are indeed produced in Africa. Once again here, most of the world's gold, diamonds, platinum, cobalt, zinc, all these things that make the world go round come from our homeland. Again, just some facts. Africa's a very, very large place. As I mentioned, you can fit not one, not two, but 3 United States inside of Africa and still have room. We come from a place of significance. When I was in Egypt, this is one of my favorite pictures that I took. You might say, what is going on here? This is a pyramid that's older than the pyramids that you might be familiar with. They call this the Bent Pyramid. And why I like this picture, it shows human trial and error. They didn't quite get it right. They didn't have their mathematics right. They didn't have their scheme right, perhaps their teamwork, their collaboration right. However, diligence, however, resilience, however, problem solving, however, I didn't get it right today, but tomorrow offers me a better opportunity is personified. These are the things I see when I look at this picture here. Here's another example of our ancestors not getting it quite right. They call this pyramid the Black Pyramid. It still stands to this day. It's older than the pyramids that you're perhaps familiar with. Again, here is a different mode, a different a technique that they attempted that didn't quite get it right. So what I learned by the fact that they didn't tear these down over the years was that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be adventurous. It's okay to search and try and give an effort. You might not get it right the first time, but that resilience, that stick-to-itness, that determination that you have inside of us, that we all have inside of us, will perhaps one day allow us to produce something great. Here are some photos of those pyramid builders. I see froze, I see bald heads, right? I see brown skin. These indeed were African people. Here are some of the tools of their trades: squares, levels, and plumb lines. These are tools that are still used by master architects to this day. Here's another photo of those pyramid builders. Again, their skin looks like mine, their skin looks like yours. What we call Black history truly is world history. We're going to dive a little bit deeper. But as I mentioned, once teamwork is put into place, once collaboration is put into place, once we do things and fail and do things and fail, do things and fail and try again, you can create something that's timeless. This here is the largest pyramid there on the African continent, over 2.5 million blocks, average block being about 5 tons, 478 feet tall. The pyramid of Pharaoh Khufu. I have this photo in here just to let you know I was really there. I really took these photos, no Photoshop, no right click, save as. I was really, really there. But as I was saying, once hard work, determination, internal motivation takes place, you can create something that's timeless. These 3 pyramids stand here over 3,000 years old. People from all over the world flock to these pyramids and to try to discover who were these master masons, who were these master engineers, who were these master mathematicians. And again, Egypt is in Africa. It always has been and always will be. And the people who created these things were indeed Black people. And this is a beautiful personification, the zenith, the high point in history, showcasing that what we call Black history truly is world history. Forbes magazine a few years back wanted to discover who was the richest person ever in the history of the planet. Some postulated, some thought perhaps it was someone from the Rockefellers, someone from the Carnegies, someone from the Mellon family. But no, Forbes magazine put together their greatest statisticians, mathematicians, and they came to the conclusion. It's not my opinion. These are what the people at Forbes determined, that this Black man right here, by the name of Mansa Musa, was the richest person in world history. He came from Mali, West Africa. You may have heard of him. He became the Mansa, or the king, in the year 1312. And in 1324, he took a historic pilgrimage, or Hajj, to Mecca. And along his route from Timbuktu, which is in Mali, West Africa, to Mecca, he gave away so much gold, they say, that he devalued the price of gold for nearly a decade. Let me say that one more time. He gave away so much gold, so much of his wealth, and still has a bunch of reserve, that he devalued, disrupted the world economic system in every part that he visited for about a decade. Africa is the wealthiest continent on the planet. Our people are rich people in spirit and in resources and in our abilities, for sure. This is an image, an artist rendering of Mansa Musa, the most wealthiest person to ever live. What we call Black history truly is world history. He's outstanding. But let me tell you really, really fast about his brother. His brother's name was Abu Bakari. And the way that Mansa Musa became king of Mali, West Africa, is that his brother hopped on some ships that he had created and sailed to the Americas between the years 1310 and 1311. He actually sailed again in 1311, but sailed 2,000 ships to the Americas. Again, an example of an African or Black explorer, a Black seafaring person. What we call Black history truly is world history. You cannot, in my opinion, have a Black history presentation that is of any value, of any goodness, without mentioning this man, the right, excellent, honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Marcus Garvey had an organization, not just any organization, the largest Black organization ever in the history of this planet. Over 7 million members, over 1 million paid members. He had one simple theme. If you're Black, then you're African. If you're Black, it's important that we unify, we contribute our time, our talents, and our resources towards the upliftment of our people. And for that reason, Marcus Garvey will always, always, always be an honorable person, worthy of distinction, worthy of credit, and worthy of being mentioned. He gave us his flag, our red, black, and green. He said red, in essence, is the blood of our ancestors, those who lived, struggled, and died to allow us to be who we are and what we are today. The black is symbolic of the people that live here and now, who must understand it's not only our right, but our responsibility to make sure that those who went before us did not die in vain. The green, he said, is to remind us of the mother of all of us, that being Mother Africa, and also to remind us of the rewards of our efforts. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey put together something called Black Cross Nurses. That's right. Did you know we had full legions, full numbers of Black nurses and doctors? Marcus Garvey led that movement. He was friends with this woman right here, Sarah Breedlove, AKA Madam C.J. Walker, the first well-known woman millionaire, self-made woman millionaire. She had a line of beauty products. She knew that Black women worked from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, and oftentimes developed scalp irritations and scalp diseases. She put together a number of salves and ointments in order to treat Black women's hair naturally. And she became, again, the first well-known self-made woman millionaire. She was friends with Marcus Garvey, and oftentimes when Marcus Garvey would meet with international and worldwide leaders, she would lend her home that was built in New York by the first African-American architect in the state of New York, beautiful home. She would lend her home to Marcus Garvey to have meetings and show that there was support for his movement. She made thousands of Walker agents very, very wealthy as well. Again, using time, talent, and resources for the betterment of our people. Black history is world history. A few more photos of some of those lovely ladies, some of those lovely sisters who had immense amounts of wealth through the collaboration of Black women with Madam C.J. Walker. Lewis Latimer, a name that is a personification, the name that showcases greatly that Black history is world history. We know the name of Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison created a light bulb, right? Yes, that is true. However, Thomas Edison's light bulb wouldn't last more than about 12 and a half hours. Imagine having to change your light bulb about every day. That would be woefully inefficient and expensive. So when Thomas Edison couldn't figure out exactly the calculations in order to make a light bulb work, he put together a small team of inventors. Louis Latimer was the youngest and only African-American to be a part of this team. And it was his contributions that give us the lights that power our homes to this day. He has the patent for the carbon light filament inside of the light bulb. If you don't believe me, here you are. Here his name is featured on the USPTO, US Patent and Trade Office patent for the carbon light filament there, September 13th, 1881. He had a number of other inventions as well, the parts that stabilize the light bulb as well. And also he has an invention, a patent for the toilets on trains. What they did on trains prior to his invention, I don't want to know, but I'm thankful that Black history is world history. I'm thankful that our contributions not only help Black people, but help the world. I'm thankful for our brother, Louis Latimer. Charles Brooks, we interact with his excellence virtually every day as well. He discovered that neighborhoods all across this country were filled with trash. And so he created the street sweeper. That's right, the big truck with the big brush that sweeps the trash. Perhaps your parents get a ticket for parking on the wrong side of the street. He didn't come up with the ticketing part, but he came up with the device that makes our homes, our neighborhoods more beautiful. He also came up with the hole punch as well. What we call Black history truly is world history. What we call Black excellence truly is an essence, an energy, efforts that make the world a better place. This man, Richard Spikes, I've never been able to find a photo of him, but this is just a small list of his inventions that have impacted the entire globe. The automobile directional signal, you know, the little tick, 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 the light that shows what direction you're going, the automatic gear shift. So if you aren't coordinated like me enough to drive a manual shift car, the stick shift was created by this brother. Horizontal swinging barber chair, what we call Black history, things that we interact with on a daily basis were contributed by people who look like me. Each and every one of us has inside of us the energy, the essence, a gift to make the world a better place. It's not only our right, but our responsibility that we discover that gift, unpack that gift, perfect that gift, and present it to the world. What we call Black history truly is world history. This man right here gave us the stoplight, Garrett A. Morgan, the red, yellow, green stoplight, as well as the gas mask. What we call Black history truly, truly, truly is the missing pages of world history. I cannot say that enough times. We all have in us the ability to create Black history as well. I want to give you a few of my closing thoughts. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, present your gift to the world. And most importantly, let me go back to that last slide really fast here. These are some things that I've mentioned throughout the presentation, but I just wanted us to have a moment to reflect on them. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, and present your gifts to the world. And this last one, know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. Let me say that one more time slowly. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. This important, this jewel, Jamal Jewel, certainly is important. That negative self-talk, that comes from our peers, the imposter syndrome that we sometimes feel that we don't belong in certain places, we don't belong in certain grades, and certain people, they are the people that are worthy of these good grades and this sort of lifestyle. No, we come from kings and queens. We come from Mother Africa, from the dawn of time. People who look like you, people who look like me, have made the world a better place. Our contributions are what makes this world go round. When we have negative thoughts about ourselves, when we have negative thoughts about what we are able to accomplish, we are disrespecting our ancestors. We are disrespecting those who had a tougher road to hoe. We are disrespecting those who contributed their greatness by saying that we don't have in us the same level or even greater greatness inside of us. So it's important that we eliminate immediately those thoughts of negativity, those thoughts of lack, those thoughts of we aren't capable enough. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. So have positive thoughts, have positive affirmations. I am love, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free, I am greatness. I will impact this planet for the good. These are positive words, these powerful punchlines that we must provide to ourselves each and every day, each and every dark moment of our lives. I am love, I am peace, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free. I have inside of me everything that I need in order to receive everything that I want. We must use our time, our talents, and our resources once again for the betterment of our people. Understand that each and every day you wake up, you're not only representing yourself, you're representing Big Mama and them, those who lived, struggled, and died in your family for you to be who you are and what you are today. We represent those in the human rights struggle, the civil rights struggle, Reconstruction, Black Code era, those who laid down their life for us, those who were enslaved on those ships, on those plantations. We represent them, our ancestors who were never enslaved on the continent. Again, those pyramid builders, those who made great and mighty civilizations. We represent them as well. We must honor them as well. We must represent our children and our future children. We must represent 7 generations ahead of us. Know that when we use our time, our talents, and our resources for good, all of these souls, all these individuals walk with us, and we must honor them again as we move forward throughout our daily lives. Wrapping up here, again, my contribution, my gift to humanity, to my people is this calendar here. You can find it at black365.com. It's the a calendar that's in its 13th year. It highlights an event in Black history every single day. When I say every day, I truly mean every single day. You can find an individual, an instance, an idea, an invention, something that someone who looks like you and me contributed positively to the globe each and every day. I sell thousands of these calendars across the globe. Organizations can use them as fundraisers. Organizations buy them in bulk to increase their diversity, equity, and inclusion plans. And it's truly something that I'm happy and I'm honored to be able to bring to the community. Here are some more things that I produce. There's a book, A to Z Character Traits in Me, Words of Wisdom for Living Your Best Life. It's a book that teaches about character traits and showcases people who look like you and me, who have demonstrated excellence and demonstrated the character traits that are ascribed to them. And there's 4 packs of cards: the Conscious Quotations Edition, African Americans A to Z, the African American Athletes Edition, and my favorite pack, a fan favorite pack, the 4th edition, the green one there, Black History Cards Edition 4, African Americans in Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math. All of these can be bought individually. All of them can be bought as a bundle for some savings as well. Again, black365.com. I'm proud to announce in our 13th year in business, we have now launched apparel. The apparel, the leading piece of apparel that's been selling the greatest is the title of this presentation: Black History is World History. Check it out at black365.com. Also, I'm happy to announce that I'm part of a team that creates the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic heritage calendar. You can find that at latinocalendar.com, latinocalendar.com, also at Black365 as well. But again, this is the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic heritage calendar as well. Once again, I'm happy, I'm humbled, I'm honored to be before you. Here again is my contact information: black365.u, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com, and there are my social media handles. Again, I truly am grateful. I truly am thankful for the organizers of this beautiful event, for thinking of me and allowing me to be here with you today. I hope I said something that will inspire you, uplift you, and encourage you. Again, thank you for your time. Jamal Brown. Peace.
Hey, 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 guys. Welcome to another episode of Hello World. Let's chat and talk and do a little bit of everything. All right. So how's everybody doing? I hope y'all doing good. I was already exercising before I went on. I'm going to go to the side so you see what I'm doing. I hope you guys are doing well. I know it's been a while since I've been on, but it is what it is. I got inspired. So what I'm going to do is make sure my back is touching this mat and not moving. And I'm doing my legs in a 90-degree angle. I'm going straight out. You see how my back, this is 90 degrees. These are 12-pound weights I have. Body on the ground. I've been working on this exercise for a little bit. This is to build the lower core. The lower ab part, the part of your body where it seems like you can't get that fat to go anywhere. Or that pouch, or whatever you want to call it. This will help. I feel it too, which is a great thing. It's like you can do an exercise, but not do it right and not feel where it's supposed to go. So I feel it here, all here. Hey, we have a member. We have a member. And it's swoop. There it is. Like me. Hey, lady, how you doing? Hey, Auntie Mama, how you doing? Good to see y'all. Welcome in. We're going to keep it very mild because I just got my hair done and I don't want to sweat. So that's why we're going to be talking a little bit more than exercising. I have a pouch again, y'all. We're going to be pouch free for the rest of my life or however long that's going to be. You know what I wanted to say too? I cherish you guys. I really do. The support that you've given me throughout the course of the years, I do cherish it, and I definitely appreciate it. It's not an easy feat to get to know a perfect stranger, and you guys have taken a chance on me and my company for so many years. And you know, I guess it's the same way you could trust a major company with your purchases. You got a chance to get to know the person behind it. And if anything ever were to happen, I just need you guys to know that I do cherish you guys and I appreciate you. So even if I'm not around, it's not because it's like whatever. It's just, you know, I'm trying to manage a lot of different things. And it's not difficult to manage. It's just time is not allowed it enough for me to be able to be everywhere and anywhere. So that's my thing. So I just appreciate you guys. So yeah, let's go back to this, right? Like I said, these are 12-pound weights. And I'm gonna have my head down. And the more I do it, the more I can extend that arm. Wait, see? I was getting used to letting that back come up, defeating the whole purpose of this exercise. I try to exercise on my own when I'm at home, just to keep up, because I don't even get to come to the gym as often. Well, not get to. I don't come to the gym as often as I used to. So I'm trying to do better to manage. My homie. So what else are we gonna do without sweating? Oh, I'm gonna do this. Actually, I'm gonna need the mat again. I'm gonna post this video that I've been wanting to post. Hey, Candy, how you doing? Hey, Panama. I want to post this video that I've been trying to post for a couple of weeks and I haven't done it. Y'all, I have a bunch of videos, like shorts and stuff, that I have that I just have not posted. Just with me doing like everyday regular things. And I still haven't posted that yet. So it's not just you, it's me. So I see this stuff on Instagram. And, you know, like I said, the algorithm is pushing me towards seeing a lot of exercise videos. So I saw this guy, he was doing something. I was like, oh, that look easy. Girl, y'all, it is not easy. So basically, make sure you have your equipment far away from you. This bar is about 40 pounds. So you'll see what I'm talking about. It look easy, but it's not. So you go up as far back as you can, and then you come up without letting your feet go up. And the bar shouldn't even go in front of you. So in the video, I did it good one time. See, that's going too far up. In the video though, that I'm gonna post, I did it good one time, and your legs need to stay on the ground, and you need to come straight up. That chunk is hard, but it's not impossible. See? Woo. If y'all don't think this is hard, I want to see you try it. And that's the thing too, you know, I got to learn how to pace myself. When I say pace myself, I have to learn that it's okay not to get it right the first time, because y'all already know I want to get it right just like that. Or if you didn't know, now you do. So at least my arms are going back a little bit more. So, and I don't even know what is working out. I mean, I imagine that it's working out my arms for sure and my core. So this is like, let me see. I've been to the gym like 3 times totally within the last couple of weeks. So this is my 3rd time trying this. All right, let's go. Y'all remember when I was telling you breathing is very important when you're exercising? So when I go back, I should be breathing out. And when I come up, I should be breathing in. Well, I think it's the opposite way around. When I go down, let me check it out. Because it definitely gives you more power when you breathe properly. And then the next thing he was doing was this with that bar. So I got a long way to go.
Hey, Dr. Destiny, how you doing?
I'm gonna try it a couple more times. I need to figure out a day. I need to dedicate a day where I'm going to come to the gym. I know the weekends used to be the best, Saturday and Sunday, but I was working yesterday, so I didn't even come yesterday. I'll be working next Saturday. This month I'm gonna be doing a couple weekend days, so I need to come up with a day during the week where I just come. I mean, I can make myself come every night. I just have to make myself do it. Let's do this 2 more times, y'all. Try to do it 2 more times.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Dream big. Dream big. I encourage you to dream big. Serve a big God. You got big things. Everything about you is big. Believe in yourself. Believe in that thing that you have the most that's going to take you to your next level. I want you to dream big. I want you to become more, to be more, to do more, because you deserve the best this life has to offer for you. I want you to dream big. I can see you. I want you to believe in my belief in you that you can do the things that you've always wanted to do. Maybe you're working a dead-end job, or maybe it's a job that is paying the bills, it's helping you to maintain life, but you're tired of it. You feel like you're existing, but you don't feel alive. I encourage you to dream big. God is taking you to a place you've never seen before, but you got to believe it first. You got to go after it. You got to want it more than anything. So dream big. I know what it feels like to take care of your kids, to take care of your family, but you're doing something you might not like doing, but you got to pay the light bills, but you still got to dream big. Go after it. You got more than enough. You can do it. You can be it. You can have it. It's yours. Dream big.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.